In the eastern part of Yinzhou, a large brown gourd carried two women, one tall and one petite, slowly forward. The woman, clad in coarse garments, sat with her back to the front, elegantly crossing her snow-white legs. She adjusted her loose hair while holding a heavy wine gourd, swaying it slightly as she pointed towards a verdant mountain peak. "Look, my dear disciple, ahead lies our mountain gate. Isn't it magnificent?" she exclaimed, punctuated by a hiccup. The girl seated behind appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, her dark eyes darting about with palpable curiosity. She clutched the hem of the front woman's garment tightly, betraying a hint of nervousness. Yet, beneath her composed facade, she felt remarkably at ease, even on the verge of laughter. Upon her first glance at the disheveled, statuesque woman in the Yun Tian gambling house, Murong Bingjian realized she had once again stumbled upon a pest within the Immortal Alliance during her patrol. Xianling, the esteemed head of the Fei sect, a second-tier celestial sect, possessed initial-stage Yuan Ing cultivation, with suspicions of misappropriating funds from the Immortal Alliance for personal gain, albeit lacking concrete evidence. As she scanned the relevant information contained within the Jade Talisman, the girl seated at the back maintained her facade, continuing to feign awe and innocence. Oh no, she could no longer pretend she was genuinely astounded. She never anticipated the existence of such a dilapidated celestial sect in this world. Before her, a mass of overgrown weeds completely obscured the character drawn on the stone marking the mountain gate, leaving only the upper half of it visible, while the stone path leading up the mountain was thoroughly concealed by the encroaching foliage. Gazing around, the entire mountain gate was overrun with weeds had it not been for the sporadic presence of a few low-grade spiritual plants exuding faint wisps of spiritual energy. One could scarcely believe that this was indeed a sanctuary of an immortal sect. Noticing the astonishment on the young girl's face, the woman named Xianling, still inebriated, relished the moment, smiling broadly as she raised a large gourd to her lips, savoring a sip of celestial wine. "Little Yuaner, remember this. Our sect is called the Flying Leaf Sect, and our core technique is the Flying Leaf divine art passed down from our ancestor, the Flying Leaf Real Person. As you have entered our fold, bear in mind that the strength of a cultivator does not rely on external treasures, but rather on inner cultivation. A true master can conquer all merely by plucking flowers and leaves, never relying on external objects." Disciple remembers, Murong Bingjian replied in a soft, dulcet tone, though inwardly she could not help but scoff. Being impoverished is still being impoverished. How could one claim that merely plucking flowers and leaves would render one invincible? Such boastful assertions were utterly ridiculous. Yet, this was a common flaw among lesser sections. In their eagerness to indoctrinate new disciples, they paid no heed to objective realities, preferring instead to inflate their claims to an absurd degree, for boasting costs nothing in spiritual stones. Silently, Murong Bingjian took note of several points against this sect in her mind. The scrutiny faced by members of the Celestial Alliance was notoriously strict. With a total score of 10 for the sect rating review, losing even 5 points would necessitate comprehensive rectification failure. To do so could lead to demotion, or in more severe cases, the outright revocation of sect qualifications, relegating them to mere loose cultivator factions. Indeed, as the biological daughter of Murong Tianluan, the leader of the Celestial Alliance, she harbored no desire to thrive under her father's shadow. Through her sheer determination, she was exceptionally appointed as a senior investigator of the Celestial Alliance's inspection team at an early age. Although she appeared to be a youthful girl of merely 15 or 16, she was in fact a master who had entered the nascent soul stage for a century. Due to the unique nature of her cultivation method, her body, path, and soul remained eternally fixed in a youthful state, allowing her to effortlessly disguise her true realm and infiltrate various major sects as a newly initiated disciple. It is often in the grassroots where issues are most readily uncovered. Since she began her tenure as an investigator for the Celestial Alliance, Countless violators among its members have fallen, and numerous hidden stains have surfaced. This occasion would be no different. However, the lascivious gaze of certain women was undeniably brazen, as she seemed to deliberately feast her eyes upon her. Despite her multiple layers of disguise, she should merely appear as an ordinary beauty, seemingly harmless. An ordinary master at the initial nascent soul stage could never penetrate her guise. The only plausible explanation was that this individual was genuinely lewd. My dear Yuan, you are truly stunning. Perhaps you might consider sharing a bed with your master in the future? As she met the frivolous gaze of the woman before her, Murong Bingjian could not help but smirk coldly within. Enticing disciples, a further deduction. Yet at that moment, she was compelled to suppress her emotions and shyly respond. To share a bed with my master would surely be inappropriate. Ha! Indeed. Xianling smiled as she leaned closer. However, our sect only possesses 2 rooms. If you choose not to share a space with me, you will inevitably have to room with your senior brother. That fellow is notoriously aloof, lacking even the slightest hint of the gentle attentiveness I offer. You must ponder your decision carefully. Senior brother? Murong Bingjian furrowed her brow in confusion. Did you not previously mention that I am your sole disciple? Alas, Xianling sighed deeply, rubbing her forehead. This tale is rather lengthy. To put it simply, I once shared a mother-son bond with him, which later evolved into a sibling relationship, and in the not-so-distant future, it may transform into a father-daughter dynamic. For now, I refer to him as senior brother, while he addresses me as master. We each maintain our own titles. Considering this, it seems appropriate for you to call him uncle as well. Cough. This was a monumental issue, was it not? Our sect is truly in disarray. Revocation of sect qualifications warning. Murong Bingjian clenched her fists tightly. No, she could not wait for the formal procedures. She would urgently contact the inspection team and advocate for the utter annihilation of this chaotic sect. The indignant young woman felt an overwhelming sense of intolerance towards the shattered moral compass of a sect, until she caught sight of the enigmatic senior brother she had heard so much about on the back mountain. Instantly, she was captivated. My heavens! He is simply too handsome, isn't he? Before her stood a young man of around 17 or 18, with a countenance as striking as a phoenix and eyes that sparkled like stars. Tall and graceful as jade, he danced amidst the swirling ginkgo leaves, wielding his celestial sword with movements reminiscent of an otherworldly being. Though there stood only 2 solitary wooden cabins beside the grand ginkgo tree, the youthful grace of the young man imbued the scene with an ethereal charm, as if it were a celestial abode fallen to the mortal realm. As a seasoned member of the Immortal Alliance, the extraordinary talents that Murong Bingjian had encountered were numerous, yet in comparison to the one before him, they seemed as mere mountain fowl to a phoenix, mere stars to the brilliant moon. Without a doubt, one could assert that in terms of appearance, he could easily be regarded as the pinnacle of a top-tier sect's prized disciple. How could such a phoenix find itself in such a mundane setting? It was truly a waste of celestial beauty. Xiaoyuan. Xianling waved in front of Murong Bingjian, only to be met with a blank stare, prompting her to shake her head in disappointment. Another superficial beauty with no depth. Murong Bingjian, regaining his senses, wiped the traces of blood from his lips, feeling dizzy. Xianling rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hurry and greet your senior brother. Yuan pays her respects to senior brother. Murong Bingjian, parched and nervous, swallowed hard and approached, crouching slightly to bow, still lost in a daze, his heart racing uncontrollably. All previous calm analyses and prejudices against this sect had now dissolved into a muddled haze, completely forgotten. Who could possibly reject such a stunningly beautiful young man, especially when he smiled so gently at her? Greetings, I am He Xiao Shu, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Beneath the ginkgo tree, the young boy paused in his swordplay, offering her a gentle smile. His crystalline voice, infused with the warmth of the sun, melted the millennia-old ice, encasing the beauty of the ages in an instant. With a sudden thud, the girl, blood streaming from her nose, collapsed onto the thick carpet of ginkgo leaves, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Meanwhile, Xianling, attempting to discreetly slip away from the scene, was abruptly halted by the youthful figure, who grasped her firmly. "My dear master, might you provide a thorough explanation?" "Oh dear, senior brother," the girl pleaded, sweetly clutching Hisayashi arm and nuzzling against him. "This time, in order to procure the space stone for you, I lost tens of thousands of spirit stones. I was left with no choice but to accept the task from the major creditor, asking us to properly educate his daughter. Would you, in your magnanimity, consider training this humble junior sister for a few years? I implore you." "And the space stone?" he inquired. "Right here." Xianling immediately retrieved a dazzling crystal from within her bosom and placed it in the boy's palm. It radiated with her lingering warmth and fragrance, emanating an enigmatic aura that caused the very space around them to warp intensely. "Quite impressive indeed," Hisayashi remarked, narrowing his eyes. "Pray tell, how much debt have you incurred this time? Speak the truth." With a sudden thud, the girl, possessing an alluring figure, sank to her knees, prostrating herself on the ground, her voice tinged with desperation as she fervently exclaimed, "Father, save me. Goodness, have you so quickly elevated to a father-daughter relationship? You must have lost several million spirit stones. Not just that. In order to completely quit gambling, I have squandered everything I could possibly lose in this lifetime, accumulating a debt of 30 million spirit stones. Master, I entrust you with my life and fortune this time. As a responsible and devoted father, surely you would not forsake your daughter, would you? Hee. I implore you, considering that I was raised by you with your own hands, please do not sever our father-daughter bond. If you could assist me in repaying this debt, I swear I will procure a piece of heavenly stone for you. 2 pieces. A promise is a promise. Good heavens, you agreed to such an outrageous condition? Surely there are no hidden debts lurking in the shadows? Indeed, I have laid my cards on the table to prevent gambling in my next life. I have squandered my future earnings as well, amounting to a total of 60 million spirit stones. I beseech you, kind sir, to help me repay both the principal and interest. Perhaps it would be best to sever our father-daughter relationship. Hee. It is evident that you have taken on this task out of desire for my beauty, is it not? I am merely a benevolent soul, all right? By the way, I have also incurred a bit of a tab for some wine. Could you perhaps spare me some of your failed alchemical attempts? I could sell them for a bit of pocket money to supplement the household expenses. Xianling said, her cheeks flushed. The refuse from the forging room has been replenished quite a bit. Feel free to rummage through it yourself. All right. Observing the ecstatic girl in her tattered attire, dashing towards the storeroom in the back mountains with a sack in hand, Hisayashi couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. This gambling addict is truly beyond salvation. Were it not for the fact that he had raised her, he would have severed their father-daughter ties long ago. Indeed, his true identity is that of a time traveler. In his previous life, he was an independent inventor and a live-streaming host with millions of followers. His daily routine consisted of creating whimsical inventions that amused his online audience. His creations were always imaginative and outlandish, such as a nut-cracking device, a disco pancake maker, and an outdoor solar-powered toilet. In essence, he was known for crafting the utterly impractical, earning him the reputation of anything produced by his hands is destined for failure. However, he did not concur with such assessments in his eyes. Every invention was a stroke of genius. As a boundless creator, the ability to transform his wild ideas into reality was the pinnacle of his contribution to human civilization. He believed this tranquil creative existence would endure until the day he showcased a time travel machine to his viewers during a live broadcast. The machine's primary mechanism involved a motion seat, dazzling visual effects, and an abundance of smoke, all combined with rapid projections from every angle, creating an illusion of time travel for the occupant. And then he actually traveled through time. To make matters even more extraordinary, he found himself inhabiting the body of an abandoned infant. What an absurd turn of events! Had it not been for the chance encounter with the inebriated Xianling, who fortuitously collapsed in the snow, emanating a warm aura that preserved him throughout the night, he might have succumbed to the cold immediately upon arrival. One must admit, as a woman with a penchant for gambling, Xianling had her own unique approach to raising a child. Fortunately for him, ever since he had absorbed qi into his body at the age of 3, he had not relied on that near-owl master of his. He discovered that in this vibrant and ethereal world of immortal cultivation, he possessed an extraordinary talent, the ability to forge items regardless of their attributes. Whatever he could conceive, elixirs could be transformed into celestial swords, and poisons could be utilized to heal the gravely ill. Not only did this resolve his survival dilemmas, but it also enabled him to swiftly attain the ultimate goal of his existence. After all, the sensation of being able to invent anything he desired was profoundly exhilarating. The sole predicament was how to safely and securely endure in this realm until the end of time. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and conflicts among practitioners often escalate into fierce battles, with murder and treasure theft being commonplace. The likelihood of evolving into a formidable powerhouse through ordinary means is exceedingly slim, especially considering that his master was a hopeless gambler, unable to rise above mediocrity. Years spent evading creditors alongside Xianling had led Ling Xiaotian to formulate an infallible survival principle: never allow others to anticipate his next move. For instance, during his initial appearance, while it was true that he was remarkably handsome, it was not to such an extraordinary extent. The true magic lay in the sword he wielded, crafted from a type of elixir that exuded an intense pheromone. This sword served no other purpose than to amplify his charm. Anyone with normal sensory perception would, under the influence of the potent pheromone, envision him as a perfect celestial being, obediently complying with his every command. Indeed, it was an essential tool for traversing the realms, significantly enhancing first impressions. As he gazed upon the scene before him, with blood streaming from the nose of the enchanting junior sister, lying supine and gazing skyward, Ling Xiaotian could not help but reveal a look of tenderness in his eyes. He had previously overestimated the prowess of this celestial alliance agent. The dosage administered had been excessive, nearly eliciting an overwhelming effect akin to love at first sight. To prevent any genuine emotional entanglement that could lead to significant repercussions, he realized he must proceed to tarnish his own image in the ensuing moments. Sigh. Women are truly a source of vexation. Chapter 2. The task is daunting. Murong Bingjian found herself immersed in an exceedingly long dream, a vision so enchanting that it was a feast for the eyes. She gazed and gazed, unaware that her eyes had begun to glisten with tears. Countless days and nights had she yearned for the perfect encounter, and the fleeting thrill of her youth seemed to awaken and freeze in that very moment, leaving her breathless with emotion. No, she needed to breathe, for even the air was sweet. The scent of the boy's white robe, washed with soapberry, wafted in the sunlight, exuding a faint, unique fragrance, clean, pure, and utterly captivating. She wished to gaze on endlessly. Sister, sister? Observing the girl who had been unconscious for 3 full days, still sprawled on the bed with a blissful smile. Drooling on her pillow, Ling Xiaotian could not help but rub his forehead. Was this girl truly so susceptible to pheromones? Was she really a cultivator of the Yuaning realm? Relying solely on the Xianling as a test subject proved unreliable. She was too complex, with an exceptionally high baseline resistance, rendering the data unusable for general reference. Ling Xiaotian promptly retrieved a jade talisman and significantly reduced the dosage required for a typical Yuaning cultivator. Then, he extracted a pair of socks from his mustard seed bag, unwashed and reeking from 3 days of drunkenness, and held them to the girl's nose. Murong Bingjian's body began to twitch uncontrollably. Suddenly, she envisioned a lecherous-looking homeroom teacher resembling a Xianling, slowly approaching the clean boy by the window. intent on incapacitating him from behind, whilst making a shushing gesture towards her as an onlooker. "No, don't," Morong Bingjian screamed, bolting upright to discover she was indeed sitting on a clean bed within a tidy room. The simple decor and several pots of fresh spiritual plants revealed the owner's refined taste. The lingering aroma in the air was uniquely that of the boy, warm as the sun. "This is senior brother's bed?" Gazing at the pillow she had been clutching, now stained with drool, Morong Bingjian suddenly realized the source of the delightful fragrance, and her face flushed with embarrassment. "Thank heavens no one saw. You're awake?" He Xiaoshu quietly tucked away the socks, revealing a caring gaze from behind. Startled, Morong Bingjian dropped the pillow. Upon recognizing the boy from her dream, she felt a daze mixed with clarity. I'm awake. Senior brother, I'm sorry for soiling your pillow." "No worries. No need for formality. This will be your room from now on," He Xiaoshu explained with a smile. "I've built a tree house in the ginkgo tree outside, so I'll be sleeping there." He had even prepared a new residence? Morong Bingjian was taken aback. "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days. You must have had a hard journey with master, right?" "That lecherous woman." Morong Bingjian ground her teeth in indignation. If not for her interference, she could have slumbered for another 3 days. How could such a disheveled woman have attracted such an exceptional male disciple? No, she must be investigated thoroughly. It would be best to find evidence of her trafficking innocent youths and send her to the celestial prison for severe punishment. In front of her idol, she must maintain an image of grace. You need not worry about her reputation. I know her character. Your journey must have been quite arduous, He Xiaoshu said with a slight smile, placing a set of clean celestial garments by the bed. "I'll prepare a meal for you to welcome you back. There's hot water behind the screen. You should wash off the dust first." Heavens, how gentle he is. I could cry. Watching the handsome youth exit the room, Morong Bingjian felt overwhelmed with emotion. Wait, he had already built a new room outside, so their previous plan to sleep together was now dashed? Although she knew, based on his character, that he would not take advantage of her, a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. In truth, sharing a bed between brother and sister was not entirely unacceptable. The Hahuan sect had fewer restrictions. Morong Bingjian sighed, clutching the blanket, inhaling deeply. The boy's clean scent was still unmistakable. Wait, Morong Bingjian suddenly had an epiphany. This was his room, which meant everything within was his personal belongings. His teacup, his towel, his blanket, his bathing tub. Oh heavens, everything in this room was his. Cough. Oh my, what a windfall. 2 streams of blood cascaded from her nostrils as she glanced at her reflection in the mirror, her innocent visage still adorned with a hint of baby fat. And she couldn't help but feel regret. To maintain a low profile, she had donned 8 layers of disguise to conceal her beauty. Yet now she had shot herself in the foot, failing to leave a good impression upon their first meeting. "No, I am a senior investigator of the Celestial Alliance. On a mission of inspection, how can I be swayed by beauty?" Remembering the mission she bore, Morong Bingjian felt her heart ache, a tumult of emotions raging within her. Yet, he is truly handsome. What to do? I feel as though I am being corrupted. Perhaps I should first remove 2 layers of disguise? This way, it wouldn't be too ostentatious. And during subsequent inspections, I shall not mix personal feelings into my duties, so it wouldn't count as a violation, right? Yes, that's the plan. However, once she loosened her garments and slipped into the wooden tub filled with warm water, Morong Bingjian couldn't help but blush as her imagination ran wild. This bathing tub must surely be one he uses, right? Wouldn't that mean she was, in a sense, sharing a bath with him? If they were to develop such a relationship, what if he later asked her for leniency? Could she truly remain indifferent? The beautiful 1,000-year-old maiden, caught in 7 parts infatuation and 3 parts conflict, began to enjoy her bath with glee. Unbeknownst to her, in the adjacent wooden house, another woman soaked in a hot spring, sipping celestial wine, and watching the enchanting girl bathe in the cloud mirror, equally delighted. Wow, I never expected this girl to have such a figure. She truly hides it well. TSK. Suddenly, the scene was interrupted as He Xiaoshu brought over a platter of skewers, placing it before the Xianling with a sigh. "The Mountain Gate's holographic array is not meant for you to spy on your junior sister bathing." The Xianling picked up a skewer, unabashedly devouring it. "Your junior sister is old enough to be my great-grandmother. Is there anything wrong with me keeping an eye on her to prevent her from falling while bathing alone?" "How considerate of you," He Xiaoshu replied dryly. "Of course, worth 60 million spirit stones, I can't sleep easy without keeping a close watch on it." "You merely wish to cuddle that treasure while you sleep, don't you?" "I would, But unfortunately, she is not interested in me. Ever since our sect's top disciple matured, a new generation has replaced the old, and I, a wilted flower, possess little allure. Please don't make our righteous sect sound like a brothel. Huh? Would a righteous sect use aphrodisiac pills to attract maidens? That's merely a first meeting sword. It's meant to enhance goodwill. Indeed, you're handsome, so you must be right. Now, will you give me a few? That cannot be given. Stingy. Let us talk business. A deal worth 60 million spirit stones is no trivial matter. What illicit dealings have you engaged in with the leader of the Celestial Alliance? Don't slander me. I am innocent. The Xianling continued to munch on the skewers, delighting in the taste. If it weren't for our long-standing friendship, I wouldn't have landed this deal. His daughter is exceptionally mediocre, but possesses an inexplicable confidence in her efforts. To prevent her from feeling disheartened, he has secretly arranged for her to rise smoothly to a senior investigator in the Celestial Alliance. I see, and then, a century hence, the election for the Immortal Alliance will take place, and her father's term limit will have been exhausted. At that time, no one will indulge her any longer. To prevent her confidence from shattering and her sense of self from eroding, her father implored me to dedicate decades to mold her into a cunning, ruthless, and astutely devious successor. Are these words your own addition? Regardless, that is the essence of it. For his precious daughter to learn such traits from you, the esteemed leader truly possesses remarkable insight. Indeed, when we were classmates, I had the pleasure of outsmarting that fool repeatedly. Ha ha ha. Is this the secret to his ascendance as the leader of the Immortal Alliance? His elevation to leadership is attributed to his extraordinary fortune, while his daughter, who possesses nothing but alluring looks and physique, is rather lacking in other aspects. What can I do about that? You can't complete the task. Yet you still accept the order? Isn't there still you? Heh. You promised me 2 pieces of celestial stones, and you must not go back on your word. What if I do? Help me, please. That tactic is ineffective. Once a teacher, forever a mother. You wouldn't want your elderly mother to face a dismal twilight, sleeping on the streets, would you? You'd be on the streets because you drank too much. Let me rephrase. As a loving father, you wouldn't wish to see your beautiful daughter sleeping on the streets, would you? I truly have no way to deal with you. I just know my little tree is the best, moi. It's not that I'm unwilling to assist you. It's just that the little junior sister you brought has a rather poor foundation. She hasn't managed to metabolize the pheromones in 3 whole days, and the breath test shows an upward trend. I suspect she has already self-idealized me as her dream lover. You should feel exhilarated to be pursued by such a beautiful girl, shouldn't you? Only you would find excitement in matters that affect the speed of drawing a blade, right? TCH, if I had a blade, would it even come to you? In any case, the situation ahead is quite troublesome. How do you propose we handle it? Or shall we play along with the scheme? Xianling immediately leaned towards He Xiaoshu's ear, presenting an almost flawless solution. My goodness, such a boundaryless idea could only come from you. He Xiaoshu's eyes widened in astonishment, yet it was indeed a brilliant suggestion. Let us proceed with it. Achoo. Meanwhile, Murong Bingjian, who was bathing next door, suddenly sneezed. Why did it feel suddenly cold? Could it be that she has caught a chill? Chapter 3. Little junior sister breaks through with a light touch of powder. Murong Bingjian gazed at her lovely reflection in the mirror, feeling somewhat reassured. Having unsealed 2 layers of disguise, she finally found herself pleasing to the eye. With a creak, the door of the wooden hut slowly opened, and the warm autumn sunlight flooded in, illuminating the pristine room, and, more importantly, the exquisite beauty within. At that moment, Murong Bingjian appeared as ethereal as willow fluff, her face akin to a blossoming peach, her hair cascading like a waterfall, and her delicate brows resembling wisps of smoke. Her clear eyes sparkled like a pool of spring water, transforming the desolate autumn landscape into a vibrant scene. The young woman lifted her skirt and stepped outside, gracefully approaching the 2 individuals beneath the ginkgo tree. Greetings, master and senior brother, she said. This appearance set Xianling, who was reclining at a low table, into a frenzy of delight, his hands flailing in excitement. Wow, our little Yuaner is simply a sight to behold. She would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty, even among the top-tier celestial sects. Thank you for your praise, master, Murong Bingjian replied with a charming smile, her gaze shifting to the boy beside her. Yuana has met senior brother. The youth, exuding a serene demeanor like flowing water, left Murong Bingjian in awe once more. Heavens! How can he remain entirely unmoved by my beauty? What tremendous composure he possesses. and to respect such a terrible master. He is simply extraordinarily exceptional. Thank you, senior brother, but Morong Bingjian glanced at the lone bowl of rice and a cup of water on the table. Aren't you and master joining me for a meal? Ah, little Yuaner, Xianling shook his head, earnestly advising, as cultivators, we pursue the path of immortality, sustaining ourselves on the wind and drinking the dew, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. How can we indulge in earthly desires? Burp. Xianling unexpectedly belched, and the air was suddenly filled with the rich aroma of meat and wine. Oh, Xianling quickly covered his mouth and retreated. Master is not hungry. Master is not hungry. You two enjoy your meal and chat. I'm not hungry either. As soon as Xiaoshu spoke, his stomach let out a loud growl, betraying his condition. Morong Bingjian's eyes widened in disbelief. That greedy master, stealing barbecued meat while depriving his disciples of food. What a disgrace to the teaching profession. Xiaoshu's mouth twitched. In his eagerness to converse, he had left all the grilled meat to Xianling. How could this be acted out? I'll share half with you. Morong Bingjian, feeling sympathetic, picked up her chopsticks to serve Xiaoshu, but a pair of hands stopped her. Junior sister, do not be polite. Our sect has limited spiritual rice due to the thin spiritual energy, and apart from the annual contributions to the Immortal Alliance, there is only this little left. Therefore, our sect has never accepted new disciples, and you are the first. Please do not refuse, just eat. Wait a moment. The Immortal Alliance exempts impoverished sects from the spiritual rice tax, so why is Fei's sect being taxed so heavily? Morong Bingjian furrowed her brow. No wonder this sect is so destitute. Could it be that a mischievous spirit is running the Yunzhou branch? She recalled that during her recent inspection of Yunzhou, it was one of the cleanest branches. Holding the bowl of spiritual rice, Morong Bingjian felt a mix of emotions. It was her negligence that allowed this kind-hearted young man to endure hunger for so long. In the expectant gaze of Xiaoshu, Morong Bingjian finally brought the spiritual rice to her lips. As soon as she tasted it, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. The sweet, tender spiritual rice was so delectable that it evoked a poignant sense of heartbreak. This dish, known as the dust-repelling rice, signifies that once one finishes this bowl, their ties to the mundane world are severed. This was made by you? Morong Bingjian looked at the boy in shock. She felt as though she could see a profound path within this bowl of rice, a solitary journey, far removed from worldly matters, leading her to the realization that she was unworthy of the remarkable young man before her. He was too exceptional, unmatched by anyone. It is widely recognized that only those who reach the divine transformation realm touch the threshold of the Tao, while those who enter the void realm truly enter the Tao. Only the powerful beings of the great ascension realm can embody the Tao, ascend to true immortality, and attain liberation. Observing the boy's aura, she realized he was merely at the initial stage of the golden core realm, yet he could merge the Tao with the material. Was this not the mark of a prodigy? Even his father, the esteemed leader of the Immortal Alliance, had struggled to achieve this after many years in the divine transformation realm. Drink this morning dew, and I shall impart to you the Fei heart method. The warm-hearted youth smiled gently. Morong Bingjian raised the cup of clear water and drank it down in one go. A sweet, refreshing sensation coursed through her, filling her heart with tranquility and a sense of detachment from desires. But then her eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, she could hardly suppress her urge to break through. To her astonishment, the bottleneck that had remained unyielding for a century had loosened. No, she had to hold back. She could not allow herself to break through. No, she must not. The tribulation of divine transformation was no trifling matter. One breakthrough would expose all her secrets. Seeing the girl's complexion fluctuate between red and white, Xiaoshu expressed concern. Junior sister, are you feeling unwell? Is the spiritual rice not to your taste? No, you made it perfectly. Morong Bingjian quickly clarified. It's just that there seems to be a flow of energy surging chaotically within me. There was no choice but to pretend she was on the verge of breaking through to the gathering chi realm. The moment the spiritual rice entered her mouth, it gathered spiritual energy. Indeed, she was exceptionally gifted. Xiaoshu smiled as he handed her a tome. This is our sect's core technique, the Fei heart method. Follow the instructions to open your spiritual meridians, and you will be able to channel spiritual energy and enter the gathering chi realm. Thank you, senior brother. I shall retreat for cultivation. Morong Bingjian exclaimed as she snatched the technique and hurried into the wooden hut. After locking the door, The girl promptly took out a spiritual pill to suppress her cultivation level and consumed it. That was close. I almost couldn't hold back. Morong Bingjian exhaled deeply and immediately began meditating. Watching the girl flee in a panic, He Xiaoshu couldn't help but frown. This girl's constitution is quite subpar. With the dust-repelling rice and the forgetting emotion water combined, she still couldn't dispel the influence of her first encounter with the sword. Could it be that she truly has feelings for me? He Xiaoshu shivered involuntarily, hastily climbing up to his treehouse. Women only serve to hinder one's creativity and invention. Perched atop the massive ginkgo tree, a simple yet aesthetically pleasing treehouse nestled within the canopy exuded an air of freshness. Pushing open the door revealed a tidy little bedroom. Just like the previous wooden hut, serene and elegant. This was the dwelling he had reconstructed over 2 days. He Xiaoshu locked the door and activated the protective barrier, then walked directly to a potted plant on his desk. He removed an invisible ring from his hand and gently blew on it. The ring transformed into a speck of dust that fell into the pot, then emitted a white light that enveloped He Xiaoshu's figure, instantly drawing him in. As the white light faded, a quaint manor with green tiles and white walls appeared before him. The neatly arranged buildings exuded tranquility and elegance, and outside the windows, orderly spiritual fields flourished with various rare spiritual plants, plump spiritual rice, thriving blood ginseng, and lush purple snowgrass. Many rare spiritual plants that were hard to find even in the finest sections. What was even more remarkable was the clear pond in the center of the elegant garden, where blooming water lilies floated and various spiritual fish swam gracefully, a sight as beautiful as a precious gem. But as He Xiaoshu arrived, the fish in the pond suddenly scattered, and a shadow as dark as ink gradually enlarged, transforming into a colossal dragon that blotted out the sky as it descended. Master, the dragon's shadow transformed into a vigorous youth of 11 or 12, respectfully bowing to He Xiaoshu. With a splashing sound, several ethereal fish fell to the ground. Flipping over on the spot, the young boy awkwardly retracted his neck, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his dark, glimmering eyes as he inquired, "Master, are you hungry? Shall I roast a fish for you?" "I'm quite full. I've consumed dozens of them recently," He Xiaoshu replied, patting his stomach in discomfort. "This small pond in front of my house can no longer accommodate you. Are you going to send Qinxi away, master?" The boy knelt down anxiously, clutching He Xiaoshu's leg like a forlorn puppy, his eyes brimming with tears as he pleaded, "Qinxi will soon master the shrinking technique. Please don't send him away." "Why would such a magnificent black dragon need to shrink?" He Xiaoshu asked in surprise. "Do you not enjoy growing larger?" "Of course I do. But you mentioned that this pond cannot hold me anymore." The boy continued to cling tightly, eyes wide with hope. "Oh, what I meant is that you can reside in a more spacious area from now on." He Xiaoshu produced a spatial stone from his bag, pulsating with a powerful energy, and laid it as the core of a gathering spirit array. He then summoned a spirit essence of the mountain, 3 spirit essences of water, and a plethora of spirit stones, beginning the process of refinement. As the spatial stone disintegrated, various energies from the materials gradually emerged, swirling around the boy's fingertips. He Xiaoshu concentrated deeply, pointing towards the horizon, where a blue lake and an ethereal mountain unfurled like a painted scroll, appearing beyond the spiritual fields. In a mere blink, the once modestly sized world had expanded into a vast island, flanked by mountains and water, suffused with spiritual energy. Observing this delightful scene, He Xiaoshu nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he thought it would only suffice to carve out a lake, but unexpectedly, it also produced a mountain, truly a remarkable bargain. However, he resolved not to grant too much pocket money. Who knew what mischief such a being might stir up? "From now on, this lake will be your exclusive abode. Let us name it Qianlong Lake as a birthday gift to you. What do you think? Do you like it?" He Xiaoshu pointed toward the distant lake with a smile. "I love it." The boy's eyes sparkled with tears of gratitude. "Thank you, master. You are truly wonderful. This is the perfect habitat for me as a great black dragon. Don't hold back. Go and give it a try," He Xiaoshu encouraged with a beaming smile. Yes, the boy instantly transformed into a colossal black dragon, soaring into the sky before crashing into the icy blue waters, swimming joyfully and splashing about like a wild steed, reveling in the freedom of the lake. He Xiaoshu chuckled, feeling a sense of pride. Indeed, this little, large black dragon was one he had personally hatched. He was the dragon's father. 3 years prior, He had exchanged 80,000 spirit stones with Xianling for an egg the size of a basin. Initially, he intended to roast it, but as it cooked, it began to emanate a delightful aroma, or perhaps it awakened with vitality. Thus, he expended considerable resources, definitely not mere seasonings, to hatch it. One must admit, dragons, as divine beasts, are truly formidable. Even freshly born, they can take shape and recognize their master, possessing bloodline techniques that rapidly enhance their cultivation. Despite being only 3 years old, in terms of intelligence and cultivation, this young one likely surpassed some elders in the Immortal Alliance, and in comparison to his master, he was only a few steps behind. Ahem, modesty is key. This matter must remain confidential. If Xianling were to discover that an ancient divine beast had hatched from that egg, he might demand a hefty compensation of several million spirit stones. Thus, Xiaoshu retrieved a pair of fluffy wolf ears from his pocket, gazing fondly at his playful dragon son in the distance. This adorable little gift should delight Chensi, right? Chapter 4. The handsome wolf-eared boy. The name Chensu was meticulously chosen by Xiaoshu, drawing upon classical references for his dragon son. Chen symbolizes a cool and striking dragon, while Su embodies the hope that he would grow to be clever and astute. After all, a dull pet is unfit to accompany him. Thus, this clever and spirited little dragon, adorned with fluffy wolf ears, stood before Xiaoshu, quietly presenting steaming dishes at the dining table, his expression a mixture of innocence and grievance. Why the long face? You look quite dashing, Xiaoshu encouraged between bites. But I'm a dragon, not a wolf, the young lad murmured. Had he known that donning such an appearance was a prerequisite for their new dwelling, he would have hesitated, at least feigning reluctance before a swift agreement. Isn't it charming? Besides, Xiaoshu deftly picked a slice of green pepper fish from his plate. After all, one should not waste the fish they raised. Didn't you always wish to venture into the world with me? Chen Su, slightly perplexed, replied, Must I wear wolf ears to accompany my master into the world? Indeed. Xiaoshu nodded affirmatively. Your divine beast lineage is quite formidable. It could frighten young children. This disguise will aid in forging harmonious friendships. Yet, Chen Su could not suppress a pout. In my distant homeland, small wolf dogs symbolize handsome and cool boys. Xiaoshu revealed his trump card. Really? Is that true? Chen Su asked, skepticism lingering in his voice. To deceive you would be a petty trick, Xiaoshu declared resolutely. If that's the case, I suppose it's not entirely unacceptable. Chen Su mused, gently touching the small wolf ears atop his head, his earlier resistance beginning to wane. That's the spirit. Xiaoshu smiled at the obedient little wolf pup before him, feeling a profound satisfaction in his creation. The wolf ear disguise, crafted from illusory bloom and the heart of the wolf king, would allow the wearer to emanate a wolf-like aura, perfectly concealing their cultivation level while automatically generating a pair of stylish wolf ears, both cool and striking, a must-have accessory for home, enhancing one's aesthetic. Ahem. In short, it is exceedingly handsome. I have a weapon for you. Xiaoshu produced a black brocade box, placing it on the dining table. Chen Su opened the box to reveal 2 glistening daggers, each adorned with a wolf's head, and exclaimed in confusion, but there are 2. When combined, they become 1. Xiaoshu encouraged, his eyes brimming with affirmation. You can try it out for yourself. Skeptical, Chen Su overlapped the 2 daggers. A flash of dark light erupted, and a distant dragon's roar reverberated through the air. The previously unremarkable daggers transformed into a celestial sword, exuding a chilling black light, with the 2 wolf heads merging into a singular, majestic dragon head. Chen Su's expression shifted from confusion to sheer elation. This sword is named the Dragon Scale Sword, Xiaoshu explained leisurely as he munched on a squirrel, crafted from 9 heavens mysterious iron and your recently shed scales. It is perfectly attuned to your essence, recognizing you as its master without need for refinement. Moreover, it will grow stronger as you do. Truly a bespoke celestial sword made just for you. I wonder if you like it? I love it. I adore it. Thank you, master, Chen Su exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. He never anticipated that his birthday gift would encompass not only a brand new abode, but also a powerful celestial sword tailored for him. Feel free to test it out, but please refrain from damaging my spiritual fields. Of course, the wolf-eared boy joyfully soared out of the window with his celestial sword. The tranquil surface of the lake soon resonated with the melodious roars of the dragon and the thunderous sounds of splashing water. Glancing at the jubilant boy lost in his newfound joy, Xiaoshu, seated at the table, overwhelmed with fish to the point of nausea, finally exhaled, relieved. At least I successfully convinced him to wear the wolf ears. This tactic of misdirection seems to have worked splendidly. Should I strike while the iron is hot and continue my pursuit? He pondered, retrieving a spare dragon soul armor, but after a moment's reflection, chose to set it aside. Convincing a boy to wear wolf ears was no trivial matter. What if he later changed his mind? Better to play it safe and wait for calmer waters before proceeding. 3 days swiftly passed. The anticipated rebellion did not materialize. Since receiving his gift, the little black dragon had been blissfully donning his wolf ears, much to the delight of his father, He Xiaoshu. Clearly, a child raised with care exhibits understanding. Far more reliable than that frivolous daughter of Xianling. His Xiaoshu manner, infused with a trace of primordial energy, experienced time at nearly 6 times the normal rate. Thus, while 3 days had elapsed within, only a single night had passed outside. As he emerged, dawn broke gently. He Xiaoshu stored his ring, pushed open the door, and weighed the bag of mustard seeds before summoning a seemingly ordinary celestial sword in preparation for departure. Unexpectedly, a vibrant young girl appeared before him. "Good morning, senior brother." "Good morning, little junior sister." He Xiaoshu feigned surprise at her sudden appearance, impressed to see she had advanced to the mid-stage of qi gathering overnight. Her aura was steady, and her essence was pure. Indeed, she was exceptionally gifted. "Oh, today is the day for handling sect matters. May I accompany you to the Celestial Alliance branch to observe? Familiarizing myself with procedures will help alleviate your burdens in the future," Morong Bingjian suggested gently. "That sounds good," He Xiaoshu agreed. "The Celestial Alliance's operations are intricate. I will handle matters later. Pay attention, observe carefully, and refrain from speaking unnecessarily." "Understood." Morong Bingjian nodded, though in her heart she had already condemned the Celestial Alliance's Yunzhou branch. Despite the headquarters' repeated orders to facilitate affairs for fellow cultivators and not to trouble members of the alliance, these branches always acted contrary, engaging in petty schemes behind the scenes, truly despicable. During her covert investigation, she would gather ample evidence to ensure these individuals faced the consequences of their actions. "By the way, senior brother, this morning I saw Master leaving with several burlap sacks, looking quite cheerful. Where could she be going?" Standing atop He Xiaoshu's celestial sword, Morong Bingjian recalled the morning scene. Her curiosity piqued. "Oh, the elderly enjoy collecting scrap metal to sell for extra income. It's just a habit," He Xiaoshu replied with a slight smile. "Aside from her penchant for gambling and drinking, our master is a kind-hearted woman of her word. If you discover her virtues, you may not find her so disagreeable." Morong Bingjian inhaled deeply, gazing at He Xiaoshu with renewed sympathy and profound gratitude. What a kind-hearted young man. To be so considerate and gentle even in the face of such a wretched woman. Truly, it's quite admirable. Lost in her thoughts, Morong Bingjian felt tears welling in her eyes, until they arrived at the grand, gilded sign of the Yunzhou branch of the Celestial Alliance. Senior Xiaoshu. Contrary to her expectations of encountering difficulty, the moment He Xiaoshu's figure appeared at the entrance, a well-dressed young steward approached with a smile. "I have the honor of meeting you, Senior Xiaoshu. The VIP lounge has been prepared. This way, please." Morong Bingjian narrowed her eyes. The VIP lounge was traditionally reserved for elders of grade D sects and above. Why was it suddenly open to a disciple from a grade D sect? What was truly afoot here? This must be the newly arrived friend, Yin from Fei sect, right? Truly exceptional and striking. Confronted by the unfamiliar visage of the newcomer maiden, the young steward exhibited no hint of awkwardness, his skills so adept that they left one astounded. "Your identity badge was prepared yesterday and will be delivered to you shortly." "How? Did you know my identity?" Morong Bingjian exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Typically, new disciples of sects must submit their identity information to the Immortal Alliance in advance, followed by registration and badge production through the heavenly I-grade array, a process that usually spans 2 to 3 months. Yet here she was, having only ascended the mountain yesterday under Xuanling's guidance, and her identity badge was already prepared. This was utterly incomprehensible. The young steward smiled faintly. Senior Little Tree is a distinguished VIP member of the Immortal Alliance, enjoying super VIP privileges. As his junior sister, you have received exceptional attention. This is merely standard procedure, no need for astonishment. Standard procedure, indeed. Morong Bingjian retorted inwardly. When have you ever seen a super VIP at the Golden Core stage? A so-called super VIP in the Immortal Alliance must have a turnover of at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Ordinary sect leaders would struggle to even touch the threshold, let alone. Have your leader come to see me, He Xiaoshu stated unhurriedly. What? Murong Bingjian's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of identity did her senior brother possess? To summon the leader of a regional branch for an audience was indeed ostentatious. Could it be any more extravagant? Yes. The young steward brewed ginseng tea for the two and politely exited the guest hall. Before long, Jiang Rahai, the leader of the Yunzhou branch of the Immortal Alliance, entered, donned in a simple yet tidy Taoist robe, greeting them with a warm smile. Little tree, your esteemed presence is a rare honor. Please forgive my inadequate reception. Ah, no need for such formality. I look forward to receiving guidance from you, friend you honor. Please, have a seat. Let us enjoy some refreshments while we converse. Jiang Rahai welcomed them with a genial demeanor, as familiar as a neighbor, leaving Murong Bingjian utterly astonished. How could a mere Xian-level B-grade sect possess such stature within the Yunzhou Immortal Alliance? This is this year's spirit rice. I would appreciate it if Leader Jiang could see to its processing, He Xiaoshu said, producing a small bag of spirit rice and placing it before Jiang Rahai. Murong Bingjian's vigilance heightened immediately. Here it comes, the blatant violation of Immortal Alliance regulations, expecting the impoverished sect to pay in spirit rice. A package no larger than a fist, yet they had the audacity to demand it? To her surprise, Jiang Rahai displayed an expression of utmost difficulty. So much. He Xiaoshu nodded. This year has seen bountiful weather, yielding a greater harvest than usual. I apologize for the trouble, Leader Jiang. This exchange left Murong Bingjian in a fog. Yet she recalled her senior brother's advice to observe and listen, so she remained silent, albeit filled with questions. Soon, however, she overheard a rather explosive revelation. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Little trees Dao rice. Each grain can assist one in enlightenment. It is an invaluable treasure that benefits the entire Immortal Alliance. It is my honor to handle it. However, your low profile indeed puts me in a difficult position. After all, such a significant turnover in spirit stones makes it quite challenging to balance the books. Would you consider upgrading your sect's rank? That would simplify matters considerably. Absolutely not, He Xiaoshu replied firmly. Once we are promoted to an Xian-level A-grade sect, we must bear the responsibility of nurturing at least 10 disciples. And our sect is too impoverished to support so many. Poverty? A destitute sect can casually offer dozens of thousands of spirit stones for a single grain of enlightenment rice? Are you pulling my leg? Jiang Ruhai's lips twitched, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Let me think of other solutions. What? What did I just hear? The legendary, exceedingly rare Dao rice, capable of granting enlightenment with but a single grain, actually originates from Fei sect? And from her senior brother's hands no less. Murong Bingjian's vision darkened. She had consumed an entire bowl of it yesterday. What kind of talent must she possess to treat enlightenment rice as mere sustenance to level up? With a clatter, the maiden nearly lost her balance, nearly slipping under the table. Are you unwell, friend Yuanu? Jiang Rohai inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit unaccustomed to the softness of the chair. Our sect is impoverished and rarely sits in such luxurious seats. I apologize for the inconvenience. Leader Jiang. Oh ho ho. You'll get used to it. Jiang Rohai chuckled awkwardly, his mind racing with sarcastic thoughts. Everyone enjoys putting on airs around me, don't they? Your senior brother may be accustomed to it, but you, a mere novice disciple, are also so adept at feigning grandeur? Spare me. If I hear one more compliment, I might just change my surname. Leader Jiang. Regarding the exploration of the Yunzhou secret realm, I have previously declined your invitations several times, but this time I can participate, as I am bringing my junior sister for some practical experience. Oh dear, no need for such formalities. Just call me Little Hai from now on. Chapter 5. Even the most handsome have their issues. Having departed from the Yunzhou branch for an extended period, Murong Bingjian's head still buzzed with confusion. Oppression of impoverished sects? Such a notion was entirely unfounded. These individuals not only refrained from oppression, but instead lavished them with extravagant praises. If one were to speak of violations, the gravest transgression might very well be the collusion between the branch leader of the Immortal Alliance and the disciples of the sect. Deliberately concealing the origins of the Dao Enlightenment rice, quietly benefiting the Immortal Alliance. Was this a violation? What nonsense! Had it not been for this covert visit, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that such a rare and precious cultivation resource originated from a disciple of a destitute sect. Yet, The real question was, "Brother, given the immense value of our sect's spiritual rice, where did all the spiritual stones go? Our master has accrued a substantial gambling debt while outside, and these spiritual rices were submitted to the Immortal Alliance as reserve funds to placate numerous creditors. Goodness, all because of that wretched woman." Morong Bingjian inhaled sharply, her heart aching for the resilient youth before her, admiration swelling within her. To be burdened with a gambling-addicted master who was as useless as a pile of mud, yet still worked tirelessly to repay debts without a hint of complaint. What immense courage it took to face life with a smile. "Brother, you have it far too hard." Morong Bingjian bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. "Indeed, with you handling these matters, I should find it considerably easier." He Xiaoshu replied with a comforting smile. "I am willing to share the burdens of my brother." Yes, but do not rush. Your most pressing task now is to enhance your cultivation level swiftly. I have arranged with branch leader Jiang to lead the disciples of various sects to explore the Yunzhou secret realm in 3 months. If you do not attain the foundational stage, accompanying me could be perilous. Yuan will not disappoint my brother's expectations and will hasten her cultivation. Morong Bingjian was already brimming with impatience. There was no doubt that if she wished, she could break the seals on her body and ascend to the divine transformation stage without issue. However, such rapid advancement would undoubtedly raise suspicions. For a typical cultivator to ascend from the gathering chi stage to the foundation establishment stage within 3 months was already the mark of extraordinary talent. If she were to rush her progress, she would likely expose herself. Do not be hasty. Do not be hasty. Here are our sects' flying leaf sword technique and flying leaf body technique. Once your realm is solidified, you may practice diligently. I have provided detailed annotations for you. And if there are any uncertainties, feel free to ask me upon your return. Thank you, brother. Upon returning to the sect, Morong Bingjian clutched the 2 handwritten manuals as she entered her wooden cabin. Gazing at the neatly penned, elegant calligraphy, the youthful girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, one is as their words." As for the content of the manuals, my goodness. With a mere glance, Morong Bingjian was utterly stunned. Having long been immersed in the various great sects, she was quite familiar with the inheritance techniques of each. While each possessed its unique characteristics, they largely shared similarities. Sword techniques were either forceful and heavy or swift and unbreakable, while body techniques were either ethereal or elusive. In summary, 2 words, plain and unadorned, save where possible. This was not merely a technique. It resembled a beggar's survival guide in the cultivation world that would evoke sorrow in those who heard it or tears in those who beheld it. Yet, considering the gambling-obsessed master who seemed to be a bottomless pit of debt, it was hardly surprising that such a technique emerged. Alas for that diligent youth. To toil and cultivate spiritual rice worth millions, yet only to practice such a meager technique, it was truly lamentable. Morong Bingjian slowly closed her eyes, spending mere hours running through the 2 techniques in her mind hundreds of times, regardless of her resistance. Mastering this technique swiftly was the only means to disguise her true identity effectively. However, wait a moment. Morong Bingjian's eyes flew open. How could Zhang Rahai, the leader of the Immortal Alliance's Yunzhou branch, stoop so low before a mere disciple of an ordinary sect? Even if the disciple could cultivate the Tao Enlightenment rice and was extraordinarily handsome, such deference was unfathomable. The only explanation was that his identity was far more complex than it appeared. Morong Bingjian smacked her forehead. How foolish of me. I have been entranced by this handsome youth, failing to consider the rationality of the situation. Any normal person would recognize the oddities at play. As a senior agent of the Immortal Alliance, I have shamefully overlooked these clues, allowing my imagination to run wild with his virtues. But he is truly so handsome. The mere thought of riding alongside that graceful figure today made Morong Bingjian's cheeks flush with heat. I must uncover the secrets behind this peculiar sect. Taking several deep breaths, Morong Bingjian began to quietly extend her spiritual sense, enveloping the entire flying leaf peak, swiftly probing toward the small treehouse atop the ginkgo tree. To her astonishment, she soon discovered that with her current peak nascent soul, half a step into divine transformation, she was utterly unable to penetrate. Such a scenario could only imply the presence of a barrier array far surpassing the peak nascent soul stage. Indeed, there was something amiss. Morong Bingjian intensified her probing, her powerful spiritual sense reaching out like the tentacles of an octopus, seeking vulnerabilities in the intricate array. Heaven rewards the diligent. After half an hour, her spiritual sense finally found a gap within the tightly woven array and slipped through. Immediately, she found herself witnessing the young man, just shedding his clothes, preparing for a naked slumber. In a rush of blood to her head, the millennia-old beauty was caught off guard, spurting a mouthful of blood and fainting entirely. Women are truly troublesome. Sensing the retreat of the enveloping spiritual sense, he Xiaoshu, sitting at the edge of the bed, shook his head, redressing himself, restoring the barrier array, and tossing a puppet that resembled him onto the bed before moving to the potted plant on his desk, retrieving a ring from his hand, and vanishing in an instant. When Murong Bingjian awoke, 3 days had already passed. Throughout those 3 days and nights, she had experienced numerous poignant dreams of parting, leaving the floor soaked with her tears. Thankfully, in the end, she had maintained her boundaries, her thoughts untainted. Otherwise, if this continued, she would surely fall prey to inner demons. Calm your heart, calm your heart. Murong Bingjian repeatedly practiced deep breathing, reciting the clear heart technique hundreds of times, until she noticed unusual noises emanating from the quiet treehouse outside. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the door creaking open was crystal clear under the young girl's formidable spiritual sense. Murong Bingjian held her breath and concentrated, her spirit quietly drifting closer. Our incompetence allowed him to escape. The leader of the black-clad figures trembled in fear, repeatedly bowing. Please grant me another chance, master. I will surely make amends. The leader of the black-clad figures trembled, bowing profusely. A chance? I have already granted you one. The youth shook his head in disappointment, softly calling into the shadows. Chen Su, tell him what the rules are. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and the leader of the black-clad figures could only utter a muffled groan before his head was severed from his body. A youth adorned with wolf ears sheathed his dagger and approached He Xiaoshu, bowing deeply. Master. He Xiaoshu nodded in satisfaction. You will take personal responsibility for this matter from now on. Do not let me down. I shall not fail you, master. The wolf-eared youth revealed a bloodthirsty smile, his gaze suddenly shifting toward the wooden cabin where Murong Bingjian resided, cackling. I believe I can smell the scent of prey. A formidable pressure suddenly enveloped the surroundings, as if Murong Bingjian's throat were being gripped with an iron hand, rendering her breath labored. This overwhelming aura emanated from an intense malevolence that only a bloodthirsty assassin could possess. The man in black, whose head had been severed from his body, was at least of the nascent soul realm, yet in the blink of an eye, he was dispatched by the wolf-eared youth. She dared not wager that her spiritual sense surpassed his. The millennium-old maiden pressed herself against the door, stifling her mouth with great effort and amplifying her hearing to its utmost. Outside, He Xiaoshu's deep voice resonated. That is Master S' newly accepted junior sister. When confronting her, it would be wise to restrain your minions. Oh, how unfortunate, the wolf-eared youth lamented, his disappointment palpable, as if he had missed out on a sumptuous feast. Indeed, the cohort of black-clad individuals swiftly retreated, followed by the sound of the treehouse door closing. Murong Bingjian was drenched in cold sweat, and moments later, she began to furiously pinch her own cheeks in front of the mirror. This is merely a dream. This is merely a dream. Upon gazing at her red and swollen cheeks in the mirror, the millennium-old beauty was instantly overcome with tears, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. It's over, it's over. Her career, her love, all gone. This perfect senior brother, blessed with extraordinary looks, a considerate nature, and an impeccable physique, turned out to be a malevolent figure of the demonic path. Chapter 6. What to do when you can't hold it in the artifact forging room of Little Tree Manor. The young wolf-eared boy idly scratched his ear while gazing at the more than 10 black-clad puppets sprawled on the ground. Master, you know she likes you. Why do you continue to tease her? The young boy nodded, half understanding. So what should we do next? Should we frighten her again? He Xiaoshu smiled mysteriously. No need. Just be kind to her. The more considerate, the better. 3 months swiftly passed. Murong Bingjian had no idea how she managed to endure those 3 months. Each day, she either dreamt of being slain by the wolf-eared boy or her senior brother, or she was overwhelmed with sorrow, executing her own brother in despair before ultimately taking her own life. In any case, it was a relentless cycle of death, snap, snap, snap. Truly, days felt like years. Looking into the mirror at her haggard reflection, dark circles under her eyes, Murong Bingjian felt as if her head was no longer atop her neck. Ah no, It felt as though her head had completely detached from her body. Fortunately, as a seasoned agent of the Immortal Alliance, her strong sense of duty eventually triumphed over despair. The 1,000-year-old maiden applied some fragrant powder to her eyelids to mask her dark circles, forcing a stiff smile as she stepped out. Then, her smile vanished. She discovered the wolf-eared boy standing at her door, holding a bowl of medicinal soup and smiling kindly at her. "Sister, you've emerged from seclusion?" Murong Bingjian's eyes widened in fright, the terrifying image of that boy delivering a fatal blow still vivid in her mind. Despite the alarm bells ringing in her head, she feigned surprise. "Why you are? Oh, I am Chun Su, the master's beast pet. Since you are the master's junior sister, may I call you sister?" The boy grinned, revealing a pair of sharp tiger teeth, appearing both adorable and endearing. But, perhaps, if she had not already witnessed his bloodthirsty side, Murong Bingjian might have thought him a charming little neighbor. In the world of martial arts, 3 types of individuals are the most feared: the elderly, the disabled, and children. This seemingly cute little lad with wolf ears was, in fact, a complete psychopath. "Congratulations on your emergence, sister. This is the ginseng soup that Chun Su personally stewed for you. You should drink it while it's hot." The young boy's eyes sparkled with encouragement. "Are you sending me to the afterlife so soon?" Murong Bingjian despaired as she gazed at the steaming bowl of ginseng soup, which increasingly resembled a lethal poison. Yet, if she refused to drink, wouldn't that instantly reveal her inner trepidation? Given the boy's demonstrated power that fateful night, even a fight to the death would likely leave her with little chance of survival. With no alternatives left, she resolved to take a gamble. Thank you." Murong Bingjian gritted her teeth, her heart heavy with impending doom, raising the bowl to her lips. However, her trembling hands caused the bowl to rattle against her teeth, preventing her from drinking a single drop. "Sister? I'm sorry. It might be a bit hot. Can I drink it later?" "It's not hot. I've already blown on it for you," Chinsu assured her. Faced with the boy's eager gaze, Murong Bingjian, in a moment of despair, pinched her nose and steeled herself to gulp it down in one go. Damn it, here goes. If it were indeed poison, let it act swiftly, so she could end it all. Yet moments later, her furrowed brow unexpectedly relaxed. She distinctly felt a rich surge of spiritual energy coursing from her mouth to her lungs, clearing the stagnation within her meridians, while the sweet taste on her tongue made her involuntarily sigh. "This is delicious." "Is that it?" Murong Bingjian asked in surprise. The wolf-eared boy shrugged apologetically. "This blood ginseng is quite rare. It takes a long time to grow even one. The master usually doesn't allow himself to eat it." "Oh, that is not what I meant." Murong Bingjian felt a flush of embarrassment, but before she could explain, she suddenly doubled over, clutching her abdomen, her eyes widening in alarm. She was once again unable to hold it in. Damn it, she was about to burst. Murong Bingjian grimaced in agony. What to do? She couldn't possibly undergo tribulation right here, could she? The tribulation of transformation was no trifling matter. She was utterly unprepared. Even if she could survive it, her identity would be exposed in an instant. Murong Bingjian quickly made a decision, hastily consuming 3 to 5 pills to suppress her cultivation level, then guiding the overwhelming true essence within her to gradually leak out, slowly unsealing her powers. Foundation establishment first layer, foundation establishment second layer, foundation establishment third layer, foundation establishment ninth layer, foundation establishment peak, foundation establishment great perfection, foundation establishment middle stage, foundation establishment middle stage first layer, foundation establishment middle stage third layer. The girl's aura ascended at a tortoise's pace, each release of spiritual energy akin to someone trying to discreetly pass gas, releasing just a bit at a time while attempting to stifle any sound. The entire process was immensely arduous and thrilling, resulting in, "Master, it seems our blood ginseng might be too potent." Observing the colorful spiritual energy wafting around the cabin, the wolf-eared boy expressed his sympathy. "Sister must be on the verge of bursting. Don't worry, it won't break her." He Xiaoshu replied leisurely, reclining in a chair while nibbling on a spirit fruit. "When the time comes for the expedition to Yunzhou's secret realm, there will be opportunities for her to release it. Regular practice will benefit her future breakthroughs." "Oh," Chinsu pouted, struggling to comprehend how this torturous state could have any advantages. But since the master had said so, it must hold deeper significance, and he refrained from further questioning. "Are our preparations for the secret realm ready?" "All set. Ensure everything is flawless. Do not leave any loopholes." I will personally venture into the core area, while you remain in the manor to control the formation. Chinsu understood. Whoosh. As Murong Bingjian struggled to suppress her cultivation. Leaning against the doorframe as she emerged from the cabin, she was met with the sight of an immortal alliance spirit, swords soaring through the air, accompanied by a green jade talisman, landing before the boy standing under a ginkgo tree. The boy retrieved the talisman, swept his consciousness over it, and a warm smile graced his lips. Standing still in his white attire amidst the golden ginkgo leaves, he resembled a celestial being. Upon witnessing this breathtaking scene, Murong Bingjian felt tears nearly spill from her eyes. But years of training quickly jolted her back to reality amid countless warning signals. This man was a disguised dark force leader. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. So perilous that one might be tempted to fly into the flames. Murong Bingjian bit her fist in anguish. How could she approach such a contradictory figure? Should she plunge a sword into his chest, fueled by immense sorrow? Or should she embrace her own despair and perish alongside him? Heavens, what a difficult choice. Never mind. For now, she would adopt an aloof demeanor. As a well-trained senior agent, she could not allow her uncontrollable affection to dictate her actions. This time, regardless of what he said, she would firmly reject it. Not for any other reason but to uphold the dignity of an immortal alliance agent. She would turn the tables and seize the initiative. Humph. Sister, you've emerged. The boy, putting away the jade talisman, summoned a simple spirit sword. His warm smile directed at her. The invitation from the Immortal Alliance has arrived. Let us set off for the Yunzhou secret realm. All right. The girl, without a second thought, scampered over, seamlessly positioning herself behind the sun-kissed boy. Confronted with her legs completely out of her control, Murong Bingjian couldn't help but bite her lip. Humph. This tactic of hers was called the art of enticing by feigning retreat. Regardless of the opponent's tricks, she would first comply with him. Congratulations, junior sister, for swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Your talent and comprehension are truly of extraordinary caliber. Junior sister, why are you holding on so tightly? It's a bit frightening to soar so high. Murong Bingjian tightly embraced He Xiaoshu's waist, actually just wanting to confirm whether the 8-pack abs she had seen that night were indeed. Oh my, they are indeed remarkably defined. Murong Bingjian, what are you doing? Release me at once, you lascivious woman. You are an agent of the Celestial Alliance. This person is under serious suspicion of criminal activity. How could you be swayed just by his looks and physique? The conflict between Murong Bingjian's highly alert mind and her unyielding hands erupted into a frantic struggle. Oh, really? Murong Bingjian suddenly let go, quietly wiping away the blood flowing from her nose. Then I am no longer afraid. Her rationality triumphed over temptation. She had finally upheld her moral boundaries. Yet, the young man before her smiled slightly. It's fine. If you truly are scared, holding tighter wouldn't be a problem. Murong Bingjian, you wretched fool. You have already fallen into this villain's trap. Quickly let go. Junior sister, have we arrived? Oh, so soon? When Murong Bingjian finally regained her composure, she realized they had arrived at the entrance of a secret realm deep in the southern mountains of Yunzhou. Disciples from various sects stood at the entrance, their gazes primarily fixed on Jiang Ruhai, who was on the podium beside the secret realm, completely oblivious to their arrival. Murong Bingjian let out a soft sigh, but it was not difficult to comprehend, although her and her senior brother's average looks could easily overshadow this group of misfits. The cultivation world revered strength above all, as a second-tier sect barely scraping by to be included in the Celestial Alliance. Fei sect could hardly garner any attention from the other sections. Naturally, this did not include Jiang Ruhai, the influential leader of the Yunzhou division of the Celestial Alliance. Observing the tardy He Xiaoshu, Jiang Ruhai, clutching his speech notes, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, due to this hidden powerhouse's low-key personality, despite his excitement, he would never show any signs of flattery towards Fei sect in front of the crowd. After waiting a moment longer, as the scheduled time to open the secret realm approached, Jiang Ruhai fixed his gaze on the crowd and began to speak in an official tone. Since representatives from various sects have largely gathered, I shall say a few words on behalf of the Celestial Alliance. The Yunzhou secret realm is the most ancient of all our realms, said to be the site of a fallen celestial being. Although thousands of years have passed, each exploration yields significant rewards, but I must emphasize that the realm is fraught with unknown dangers. As elite disciples of your respective sects, I acknowledge your excellence. However, the disciples who have perished within were equally, if not more, outstanding than you. Therefore, I implore you all to strictly adhere to the Celestial Alliance's regulations once inside. Assist one another, follow the principle of first come, first served, and strictly prohibit treasure, snatching, and brawling. Any violations will be dealt with severely upon verification. Is that understood? Understood. Very well. I hereby solemnly declare the commencement of the 233rd Yunzhou Secret Realm Exploration. Chapter 7. Encountering the Steel Straight Man upon entering the Secret Realm. Each disciple was provided with a teleportation jade talisman, which could be shattered in times of life-threatening peril to facilitate an immediate escape. The Immortal Alliance had prepared a healing formation at the exit for everyone, instructing pairs to line up in an orderly fashion to enter the teleportation array, while displaying their green invitation talismans. Those without a green talisman were directed to the nearby workstation for registration and verification. It must be said that the operations of the Immortal Alliance during this exploration event had matured significantly, with the organization of various sect disciples entering the secret realm proceeding in an exceptionally orderly manner. This exemplified the Immortal Alliance's high regard for the growth of their junior disciples and also showcased the formidable organizational capabilities of the Yunzhou branch. However, amidst the crowd, Murong Bingjian stood in line, feeling anything but pleased. In fact, she felt somewhat stifled. What a disappointment. Over half an hour had passed, and not a single person had cast a glance in her direction. As a self-assured millennial-old beauty, Murong Bingjian had always maintained an inexplicable confidence in her looks, which was precisely why she adorned herself with 8 layers of disguise while traversing the martial world, though she had already shed 2 layers of disguise, rendering her appearance comparable to that of an ordinary sect flower. Why did these people still ignore her? It was utterly baffling. What was more perplexing was that they seemed to overlook the dazzling top-tier beauty standing beside her. Could it be that these Yunzhou disciples were all devoid of perception? Sensing Murong Bingjian's disheartenment, He Xiaoshu couldn't help but smile gently, saying, "It's quite normal for them to overlook us." Why? Murong Bingjian expressed her bewilderment. Because, He Xiaoshu replied with a mysterious smile, "The dress you wear was personally designed by me." Then they must be even more blind. Murong Bingjian exclaimed. This elegant and ethereal fairy dress was something she had always felt fit her beautifully. Yet to discover that it was crafted by her own senior brother was astonishing. These people truly lacked vision. Oh, I forgot to mention, it's called the Unremarkable Ensemble, and I'm wearing a similar set. Huh. The greatest characteristic of this outfit is that once donned, it renders one's appearance and aura entirely unremarkable, minimizing one's presence to the lowest degree. That can't be true. I still see you looking handsome. Those clad in this ensemble were not affected by each other's appearances. I refuse to believe it unless you show me. No, I mean unless I show you. Curse it, that doesn't sound right either. Are we supposed to undress and look at each other? After uttering this, Murong Bingjian finally untangled her thoughts, her face turning crimson as she awkwardly rubbed her forehead. I apologize, that wasn't my intention. I merely wished to verify the truth of your claims. How foolishly impulsive she had become. No worries, you can reveal yourself to everyone. I'm sure your beauty will cause quite a stir. Anyone stripping in public would indeed attract attention, wouldn't they? How do you propose we verify this? Forget it. Let's assume it's true. Murong Bingjian tugged at the fabric of her attire, scrutinizing it for a long while, without discerning anything unusual, ultimately resigning with a huff. Yet, this only solidified her suspicion. This individual was far more complex than he appeared. To conceal any hints from someone of her prowess, a half-step into the transcendence realm, while simultaneously exhibiting such extraordinary utility, could only be the work of a disciple of unparalleled talent, not someone of mere golden core cultivation. Should he truly be a nefarious figure with ulterior motives, she would not hesitate to deliver him to the Immortal Alliance's dungeons. Indeed, all her actions were for the sake of the Immortal Alliance, for light and justice, for the conviction she had pursued throughout her life. She had long set aside personal feelings. In essence, her indiscriminate closeness to her senior brother was solely to save the world, and not a result of foolish infatuation. Indeed, that is the case. Junior sister, I am about to enter. Huh, you are going. Where? It is our turn to enter the secret realm. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry over. The teleportation array is about to activate. Oh. Murong Bingjian hurriedly scampered over, her mind still somewhat hazy. The space within the teleportation array was particularly confined, allowing only two individuals to stand closely side by side. As the formation activated, Morong Bingjian feigned nervousness, unconsciously leaning forward, pressing against He Xiaoshu, resembling a delicate girl seeking the support of her older brother. Senior brother, I'm scared. There's no need to fear. I have made ample preparations for this. He Xiaoshu confidently patted his mustard seed pouch. A blinding flash of white light surged forth, revealing a colossal beast lunging at them with its gaping maw, the foul stench nearly overwhelming Morong Bingjian. The 1,000-year-old beauty, instinctively reacting, delivered a swift kick, sending the massive beast flying several dozen feet away, its fate uncertain. Junior sister, you are quite formidable. He Xiaoshu observed Morong Bingjian with mild astonishment. Morong Bingjian hastily fell to the ground, feigning shock. Senior brother, what manner of monster is this? How repulsive. He Xiaoshu blinked. That is an iron-armored beast of the Golden Core realm, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. Your kick just now. Senior brother, my foot is swollen. Morong Bingjian cleverly utilized the unrestrained true essence within her to create a swelling at her ankle, seizing the opportunity to clutch her ankle and moan in pain. Secretly relieved by her quick wit, she had nearly been exposed. Fortunately, she was clever enough. However, the young man before her suddenly unsheathed his spirit sword with a swift motion, offering it to her. Use this. Morong Bingjian's lips twitched. I merely have a swollen foot. It hardly warrants amputation, does it? Do not misunderstand, He Xiaoshu said, stroking the spirit sword in his hand. What appears to be a sword is, in fact, a spirit pill. Swallowing it will swiftly heal your injuries and simultaneously awaken your latent potential, granting you unimaginable strength. You want me to swallow a sword? Morong Bingjian glanced at her swollen ankle and then at He Xiaoshu's earnest expression. Are you serious? He Xiaoshu nodded earnestly. Morong Bingjian was momentarily speechless. Do I look like a fool? She felt genuinely offended. No one could insult her intelligence, even if it were the man she fancied. At that moment, the fallen beast in the distance suddenly rolled over, its body swelling with thick quills, emitting a deafening roar as it charged toward them. In the face of the rampaging beast, He Xiaoshu remained unfazed, raising the shining spirit sword high and, before Morong Bingjian's astonished gaze, began to swallow it gradually. As she watched the sword disappear inch by inch into the young man's mouth, Morong Bingjian was initially shocked, then utterly incredulous. She had never anticipated that the sword would indeed yield an extraordinary enhancement effect upon being consumed. She beheld as the handsome youth's aura surged dramatically, enveloped by an almost palpable force, as his initial golden core aura ascended to its peak. What? Morong Bingjian felt her intelligence had been gravely insulted. What had she just witnessed? A spirit sword, upon being swallowed, produced effects akin to both spirit essence powder and blood ignition pills, seemingly without any toxic side effects. Senior brother, I apologize. I was mistaken. I should not have doubted you. Morong Bingjian's lips twitched, her face burning with embarrassment. How infuriating. Why was she so forgetful? A figure capable of cultivating enlightenment rice and crafting such marvelous garments could certainly produce an edible spirit sword. As she presented herself as a seemingly enamored fan, in reality, a secret admirer, no, a clandestine investigator, facing such extraordinary talent. She not only failed to express her admiration for his abilities in a timely manner, but also harbored a multitude of doubts. This was truly unprofessional. Even if the circumstances were absurd, she ought to have outwardly feigned compliance to win his trust. However, it was of no matter, having just swallowed a male sword. She had another female sword to accompany it. He Xiaoshu smiled faintly and produced another spiritual sword. Senior brother, I understand. I shall now swallow the female sword and fly alongside you. Morong Bingjian snatched the spiritual sword from the boy's hand without a moment's thought. Wait. He Xiaoshu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. With a gulp, Morong Bingjian immediately closed her eyes and tilted her head back, swallowing the spiritual sword whole. Faced with his impulsive junior sister, He Xiaoshu could only shake his head in resignation. The female sword cannot be consumed, for it is a genuine spiritual sword. At that moment, Morong Bingjian's eyes widened, her limbs flailing as she grasped the spiritual sword in her mouth, muffled sounds escaping her lips. However, the ferocious armored beast had already charged before them. In the blink of an eye, He Xiaoshu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly drew the spiritual sword from his sister's mouth, cleaving towards the armored beast. The hardest part of the beast's body was its head, which instinctively lowered to block the attack. Unexpectedly, the decisive youth suddenly discarded the spiritual sword, squatting down to tie his shoelaces. The disoriented monster toppled over, and in its astonishment, a sock emitting green smoke was thrown into its gaping mouth. The armored beast had barely tasted it before rolling its eyes in death, succumbing to the poison. With a loud crash, the massive beast fell heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Murong Bingjian stared in disbelief. "I say, junior sister." He Xiaoshu approached and retrieved the fallen spiritual sword, then shook out a packet of healing powder from the hilt, pouring it into Murong Bingjian's still agape mouth. He then sighed deeply. "The world is fraught with danger. You must remember this. Never allow others to anticipate your next move." 2 streams of tears gently slid down Murong Bingjian's cheeks. Truly, it was magnificent. In the face of the rampaging beast, the suave youth executed a series of fluid moves, each step leaving his opponent bewildered, even her, the onlooker. Yet, why was she still so sorrowful? Was it because he was entirely immersed in his own fantastical imaginings, oblivious to the emotions of his soft and cute junior sister, seemingly having intentionally played a trick on her? No, she must not be so narrow-minded. After all, the first thing he had offered her was indeed a pill disguised as a spiritual sword, and it was her own cleverness that led her to swallow the subsequent female sword. However, she had never before ingested anything of such size. Bah, she had never been so thoroughly toyed with. She truly felt a sense of injustice. Oh, the girl began to weep, wiping her tears as she stomped forward, her heart brimming with stubbornness. She thought perhaps she wasn't truly angry. She merely wished to evoke a sense of conscience in him, to coax herself, perhaps. "I say, junior sister." He Xiaoshu hurriedly followed, and a glimmer of hope surfaced in her heart. If only he would comfort her. That edible male sword actually tasted quite good. If you wish to try some, I can offer you a few. He Xiaoshu gently nudged Murong Bingjian with his elbow. "No need, you keep it for yourself." Murong Bingjian replied, her eyelids drooping in disappointment. So he still cared for his own creation. "I am not lying. It truly is delicious. Even if it were the most delectable thing, I would not eat it." "Oh, you wouldn't be coveting the socks that master hasn't washed in half a month, would you? That is strategic material, not to be carelessly shared with you. Only a madman would desire such a thing." "Stop right there." "I won't. Stop. I refuse." Alas, watching his junior sister stumble and roll down the cliff, he Xiaoshu could only sigh in exasperation. "I told you to stop, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've tumbled down the cliff, haven't you? Ugh, women truly are troublesome." Chapter 8: The so-called experience. Ah, how delightful. By the flickering campfire at night, Murong Bingjian savored a large spiritual sword, relishing each bite. It possessed an extraordinarily unique fragrance, a blend of soft and silky sweetness laced with a hint of bitterness that melted in the mouth, leaving one utterly captivated. As if enveloped in a cocoon of silk after a soothing milk bath, freely drifting and indulging in its smoothness. It felt reminiscent of the taste of love. She felt utterly healed. Indeed, she had truly been healed. What a bizarre secret realm this was, prohibiting aerial flight. The sheer height of the cliff was ridiculous. Had it not been for this strikingly handsome and principled steel man who promptly came to her rescue, she would have been destined to become a beautiful girl with lifelong disabilities. With each bite of the spiritual sword, the visible injuries on the young girl began to mend. Yet the sound of her munching on the sword did not cease. It was simply exquisite. So delectable that Murong Bingjian didn't even spare the hilt. She discovered that the different parts of this sword had distinct flavors. The blade was richer in milky sweetness and silkiness, while the hilt, though slightly bitter, boasted a more intense aroma, even containing various kinds of aromatic nut fragments. Each bite was a delightful surprise. It was simply divine. In my distant homeland, this is referred to as chocolate. Observing the way she licked her fingers, he Xiaoshu kindly reminded her, "Those who indulge in this will inevitably end up quite plump." "Let me become plump then." Murong Bingjian finished the last bite of the hilt, contentedly licking her fingers. "So, where is your homeland, senior brother?" "A place called Blue Star." "Blue Star? That sounds beautiful. Will you take me to see it someday?" "It's merely a slightly larger village. I prefer it here more." "Why is that?" "Because here, I can invent and create many more interesting things. Your talent truly surpasses everyone I have ever known. Yet, there is one aspect in which I cannot compete with you." "What is it?" "The thickness of your skin. He Xiaoshu glared at the 8 spiritual swords tightly bound to the girl's back. Are you truly not planning to leave even one for me? Well, if you give it to me, you can always make more. Morong Bingjian blushed, saying, I could offer myself in return. Huh, does that mean I would have to cook for you every day for free? I wouldn't fall for such a trick. Humph. As a stunningly beautiful junior sister like myself, offering myself to you is your great fortune, you know? No need, thank you. TSK. I thought I had fallen for you at first sight. Humph, if we are not discussing it, then we are not discussing it. You act like I would be eager for you. Morong Bingjian couldn't help but roll her eyes in delight. Indeed, deep down, she was overjoyed. After repeated tests, she was pleasantly surprised to find that this adorable senior brother was indeed a man of steel, unyielding and uninterested in anything but his own pursuits. Wasn't he the perfect romantic partner? Talented and not promiscuous. A truly rare gem of a man. Senior brother, I wish to be close. Morong Bingjian boldly leaned closer to He Xiaoshu. Huh, I thought you were a simple-minded little sister, but it seems after revealing your true nature, you are no different from that flirtatious character, Xianling. We are now family, so why maintain such distance? Please remove your hand from the inner side of my thigh. Is this acceptable? And kindly remove that hand from my waist as well. Humph, as if I would be eager to touch you. I merely wanted to check your body to see if you were injured when you jumped off the cliff to save me. I shouldn't have jumped down with you. Hey, that is too much. I am your little sister. Shouldn't you protect me like a budding flower? Your bud is about to burst, all right? But it's because of you that it's about to burst. Hee. What else with that expression as if you've bitten into a fly? I feel like you're insulting me. Perhaps we should part ways. I trust with your thick skin, you won't encounter any danger in this secret realm. Let us say goodbye. Hey. I haven't finished speaking. Humph. Immature fool. Watching the fading silhouette, Morong Bingjian couldn't help but stamp her foot in frustration. While a handsome man who wouldn't flirt around was indeed appealing, his lack of romantic sensibility was truly infuriating. Had she known, she would have continued to feign innocence. However, this was fortuitous. It provided her the perfect opportunity to investigate just what secrets this fellow was hiding. Indeed, she was merely pretending to be a naive girl, intentionally approaching the formidable figure of the demonic path to fulfill the organization's undercover mission, certainly not blinded by infatuation. As the millennium-old beauty's eyes twinkled, her figure vanished into the night. After navigating several turns at the cliff's base, He Xiaoshu skillfully activated a hidden array on the cliff wall and then slipped into a cave. Once inside, the entrance closed instantly. As the youth progressed steadily, the array within the cave illuminated layer upon layer, gradually transforming into a vast starry expanse. Standing in the center of the starry sky, the youth gently pressed down on a colorful star cluster before him. Little Tree Manor, connecting to the Cloud State's secret realm. As soon as the words left his lips, the ring in his hand emitted a gentle glow, connecting with the entire starry expanse. Simultaneously, He Xiaoshu's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself in the listening rain pavilion by the pond at Little Tree Manor. Master, the integrated array for the trial space has been fully activated, and disciples from various sects have begun battling monsters. As Chun Tzu spoke, he pushed a wide recliner behind He Xiaoshu. He Xiaoshu settled into the chair, observing hundreds of luminous points orderly appearing on the holographic array displayed on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. Are the sealing cards ready? They are prepared. When the disciples encounter a fatal blow from the monsters, the sealing cards will automatically trigger, permanently preserving their techniques. As soon as the wolf-eared youth finished speaking, several red points on the holographic array disappeared, while green quality cards gradually appeared on the tea table to the right of the rocking chair, with occasional blue quality cards surfacing as well. This batch of disciples possesses quite decent talent. He Xiaoshu picked up a spirit fruit nearby and took a bite, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the entire Cloud State secret realm is akin to a colossal assembly line, with the monsters being conjured by the array. The disciples from various sects unleashed their true essence to strike the monsters, charging the sealing cards he had set up throughout the realm, thus earning combat experience. In other words, every disciple who comes here for experience is essentially his worker. Of course, to encourage these disciples to actively challenge the trials, the slain monsters randomly drop weapons and elixirs, which are merely his usual subpar concoctions. Utilizing waste is essential. He certainly cannot let his master spend all day picking up trash to sell cheaply. For the sake of environmentalism, it is best for these scraps to be recycled. The renovation project for the Cloud State secret realm commenced 3 years ago, at which time Zhang Ruhai had just been transferred to Cloud State. Grappling with the issue of talent loss, cultivating immortality boils down to 4 words: wealth, partners, techniques, and land. Among these, wealth is paramount. While Cloud State has a substantial population and a decent yield of spiritual stones, its greatest disadvantage is the scarcity of resources available for exploration and training in secret realms. Over the years, only this Cloud State secret realm has managed to sustain itself. Although this place has indeed been the resting ground of exiled immortals, it has been unable to withstand the relentless plundering by countless cultivators over the centuries. The degradation of resources within the secret realm has become an undeniable reality, resulting in a steady decline in the quality of talent in Yunzhou over the past few decades, as aspiring cultivators flock to the neighboring regions of Lizhou and Kunzu. The success rate of advancing to the Golden Core stage has diminished year by year, and by the time Zhang Ruhai assumed his position, Yunzhou unfortunately ranked last among the 9 states. Thus, when He Xiaoshu proposed a renovation plan for the Yunzhou secret realm, Zhang Ruhai promptly approved it at the dining table. The development and profit rights for the Yunzhou secret realm over the next century would entirely belong to the Face sect, with the stipulation that the Golden Core advancement rate of the top 10 sects in Yunzhou must improve by 50% from its current level and maintain a ranking within the top 5 of the 9 states. Naturally, such a transaction involving the sale of development rights could not be publicly contracted, so everything relied on Zhang Ruhai's personal credibility as a guarantee. He Xiaoshu was more than pleased with this arrangement, as the less public the matter, the easier it would be to operate behind the scenes. The entire renovation process, from design to execution, was entirely under He Xiaoshu's control, with the Immortal Alliance having no involvement whatsoever. Consequently, Zhang Ruhai achieved the political success he desired. The Golden Core advancement rates of Yunzhou's top 10 sects have steadily improved in recent years, and by this year, they have firmly secured a place within the top 5 of the 9 states. As long as this momentum is maintained, the goal of cultivating a strong province with abundant talent is within reach. In this mutually beneficial transaction, He Xiaoshu reaped the greatest rewards. The most fundamental benefit was the collection of various sects cultivation techniques through the sealing cards, allowing him to traverse the world under different identities. The more significant gain, however, came from the concentrated efforts of the disciples from various sects to breach the hidden dungeons of the secret realm. The exploration routes of this secret realm consist of 9,999 branches, yet only one leads to the core area. To gain access to the core, it was essential to have a sufficient number of individuals to conduct thorough investigations. Through the integrated pathways of simultaneous advancement, He Xiaoshu has successfully accessed the core area twice. Yet the gatekeeper of that core remains a formidable adversary, unwilling to relinquish the final treasure. Nevertheless, this time, he is determined to succeed. After consuming the last piece of spiritual fruit, He Xiaoshu donned a set of black enchanted armor adorned with a cloak, and put on a silver mask that concealed half of his face. "You stay here and manipulate the formation, while I continue training your senior sister," he instructed. Oh, Chun Sun nodded obediently, pondering what kind of person his master intended to mold his senior sister into. "The chief creditor of your sect master has offered 6 million spirit stones for us to train her into a political elite. And what is her current progress?" "Oh, ahem. This is knowledge meant for great talents. Children should not learn bad habits." "Understood. Good." He Xiaoshu affectionately ruffled his dragon son's head, flared his cloak, and strode away. Chapter 9. The Emergence of the Dark Lord after departing from the base of the cliff. He Xiaoshu quickly turned towards another branch of the valley at the cliff's bottom, evading the all-encompassing divine sense of Murong Bingjian, who immediately cloaked the surrounding area in her awareness. Despite being a senior investigator of the Celestial Alliance, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she lost track of He Xiaoshu. It was evident that he was far more formidable than a mere novice at the Golden Core stage. His ability to slip away from the divine sense of a peak nascent soul practitioner indicated that his true strength was likely on par with her own. Yet, the question remained, what could such a hidden powerhouse possibly seek in a realm specifically designed for the training of Foundation establishment disciples? Why did Zhang Ruhai place such importance on his participation in this trial? The answers to these conundrums could only be gleaned from the perspective of an ordinary disciple. Thus, Murong Bingjian donned a simple yet elegant fairy gown, positioning herself along the common path of various sections. Subsequently, she casually targeted a low-level wild beast to engage in a solo hunt. Absent the obscuring effects of her usual unremarkable attire, the now unveiled Murong Bingjian radiated beauty. Akin to a blooming peach blossom, even in her ordinary gown, she rivaled the most stunning flowers of any sect, swiftly capturing the attention of many passing disciples. With a flurry of sword lights, the magical beast fell. Which sect does this young lady hail from? Why is she training alone? Several elite disciples approached her, eager to strike up a conversation. Might I inquire as to which celestial gate you belong? The Yunzhou secret realm is fraught with peril. It would be prudent to join us. Murong Bingjian mused to herself. It seems that an increase in beauty indeed facilitates matters. She casually introduced herself. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed friends. My name is Zhang Yuaner, a direct disciple of Master Xianling from the Fei sect. Fei sect? How could we have been so rude? We sincerely apologize. The disciples quickly backtracked. Please, continue your training. We shan't disturb you further. Before she could react, the disciples hastily retreated. As she extended her divine sense, she overheard their murmurs as they fled. That was close. I just flirted with the direct disciple of the #1 gambler in the Jiuzhou. If this gets out, and her master forces me into marriage to repay debts, I'd be shackled for generations. Indeed, I heard her master lost 800,000 spirit stones at the Xiantian gambling house just yesterday, and her marriage certificate was worth over 100,000. Such a lovely lady. A gentleman ought not to pursue her. The road of cultivation is long, and beauties are but fleeting illusions. Rather than find a burdensome girlfriend, let's team up and farm together. If we score good gear, we can auction it among ourselves. Excellent idea. Let us move quickly. Listening to the departing banter of the male disciples, Murong Bingjian felt a surge of indignation. Was the reputation of the Fei sect truly so poor? And what was this about her master using her marriage certificate to settle debts? Despite her frustration, she had no recourse but to accept the reality, trailing behind the group of disciples as they leveled up and auctioned equipment. These insufferable men. Once I ascend to the status of an elder in the Celestial Alliance, I shall enforce a rule that all training teams in the secret realms must consist of at least 30% female disciples. Otherwise, they shall not be permitted to form parties. After a full day of following their exploits, she watched as the group maintained an impressive winning streak, intensifying her envy. Even late into the night, as the male disciples set up camp and drifted into slumber, her discontent lingered. The question remained, why should Murong Bingjian, a distinguished investigator of the Celestial Alliance, stoop to the level of these children? Suddenly, she realized that her expectations for these youthful disciples, merely 18 or 19 years old, were perhaps too high. Instead, she contemplated using this opportunity to conduct a thorough examination of their physical development. Recalling the attractive features of several disciples she had observed earlier, she resolved to infiltrate their camp for a closer inspection of their growth, all for the future of the Celestial Alliance. Taking out a disguise, she transformed into a rugged man with a scruffy beard and donned dark attire, quietly passing through the defensive barrier and entering the male disciples' camp. With trembling hands, she cautiously parted the tent flap. To her astonishment, she discovered a masked man in a black cloak had already arrived. He produced an indescribable black magic crystal, which floated above the heads of the disciples, drawing tendrils of dark energy from them into the crystal. Murong Bingjian's heart raced, not merely from witnessing the dark sorcerer draining the essence of the younger disciples, but because the masked figure was, without a doubt, her own darkened senior brother, He Xiaoshu. Confirming the familiar curve of his lips, she felt certain he was the man she had longed to kiss. But the pressing question remained, what was she to do? To stand idly by while he harmed his juniors was unbecoming of a qualified investigator. Yet, intervening would mean opposing him, creating an adversarial relationship between them. Could it be that their fates were destined to be intertwined as star-crossed lovers? Better to let me die? She murmured, infatuated and clenching her fists. Bah, dying at the hands of such a striking dark protagonist? I could accept that. Who goes there? He Xiaoshu turned his piercing gaze towards the tent entrance, swiftly raising his fist. With a thunderous crash, Murong Bingjian was propelled backward into the bushes, clutching her chest in pain. Oh my, this hurts. I suddenly have no desire to die. Who are you? He Xiaoshu leaped forward, towering over her, his fierce gaze akin to that of a predator assessing its prey. Wow, even his menacing demeanor is captivating. Murong Bingjian fell into a daze once more. At that moment, clad in her disguise, she appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary, scruffy man. The imposing figure, adorned with an unexpected countenance, gazed affectionately upwards at the dashing sorcerer, tenderly uttering, "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is the beauty of our encounter, which has captivated time itself." As he spoke, 2 streams of blood unwittingly cascaded down his face. "Damn it," he Xiaoshu thought, his teeth clenched in irritation, and he immediately delivered a punch. Despite knowing that beneath this guise lay his infatuated junior sister, her behavior was still insufferable. In response to the blow, Morong Bingjian instinctively dodged. For although her heart fluttered with affection, she was well aware that his punches were not to be taken lightly. After all, she had recently experienced the firmness of his strength. With her agile movements, she attempted a backward roll, only to find that the fist descending from above had vanished, replaced by an immense black cage. The Fengu imprint. By heavens! The lecherous Murong Bingjian barely had time to react before she was ensnared within a cage forged from black crystal, rendered utterly helpless. Sprawled on the ground like a flipped turtle, amidst the overwhelming binding force enveloping her, Murong Bingjian's expression remained surprisingly serene. She should have anticipated that this domineering man, who had surprised her as an amiable elder brother, would not adhere to conventional norms upon transforming into a dark sorcerer. There was no escape. She was merely prey on his plate, meat in his bowl, squid on his chopping board, with no recourse but to submit to his whims. With blood trickling from her nostrils, she offered a defiant smile, yet it quickly faded. For the darkened protagonist looming above her suddenly inquired, "Are you an agent of the Immortal Alliance?" Murong Bingjian's gaze first widened in shock, then swiftly regained composure. But by the time she realized he was likely attempting to deceive her, it was too late. Her expression had betrayed everything. With a bitter smile, she replied, "If I said I wasn't, would you believe me?" "You are quite candid," he Xiaoshu acknowledged with a nod. "Thus, I have decided not to kill you. Yet. You may as well kill me." "No killing. Come on, just end it quickly." "Are you unwell?" "I am indeed unwell. I suffer from lovesickness." "Who are you pining for?" "A man far away yet close at hand." "Go die." Suddenly, he Xiaoshu thrust a pill into Murong Bingjian's mouth, forcing her to swallow it. "What have you given me?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. She had been fervently seeking death because agents of the Immortal Alliance possessed a life-preserving talisman that would activate upon a fatal blow, transporting them miles away. Yet, she had never anticipated that this enraged dark figure would resort to poisoning her instead. Gagging, Murong Bingjian struggled to expel the pill with her tongue, only to find that it dissolved instantly, merging into her very being. This is the end. Is my illustrious name about to be extinguished here? She was unwilling to accept it. She had yet to win over the dark and domineering protagonist. No, she had not yet fulfilled her lifelong aspirations. However, moments later, why am I still alive? Murong Bingjian pondered, her heavy accent betraying her confusion. The voice package, bound to her character's appearance, was an innate feature of the Immortal Alliance's disguise. She could not control it. "So you wish to die?" he mocked. "I no longer wish to die." "Ah, well, that's a relief." Murong Bingjian's eyes widened in astonishment. She had initially intended to express her willingness to be at his mercy, yet her words had inadvertently transformed into a plea for life. He Xiaoshu waved the jade vial in his hand and spoke deliberately. "This is called truthful confection, crafted from immortal rice, balloon flour, honey, and the essence of Tianshan snow lotus. Upon consumption, it compels one to speak their innermost truths, and it is quite delectable." Upon hearing this, Murong Bingjian couldn't help but smack her lips, realizing it indeed sounded delightful. She lamented, "I apologize. I mistakenly thought you had fed me a lethal poison. I was so anxious that I failed to savor the flavor. Might you offer me another? How naive of you. Listen carefully. From now on, I will ask, and you shall answer. Answer well, and I shall release you. Answer poorly, and your life will be forfeit. Do you understand?" "I understand." "Your identity?" "Agent of the Immortal Alliance." "Why infiltrate the secret realm of Yinzhou?" "To track you." "And why did you attempt to infiltrate the camp just now?" "To examine the bodies of those male disciples." "Wait, please don't misunderstand. I was merely curious about their development. My true affection lies with you." The dark villain stared, astonished, at the seemingly lecherous man before him. "So your true purpose in following me was?" The scruffy man blushed deeply. "From the moment we first met, I was smitten. I am utterly captivated by your beauty, unable to resist the urge to be near you, dreaming of having a multitude of children together." I have even thought of names. If you agree to name the firstborn Tuan Tuan, I shall name the second Yuan Yuan. Boom. A radiant beam of light suddenly erupted from the silent camp, illuminating the dark night sky as if it were day. Chapter 10. The Loss of Principles. As Murong Bingjian emerged from the void, her expression was a blend of 7 parts astonishment, 3 parts bewilderment, and an overwhelming 12 parts regret. It was all her fault for being blinded by desire. The disguise she wore, once adorned with a rugged visage, had completely crumbled, revealing her true form as a once beautiful girl, now slumped on the ground in despair. It must be said, the darkened version of He Xiaoshu was genuinely terrifying. Had it not been for the life-saving talisman crafted by her esteemed leader father, she might have truly met her demise this time. The force of that punch could likely rival even the most formidable of realms. Recalling the words she uttered in her dying moments, Murong Bingjian yearned for a crevice to hide in. Yet, thankfully, the lecherous man with the thick accent had turned to ash, allowing her to continue her role as the lovesick junior sister Zhang Yuaner of the Flying Leaf sect. However, she would have to temper her exuberance when confronted by her unromantic elder brother, who seemed to detest passionate and unrestrained women. Thus, for the sake of the immortal alliance, for the greater good, and to remain by the side of this cunning dark prince and unearth more hidden secrets, she must make sacrifices and undergo transformations. Brother, Yuaner was wrong, and she will no longer take the initiative to flirt with you. The adorable maiden pouted, tears brimming in her eyes as she grasped the communication talisman at her waist, sincerely admitting her fault. Yuaner has lost her way. Please guide me, brother. I truly dare not again. She swore to the heavens that if she dared to flirt with him once more, she would face divine retribution. After lamenting for nearly half an hour, a resigned sigh finally emanated from the talisman. Where are you? I don't know. It's all just stones here. Murong Bingjian pouted, feeling wronged as she surveyed the desolate surroundings. Just stay where you are and do not move. I will go pick some fruit and return to you. Oh! With a soft thud, a fresh spirit fruit suddenly landed in her palm. Eat this. Upon seeing the handsome young man in white reappear before her, Murong Bingjian felt so wronged she nearly burst into tears. Brother, I understand, sister. Murong Bingjian, feeling aggrieved, began to nibble on the spirit fruit in her hand. I can't kiss, can't hug, and can't act cute. What difference is this from living in solitude? It would be better too. As the juice of the spirit fruit burst forth, a wave of refreshing sweetness enveloped her senses, instantly calming her restless heart. The chaotic thoughts within her began to align, her turbulent spirit undergoing a baptism that returned it to simplicity. She gradually transcended base desires, gazing upon the world with clarity and purity. This wondrous sensation felt as if she had transformed into a bird with outstretched wings, traversing through the river of time. Witnessing the changing of seasons and the warmth and chill of life, her soul achieving a sublime elevation, becoming tranquil and desireless. A tear rolled down her cheek as she realized the nature of this fruit. This was the sage fruit, born from the ancient sage's insights into the essence of existence, granting the consumer a brief state of desirelessness, particularly effective for those prone to lustful thoughts. Stop feeding me such odd things. Just tell me if it tastes good. It's quite delicious. Then that suffices. Suddenly, Murong Bingjian sorrowfully discovered that before this cunning young man, she had completely lost her initiative. Although he appeared merely 17 or 18, radiating a youthful charm that made one yearn for romance, she could no longer treat him as an ordinary handsome youth. This individual was formidable, effortlessly keeping her under his control. Could she truly manage such a domineering and cunning character? Though she desperately wished to. Abruptly, a refreshing current surged from her core, sending a shiver through her. Any untoward thoughts were instantly extinguished. The young maiden's gaze turned distant, her lips curving into a benevolent smile. The true essence of a beautiful maiden, wise, serene, and free of desires. The effects of the sage fruit began to manifest once more. Observing his junior sister's gaze shift from infatuation to tranquility, He Xiaoshu nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he had discovered the antidote to her infatuation. It had not been an easy task. The ability to control one's desires and manage emotions is indeed an essential quality of a competent politician. So, let the training commence. It was time to embark upon the primary mission of this secret realm exploration. Master, the preliminary tasks for the disciples of various sects have been completed by 99%. The hidden dungeon is about to open. The voice from the talisman conveyed Chun's reminder. He Xiaoshu grasped Murong Bingjian's hand and led her away from the desolate stone beach. Hey! Suddenly holding my hand, Murong Bingjian felt a flicker of panic. Where are you taking me? To a fun place. Before long, they traversed the vast desert and arrived at a vibrant oasis. Tall date palms surrounded the oasis, yet at its center lay a dark entrance devoid of water. The entrance, merely 6 feet wide, appeared to plunge into an unfathomable abyss. Countless experiences from previous explorations warned her that this pitch-black hole was fraught with unpredictable dangers. One must not venture without absolute certainty. Jump in. He Xiaoshu pointed dispassionately. Murong Bingjian's mouth twitched. Even if you don't like me, there's no need to kill me, right? I'll count to 3, and you jump with me. Are you planning to take me down with you? But there are no parental objections to our relationship. 3. Hey, can you give me a moment to prepare mentally? 2. Wait, I haven't left my last words. 1. He Xiaoshu immediately embraced Murong Bingjian and leaped into the abyss. They plummeted freely, caught in a rush of wind. In that moment, Murong Bingjian realized how tragic it would be if one could not act according to their heart's desire at the end of life. Hence, the graceful maiden wrapped her arms around the handsome youth, disregarding the weightlessness and fierce winds, and kissed him. The kiss of the maiden descended like a butterfly dancing among flowers. Yet, in the moment their lips barely brushed, the stunned young man kicked her away. Ouch! Murong Bingjian felt like a butterfly with its wings severed, flailing into a large haystack. When she finally emerged, disheveled and with hay strewn across her head, she faced the cold judgment of the young man, her eyes wide with despair. Did you really think we were going to perish? Is this your excuse for breaking 2 taboos? It's not entirely my fault. You took me to jump into a bottomless pit without any explanation. I was quite restrained not to break the 4th taboo. You wish to break the 4th taboo? Forgive me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. The maiden's voice was barely a whisper. He Xiaoshu shook his head, letting out a long sigh. Just this once. It shall not happen again. Thank you for your magnanimity, brother. Whether it was a moment of conscience or deep hurt, the disheveled maiden followed He Xiaoshu like a defeated dog, her silence continuing even as a lively town came into view. This place is known as Wuxing Town, a concealed dungeon within the mystical realm of Yunzhou. Oh, there lies an inn ahead. Let us first secure accommodations and take a moment to rest. Here is the key to your room. You may enter to wash and change your attire. I shall await you in the lobby in half an hour. Observing the girl's solitary figure as she departed, He Xiaoshu was momentarily engulfed by an inappropriate sense of guilt, questioning whether he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. Alas, he resolved to find a way to make amends after they conquered the dungeon. Yay! 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 Murong Bingjian's forlorn expression instantly transformed into ecstatic joy as she clenched her fists tightly. She had kissed him. She had kissed him. She had kissed him. Today had indeed been an extraordinary event, surpassing even the most fervent bargaining of market vendors. Even if she were to tumble to her demise, it would be worth it. Haraha. Yet, considering this beautiful youth's reclusive nature, she could not afford to display even a hint of her elation. She must feign grievance and despondency. Thus, the fervently excited maiden stifled her emotions, nearly suffocating herself in the process. Of course, the outcome was remarkably effective. Not only did he refrain from further pursuing her for breaking 2 taboos, but he also unprecedentedly offered her a room. Was this not akin to the sun rising from the west? This would surely be her strategy moving forward. Before long, the half-hour elapsed. Murong Bingjian, adorned with a simple hairpin and dressed in unremarkable attire, descended promptly to the inn's lobby. Yuan pays her respects to her senior brother. The girl's serene visage bore only a hint of makeup, exuding an air of elegance. She had mastered the art of captivating her senior brother by adhering to his preferences and never overstepping her bounds without his consent. He Xiaoshu felt a flicker of relief upon seeing his suddenly transformed junior sister. Remarkably, he had nearly succumbed to a pang of compassion for her. It was evident that she had begun to navigate the complexities of duality. Indeed, she was a promising pupil, reflecting on her innocent demeanor when she first arrived at the mountain, and recalling the shameless training plan devised by Xianling to coax him into leveraging his charms. He Xiaoshu could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. However, outward calm does not necessarily indicate sufficient capability. She required further training to independently complete tasks. Are you not at all surprised by the sudden emergence of such a bustling town within the dungeon? He Xiaoshu inquired tentatively. His junior brother had previously mentioned that this was a concealed dungeon. And although Yuan did not comprehend the term dungeon, she could infer it referred to a small secret within the larger realm. Indeed, He Xiaoshu nodded in approval. What do you believe is the essence of this small secret? Your analysis is commendable, yet it remains overly simplistic. What? This dungeon is, in fact, a chain of interconnected quests, rather than merely seeking a single clue, He Xiaoshu replied with a gentle smile. For instance, the Wind Spirit Winery mentioned by the innkeeper. Once you uncover the truth, you will find that the proprietress has ceased sending her daughter's red wine due to her husband's infidelity. She has been preoccupied with catching his mistress. However, the task does not involve assisting her in this pursuit, but rather, contrary to her expectations, introducing the eligible bachelor Wang Xiaozai, who teaches at the town's private school. Once the proprietress experiences a rekindling of romance and formally separates from her husband, she will reward you with a barrel of aged red wine and graciously invite you to her home. Upon your arrival at the banquet, you will be introduced to the town's mayor, who is quite fond of wine. The following day, you shall bring the barrel of aged red wine to the mayor's residence for a splendid feast. Once he is thoroughly intoxicated, he will inadvertently reminisce about a group of celestial beings who visited the town years ago in search of exceptional disciples, showcasing the remnants of a divine incense they left behind. Once you ignite the incense, a celestial master will descend to test your cultivation aptitude, assessing various aspects required by the elemental arts of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Should any aspect fall short of his expectations, he will depart, and you will be irrevocably expelled from the mystical realm. Who on earth would devise such a convoluted chain of quests? Morong Bingjian exclaimed in astonishment, her face a portrait of disbelief as she turned to He Xiaoshu. Senior brother, you wouldn't have already. Chapter 11. The essence of the secret realm revealed indeed. This secret realm is truly formidable, even beyond the capabilities of senior brothers. Why does this cursed daughter's red wine seem to multiply with every sip? Burp. After traversing the entire quest chain anew with He Xiaoshu, Morong Bingjian ultimately succumbed at the banquet table of Wuxing Town. If I ever ascend as the leader of the Immortal Alliance, I shall forcibly conscript you into my harem as the Alliance's lady. Humph. Let us see if you dare defy the entire Immortal Alliance then. Burp, observing the girl beside him, utterly intoxicated and oblivious on the table. He Xiaoshu could not help but smile slightly, then turned his gaze towards the swaying, portly town mayor across from him. Brother Mayor, regarding the spiritual incense you mentioned earlier, I find it hard to believe it is genuine. Do not believe. Allow me to ignite it for you. The inebriated mayor retrieved a half-burnt stick of incense from the jade box, attempting to light it on the candle at the table, but He Xiaoshu swiftly seized his wrist. What do you mean by this, my younger brother? The mayor appeared perplexed. Who should be asking you that? He Xiaoshu took the incense from the mayor's hand and spoke slowly. I have visited this secret realm twice before, and each time you would light the incense to summon the so-called celestial masters to test me. I believe my performance throughout the trials has been flawless, yet I still failed to impress the celestial masters. Pray tell, what could be the reason? You may not believe it, but you will find no one with better cultivation talent than I across the vast heavens and earth. He Xiaoshu toyed with the incense, speaking with measured calmness. Talent is debatable, but your audacity is indeed unmatched, the mayor replied, once again attempting to reclaim the incense, only to miss again. This incense is rather peculiar. Does it not resemble a teleportation talisman inviting me to leave? He Xiaoshu raised his head, gazing deeply at the mayor across the table. Am I correct in my conjecture, Brother Mayor? Or should I address you as Lord Shadow Demon? Upon hearing the familiar title, the swaying mayor suddenly straightened his large frame, his expression turning serious. When did you realize? I suspected from our first meal together, though I wasn't entirely certain, so I returned twice more. The dishes served in this manner always include several fixed meat dishes, and each time you only pick those few that you favor, indicating a level of intelligence far surpassing that of other characters who merely exhibit random movements. The mayor's gaze grew complex. I cannot believe if you had already deduced this. Why continue to play along, participating in the trials time and again? Was it merely to assess my intelligence? If I did not continue the charade, how could I repeatedly enter this secret realm, covertly altering the array structures and seizing control over all routes? He Xiaoshu smiled slightly. To be honest, this time, I not only commandeered all routes, but also preemptively harvested the heart demons of the disciples, blocking all your energy sources. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Can your heart demon energy array still function smoothly? What did you say? The mayor trembled, extending a hand into the void as if attempting to summon some hidden power. Yet found nothing. His pupils dilated in shock, beads of sweat forming on his greasy forehead. He simply could not comprehend when his meticulously arranged heart demon energy pool had run dry. He Xiaoshu's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze sharp. If I am not mistaken, your entire energy system must be on the verge of collapse, yes? Ha ha ha. The portly mayor slammed the table, suddenly hunched over in bitter laughter. I never expected that I, the shadow demon lord who has devoted my life to studying formations, would be utterly defeated by a mere child of the human race. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks, leading one to an end unworthy of a hero. The young man smiled mysteriously, raising his cup to gently clink it with the mayoress, then took a sip. For me? The shadow demon lord's expression shifted from shock to furious indignation. Not only have you schemed to steal my formations and undermine my foundations, but you also covet my very being, desiring me to submit. You might as well kill me. The corpulent middle-aged man stood, indignant, smashing his cup to the floor. Cough, cough, cough. He Xiaoshu spat out his drink, nearly choking, hurriedly refilling a cup and offering it to the mayor. Brother, you misunderstand. Let us speak plainly. I wish to invite you to be my operations director. Operations director? The shadow demon lord was bewildered. What is that? Simply put, you would be responsible for the development, operation, and daily maintenance of all secret realms under my purview. The working conditions are quite relaxed. You may act freely, only needing to report to me. The demon race shall never be enslaved. The shadow demon lord immediately rejected, let alone submit to a human. What if I told you that the power I command exceeds your imagination? Xiaoshu pulled a black magic crystal from his bag, crushing it on the spot. The dark energy surged along his arm, and in the next moment, his celestial aura became even more refined. You are of the demon race? No, your aura is unmistakably human. How can this be? The shadow demon lord's eyes widened in disbelief, shifting from shock to confusion, and finally to a state of utter bewilderment. Do you wish to uncover the secret of my being? Xiaoshu smiled wickedly. Then submit to me. Give me a reason I cannot refuse. The shadow demon lord gritted his teeth, showcasing his final stubbornness. I can allow you to retain this newly acquired territory and will fully support you in its development. What? You actually figured it out? The mayor's lips began to tremble. I have indeed. Xiaoshu nodded assuredly. This is not a mere illusion. It comprises genuine beings, though they may not yet possess brilliance. I am confident that with the infusion of demonic essence, this Wuxing town will transform into an unprecedented territory, enabling the demon race to thrive in a new form for generations. Ha 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 ha, you see it. You truly see it. The shadow demon lord, overwhelmed with joy, wept openly, tears streaming down his chubby cheeks. I never anticipated that my design, rejected by my kin and the heir alike, would gain the acknowledgement of a descendant of the human race after millennia of demon extinction. Wiping his tears, the shadow demon lord spoke amidst a mix of sorrow and joy. Yet I should have guessed, with your understanding of formations and illusions, you could not possibly be unaware of my designs. Still, to hear your praise in person is quite surprising. Thank you. Thank you. Do not mention it. I always speak the truth. However, Xiaoshu suddenly raised his gaze, shifting the conversation. While your design is bold and intricate, I believe there is ample room for improvement. Oh, I would love to hear more. The shadow demon lord perked up instantly. In truth, human relationships are not immutable. You should permit the existence of such chaotic elements. For instance, the owner of the daughter's red winery, upon discovering her husband's infidelity, might not seek a new lover but instead sever ties with her spouse, resolve to empower herself, and become a formidable businesswoman. As a creator, you ought to endow life with greater possibilities rather than impose your own fantasies to define their futures. I believe that only through the convergence of innumerable possibilities can a world become a vibrant tapestry. Allow me to present the latest design of my secret realm reward system. Xiaoshu effortlessly summoned a luminous array, upon which hundreds of brilliant points of light danced. These points represented the participants venturing into the secret realm. Each individual would receive rewards from slaying magical beasts, with the spoils being entirely random. Some would acquire weapons, others elixirs, and some profound manuals. Among them, the fates of certain individuals might even be irrevocably altered. The young man smiled faintly. pondering that a life brimming with countless hopes and possibilities is indeed worthy of every individual's earnest striving to forge a brighter future. Would you not agree? Suddenly, a revelation struck the shadow demon lord, his mind ablaze with insight, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. From a singular point of explosion, he beheld myriad potential futures. Indeed. The lips of the shadow demon leader quivered, realizing the profound truth in the words spoken. Why had he never contemplated this before? If one cannot grant sentient beings the opportunity to rewrite their own destinies, what significance does the existence of this world hold? In an instant, 1,000 flashes of inspiration illuminated his mind, compelling him to take immediate action. However, as his hands reached under the table, they met only the emptiness of an arrayed disk. The shadow demon lord awkwardly recalled that all his formations had been seized by the adversary, and he swallowed hard, hesitantly uttering, "Is it too late for me to address you as boss? My true name is Wang Dafu. You may call me Xiao Wang." Xiaoshu chuckled heartily. "Welcome, General Wang, to our grand endeavor of transforming the world. I shall invest in your project." Boss, overcome with emotion at the unexpected angel investment, Wang Dafu's eyes brimmed with tears, leaving him momentarily speechless. "I have already indulged too much in wine." With that, he proudly lifted the wine jar before him and tilted it back, drinking heartily. Glug, glug, glug. Chapter 12. Winning unconsciously. Do not underestimate him. He is one of the 4 great lords of the ancient demon clan, the Shadow Demon Lord. Xiaoshu gazed at the bountiful spoils strewn on the ground, expressing profound satisfaction with the gains from this endeavor. The Shadow Demon Lord? Is he formidable in combat? Perhaps, maybe, somewhat formidable? Splendid. Once he awakens, I must engage him in a spirited duel. The young lad rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Having spent far too long alone in the manor, he felt as if his limbs were about to sprout fur. This rare opportunity for a sparring partner could not be missed. But you must obtain his consent first. Xiaoshu gently reminded. Understood. Absolutely. Without a doubt. The youth nodded vigorously. Is the final trial ready? It is prepared. Well then, let us commence immediately. However, senior sister is still in the secret realm, isn't she? No matter. It provides her with the perfect chance to vent. A girl holding back for too long may encounter problems. Oh, as his words fell, the wolf-eared youth lightly tapped the formation diagram before him, and the secret realm underwent a dramatic transformation. All disciples participating in the trial simultaneously plunged into mutually independent spaces. Soon, a white-haired elder, with white brows and a long beard, descended holding a whisk. Fated ones, congratulations on entering the final trial. You are the exiled immortal? The disciples regarded this suddenly appearing elder as the exiled immortal who had perished in the Yunzhou secret realm. It was inevitable. The elder's ethereal demeanor made it difficult not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. The elder, with a benevolent smile, spoke. Young ones, your performance in the secret realm has successfully captured my attention. Although you are still quite weak, you remind me of my younger self. I possess 2 talismans. You may choose one. Selecting the blue talisman allows you to randomly draw a prize and leave this place immediately. Choosing the red talisman means you must confront your inner demons within the illusion. Should you conquer your inner demons, unimaginable rewards await you. However, the elder's tone shifted, warning that the trial against one's inner demons is exceptionally perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to demise. Therefore, ponder carefully. Yet, there is no free lunch in this world. Before selecting a talisman, you must read the following terms meticulously and take an oath. First, I promise never to disclose the gains from this secret realm exploration to others. Second, I vow not to exploit the gains from this exploration for malevolent purposes. Third, I pledge to stand firm and not retreat when this realm encounters calamity. Otherwise, my cultivation will be entirely wasted, and I shall perish. The elder unfurled a glistening golden scroll, reciting the terms. After scrutinizing the agreement, the disciples discovered no unfavorable conditions and unanimously took the oath, staking their lives on their silence, opting entirely for the red talisman. All who ventured into the secret realm were elite disciples from various sects. Certainly not the type to fear death. Oh ho ho ho, splendid, splendid. I have indeed chosen wisely. Be cautious in the upcoming trials. With a swish, the elder vanished, replaced by a cataclysmic scene. Countless magical beasts erupted from the earth, devouring defenseless humans. The human race faced imminent peril. with the protagonist possessing only the weapon in hand. The disciples, now ensnared in the dream, seized their weapons and charged at the innumerable magical beasts. During the battle, the seductive whispers of inner demons incessantly tempted the disciples to abandon their resistance, yet they all steadfastly persevered. It was not due to their overwhelming strength, but because He Xiaoshu had thoroughly drained their inner demon powers before they entered the core area. Theoretically, they should now embody righteous youths brimming with integrity. The condition for passing was to endure until the last ounce of energy was expended without yielding. Young man, congratulations on overcoming the trial of inner demons. Next, I shall bestow upon you my final inheritance, granting you a fortuitous opportunity. The elder's figure gradually faded, leaving behind a resonant voice lingering in their ears. In this place, the chances of success in your tribulation will rise to 100% without causing any external disturbances. This independent space will dissipate 3 days after your successful tribulation. Seize the opportunity, young man. The future of the cultivation world shall undoubtedly belong to you. Thank you, Senior. The chosen ones bowed deeply in gratitude, unaware that this was merely the first step toward becoming free batteries. Now, to commence the second step. In the Xiaoshu manner, He Xiaoshu munched on spirit fruits, reclining in a lounge chair while issuing commands. Yes, the wolf-eared youth gently tapped the formation diagram, and radiant pathways began to emerge, activating the first energy-gathering array. Prepare to charge. Crackle. As some resolute disciples began to undergo tribulation in the secret realm, bolts of heavenly tribulation materialized from the void, dissipating above the disciples under the luminous formation, transforming into powerful energy that flowed into the prearranged pathways beneath their feet. Only a few harmless arcs of electricity, accompanied by a pleasant tingling sensation, softly coursed into the disciples' meridians and dantians, perfectly aiding in refining their bodies and enhancing their realms. In the realm of cultivation, who does not regard tribulation as a life-and-death affair? Yet now, the disciples felt as though they were indulging in free wellness treatments. Thank you, Senior. Experiencing such divine treatment, the disciples couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude, further striving to unlock their powers and reach higher realms. Meanwhile, torrents of pure heavenly tribulation energy continuously converged, flowing along the pathways into Xiaoshu Manor. The first energy gathering array charged to 30%, 60%, 90%. Activate the second energy gathering array. His Xiaoshu Manor essentially functioned as a miniature world. Initially, it was merely a 3-foot square storage space. Through his relentless refinement and the accumulation of countless heavenly treasures, it had begun to take shape. However, to evolve into a true small world, or even a grand world, it required an immense infusion of the laws of heaven and earth. Among the most economical and widely sourced powers of the laws of heaven and earth were the heavenly tribulation energies generated during the tribulations of cultivators. Clean, eco-friendly, and renewable, it was the perfect new energy source. He had discovered that the heavenly tribulation energies could indeed enhance his Xiaoshu Manor's laws. Thus, he hastily devised this secret realm charging station plan. He subsequently packaged it as a public renovation project for the Yunzhou secret realm, presenting it to Jiang Ruhai. This plan requiring extensive reconstruction of formations, coupled with the necessity of offering rewards, seemed utterly unprofitable, bordering on a charitable endeavor. As the incorruptible leader of the Immortal Alliance, he could not allocate public funds to openly support such a resource-intensive project. The best he could do was promise to assist Fei Sect in securing land first, allowing them to reap early benefits from any newly discovered secret realms, and once stable operations were established, transitioning these realms into public management for the further advancement of disciples from various sects in Yunzhou. The entire development process cost the Immortal Alliance not a single penny, yet effectively bolstered the overall strength of the various sects in Yunzhou. Jiang Ruhai believed this would create a win-win situation for both the Yunzhou Immortal Alliance and Fei Sect. Indeed, Fei Sect might incur losses, but the Yunzhou Immortal Alliance would undoubtedly gain. Yet only He Xiaoshu understood that this transaction was far from a win-win situation, for he had already won immensely. Moreover, this does not account for the energy he extracted from the hearts of his numerous disciples, nor the additional benefits of recruiting a seasoned operations supervisor. Alas, before I could even establish my banner, an incident has already occurred. As He Xiaoshu pondered his own gains, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and he waved his hand before the array. Suddenly, among the hundreds of energy sources, one independent space erupted with an extraordinarily high level of energy. Upon checking the surveillance, He Xiaoshu beheld a long-repressed millennium beauty within, madly undergoing her tribulation. No wonder, he thought, shaking his head with a sigh. While a normal person would require merely a single grain of enlightenment rice to aid in their path to comprehension, she had consumed an entire bowl. Additionally, she had drunk a whole bowl of the exceedingly rare 10,000-year blood ginseng, not to mention several jars of daughter red wine, which closely resembled a high-concentration celestial spirit brew. Morong Bingjian felt as though she was on the verge of bursting. Thus, upon joyfully discovering that undergoing tribulation in this independent space would not provoke any external disturbances, the Millennium Beauty promptly released her constricted waist and liberated her flourishing belly. Then assumed a horse stance, as she could not sit down, to summon the thick bolts of heavenly tribulation, crackling with explosive delight. Ah, what a relief! I am finally free. Her dantian felt akin to that of a laboring mother, and if she did not expel the energy soon, the thought of potentially exploding on the spot was unimaginable. Witnessing this eye-watering spectacle, the wolf-eared youth could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Master, have we perhaps overindulged our senior sister? He Xiaoshu, equally perplexed, could only shake his head in frustration. Who knew she had secretly concealed a portion of her cultivation potential? I had always believed her to be an unredeemable waste of talent. What shall we do? Observing the immense energy fluctuations, it appeared to be the most formidable 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Our energy array reserves are insufficient, which poses a significant risk of overflow. Activate energy arrays 6 through 10. Simultaneously deploy backup arrays 11 and 12. You oversee the operation of the grand formation here, while I venture outside to reinforce the energy array and additionally lay down several main conduits for energy diversion. Understood. With a flash, He Xiaoshu darted swiftly into the secret realm. Chapter 13. The eruption of the purple cloud divine thunder. Ah, how delightful! Morong Bingjian patted her ample belly, exuberantly releasing her spiritual energy within the independent space. Huge bolts of thunder, as thick as bowls, rained down mercilessly upon the surrounding formations, causing the very ground to tremble. Yet not a single scratch marred her. This secret realm, how marvelous! As a senior agent of the Immortal Alliance, Morong Bingjian had encountered many wondrous secret realms, but she had never witnessed one like this, where the tribulation was protected as a reward for inheritance. It resembled not a fallen celestial's desolation, but rather a meticulously crafted piece of art. Ordinary cultivators faced tribulations that often brought them to the brink of death before achieving advancement. Not to mention someone of her exceptional talent, whose tribulations were often monumental. She recalled the last time she faced the Golden Core tribulation. While ordinary disciples endured the 9 heavenly tribulations, she was unexpectedly met with the 6-9. Nearly perishing in the dojo, had her father not prepared a miraculous 9-turn immortal pill for her, she might have been reduced to ashes. Now, confronting the divine transformation tribulation, her strength had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul, and after 2 significant boosts atop Fei Peak, the thunder she attracted should have been as fierce as blades and spears. However, after being tempered by the formation here, it transformed into delicate arcs of electricity, reminiscent of a playful lover gently teasing her with a soft whip. This luxurious treatment during tribulation felt simply exhilarating. Come, let the joy abound. Seeing that the heavenly tribulations posed no threat to the formation, the 1,000-year-old maiden reclined comfortably on the ground, idly humming a tune while playfully patting her round belly. The sound echoed like a ripe watermelon being thumped. Boom! The surrounding thunder seemed to be incensed by her carefree attitude, swelling in size and intensity several-fold. From the originally pure white lightning, streaks of purple suddenly emerged, causing the maiden's lips to twitch in astonishment. What on earth? Had she merely imagined it? The legendary purple cloud divine thunder, known to only emerge during the Great Ascension tribulation, was now appearing amidst her own. The 1,000-year-old maiden secretly rejoiced. Thanks to her extraordinary talents and unrivaled drinking prowess that allowed her to navigate this secret realm, she had garnered the favor of a fallen celestial and received the reward of this inheritance space. Otherwise, she might not have known how she would meet her end during this tribulation. Oh, perhaps this is what they call the protagonist as Halo realizing that even the purple cloud divine thunder could not breach this formation. Morong Bingjian's confidence soared. her aura rising and drawing even more tribulation lightning. The once fine strands of purple thunder gradually thickened to the size of a pinky finger, with several particularly violent strikes hurtling directly towards her face, startling the bored maiden. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding tribulation thunder surged ferociously, multiplying in intensity many times over, even weakening the tribulation power faced by other disciples within the secret realm. This spectacle left He Xiaoshu, who was swiftly reinforcing the formation outside the independent space, utterly astounded. What on earth? This girl may be utterly inept at everything else, but her talent for provocation is genuinely impressive. Earlier, he had hurriedly reinforced 5 main array paths at breakneck speed, nearly being struck through the array by the tribulation lightning. Had he arrived even a moment later, the entire formation would have collapsed. Foreseeing the impending danger, He Xiaoshu decisively produced 8 array cards, throwing them into the fray. These cards contained the main array paths he had sealed in advance. Although costly to create, they could be instantly activated, serving as invaluable tools for crises. With a flash of golden light, 8 main array paths materialized from the void, swiftly connecting the independent space to Xiaoshu Manor from various angles. Combined with the original 3 main paths and the 5 hastily reinforced ones, a total of 16 main paths began to operate at full capacity, channeling the immense flow of the purple cloud divine thunder. Like a torrent, the power of the tribulation surged towards the energy-gathering array hidden beneath Xiaoshu Manor. Within the transmission talismans, Chen Su's clear and calm voice reported continuously, Array 4 and 5 have reached full charge. Arrays 6 to 10 are simultaneously activating. Arrays 11 and 12 are on standby. The entire array's charge has reached 30%, 40%, 50% master. You must think of a solution. The charging speed is too rapid. At this rate, our energy-gathering array is projected to explode within half a T's time. He Xiaoshu's brow furrowed, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was hovering above Xiaoshu Manor. He had drawn upon the tribulation lightning from the disciples primarily to enhance the power of the laws of this small world, and now, as the energy overflowed, it was precisely what he needed to compensate for the deficiencies created after upgrading the manor. Earth. The youth in white slowly uttered a word, raising his hands towards the void, causing 12 lightning pillars to erupt from beneath, piercing the heavens. The violent power of the tribulation stirred the winds and clouds, quickly summoning thick layers of tribulation clouds that pressed down inch by inch towards the ground. Fire. He pointed towards a distant celestial mountain, and countless bolts of heavenly lightning struck the forest, igniting a roaring inferno. Water. His gaze sharpened as the heavy tribulation clouds rolled, and the entire small world began to rain with intertwined lightning, the rain imbued with rich spiritual energy, nourishing the spiritual fields along the banks of the hidden dragon lake, where countless spiritual plants and herbs began to thrive rapidly. Wind. As the words left his lips, a wind arose in the small world, swirling countless drops of rain towards the blazing celestial mountain, momentarily transforming the entire realm into a tempest, with the towering mountain igniting the dark clouds above like a fiery torch. Refine. The youth clenched his fist towards the void, and countless violent forces of earth, fire, water, and wind melded together, permeating every crevice and particle of dust in the small world, as if the very laws of existence were being refined, gradually becoming animated. Witnessing the figure standing in the distance, akin to a deity, proudly poised between heaven and earth, the wolf-eared boy presiding over the array in the listening rain pavilion could hardly contain his astonishment. He had glimpsed the true power of his master. Chen Su was aware of his master's strength, yet he had not anticipated it had reached such heights. With a mere gesture, mountains were moved and seas filled. Words became laws, and the elements were reforged. This was surely the power of a true immortal, was it not? While the spectacle at the construction site was undeniably magnificent, He Xiaoshu maintained a clear self-awareness. His apparent prowess stemmed from the fact that this small world was of his own creation, allowing him to effortlessly govern the laws of its operation, indulging at will. Outside of this realm, he was unable to manifest such effects. This realization fueled his fervor for perfecting the laws of this realm. As the tier of this world continued to elevate, so too would his power. Once this manor evolved into a complete and independent grand world, he would be but a step away from the pinnacle of the cultivation world's food chain. Therefore, everything was for the sake of freedom. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Let us endeavor onward. As the world laws of Xiaoshu manner were continuously refined, the surging power of the tribulation lightning within the energy-gathering array gradually stabilized. Upon witnessing this glimmer of hope, the wolf-eared boy could not help but exclaim with excitement, "Master is magnificent." The charging of the tribulation lightning across all arrays has begun to slow. As long as we maintain the current consumption rate for another half an hour, all tribulations in the array should conclude before the energy-gathering array reaches 90%, successfully alleviating the risk of overflow. Half an hour? Xiaoshu's lips twitched. Indeed, my master. Is there an issue? The reforging of the elemental forces, earth, fire, water, and wind, is no trivial matter. Such a tumultuous surge might allow me to endure for merely a quarter of an hour, at best. The young lad seemed somewhat bewildered, utterly astonished that his master could also falter at times. Xiaoshu felt a sense of absurdity. How could he be unexpectedly humiliated by his own dragon son? It is not that my master is incapable, rather, our estate has reached its threshold of endurance. If you doubt it, you may observe the accumulated water in the spirit fields. Chunsu focused his gaze and indeed discovered that the spirit plants throughout the estate had gradually ceased their growth, while the water in the spirit fields continued to rise. The spiritual energy that these crops could absorb having reached its limit. Crack! Boom! Just as the words were spoken, a bolt of divine lightning, as thick as a small arm, suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Xiaoshu's head. The youth, clad in white, was caught off guard. His head instantly enveloped in a fiery explosion. What on earth is happening? Quickly, check what your senior sister is up to in the secret realm. Xiaoshu was astounded. He had been struck by a heavenly tribulation in his own little world. What is she doing? It appears she is using a cucumber. Hiss. She is meticulously peeling the cucumber to apply the slices to her face. You nearly gave me a heart attack. It's nothing. This utterly perplexing fool is applying a facial mask during her tribulation. No wonder the tribulation's power has multiplied tenfold, with the excess energy striking directly above me. Should I forcibly shut down the grand formation? Do you wish for her to be struck dead by heavenly lightning while applying her mask? No. Draw your sword. Take out your dragon scale sword. I need to borrow it. Oh. The wolf-eared youth immediately merged his two daggers into one, summoning a celestial sword that radiated a chilling black light, which he then presented to Xiaoshu. Is my master truly going to wield my fated celestial sword to confront the tribulation head-on? Will he finally witness such a blood-pumping scene in his lifetime? Chunsu quietly swallowed, his gaze fixed on the white-clad youth suspended between heaven and earth, his heart racing with excitement. Xiaoshu slowly grasped the dragon scale, celestial sword firmly, his eyes reflecting a hint of determination as he gazed upwards at the ominous storm clouds. Crack! The purple divine lightning, shaped like blades and spears, thundered down, and the youth boldly raised his sword to meet it, the opposing forces colliding like two rainbows. Boom! Following the deafening explosion, the youth, having shed his garments, suddenly seized a massive black iron hammer from the void, using the heavens as an anvil, the earth as a base, and the lightning as a catalyst. He began to hammer down furiously upon the dragon scale sword, his trapezius muscles undulating rhythmically with each strike of the hammer. Clang, 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 buzz. Chunsu. Chapter 14. The art of speaking, having endured countless tribulations and nourished by the fundamental laws of heaven and earth. The dragon scale sword has transcended its former dull black hue. Now, it shimmers with a rich violet glow amidst the darkness, and upon closer inspection, arcs of electricity dance around it, as if it harbors unfathomable thunderous power. The only issue lies in the sword's body, which is marred by the marks of relentless forging, some still faintly glowing red. The entire celestial sword quivers slightly under the drops of sweat from the bare-bodied youth, as if it harbors a sense of trepidation, and yet also a hint of lingering desire. How is it? Do you think my 3 hours of fervent exertion has proven somewhat enduring? Xiaoshu retrieved a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, affectionately patting the shoulder of the boy with wolf ears. I have just utilized the divine thunder of the purple sky to successfully refine and upgrade your dragon scale sword into the purple sky dragon scale sword. Hold it well. No need for thanks. Oh. The young boy gazed at the celestial sword in his hand, now marked by his master's sweat and the imprints of the hammering, his lips pouting in a display of grievance. Although his life-bound sword had transformed into a violet hue and grown stronger, He couldn't shake the peculiar sensation of something precious being inexplicably taken from him. It felt so unjust. Perhaps it was merely his own delusion. Sigh. It seems such audacious thoughts must never again be uttered in the presence of my master. How I regret my hasty words, spoken without thought. Just as the boy stood there, stewing in his frustrations, the shadow demon lord, who had been sprawled on the ground like a lifeless creature, suddenly blinked awake, stretching languidly. Where's this place? How long have I been asleep? Wang Dafu squinted out at the unfamiliar lake through the window, then turned to the strange boy with wolf ears before realizing that he was likely in his boss's private club. He quickly donned a smile and approached the young boy. Hello? It appears I truly drank too much. Wang Dafu rubbed his head, recalling that just moments ago, he had been sharing laughter with his boss in the Cloud State's secret realm, and now he found himself here, with no memory of the events in between. My goodness. The array here is astoundingly intricate. This must be the work of my boss. Wang Dafu, sensitive to the fluctuations of the array's energy, immediately perceived the grand formation surrounding him, an invisible, layered construct radiating an astonishing aura of Tao, perfectly harmonized with the laws of heaven and earth. He felt as though he were ensconced within a colossal masterpiece, appreciating the artist's exquisite creation from within, utterly captivated and momentarily lost in wonder. I have heard your true identity is that of the Shadow Demon Lord, a formidable entity among the demon race. The young boy flexed his fists, implying a challenge. Would you be interested in a friendly spar? Apologies. I have little interest in violence. Still recovering from his hangover, Wang Dafu gazed at the strikingly handsome boy before him, who exuded an air of arrogance, adorned with a pair of adorably fluffy wolf ears, and who addressed him as master. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing him to recoil slightly. Wait, my boss is your master? Indeed, what of it? Wang Dafu couldn't help but gasp, his gaze towards the young boy shifting to one of reverence. Pardon my rudeness. I am Wang Dafu. How should I address you? Young sir? Chen Su. A splendid name. It sounds like one belonging to a breathtakingly beautiful youth. Wang Dafu's eyes sparkled as he leaned in conspiratorially, grinning. Young sir, you present yourself so charmingly. If I am not mistaken, your role must be that of my boss's intimate servant? Yes? Chen Su's face darkened, his fist clenching tightly. Haraha. Wang Dafu assumed the young boy's reaction stemmed from embarrassment over his line of work, and with a hearty laugh, he patted the boy's shoulder, offering comfort. No need to feel shy. I understand completely. We are all mere workers under someone else's roof, striving to make a living, each relying on our own talents. There is no shame in it. Speaking of which, I must admit I envy you. You are so strikingly handsome. Your looks alone can win your master's favor. Unlike me, a mere technical worker, lacking the competitive edge in appearance, unable to engage in your more leisurely line of work. I must rely on hard work to earn my boss's recognition. Wang Dafu poured out his heartfelt musings, completely oblivious to the darkening expression of the young boy before him. Little did I expect, our boss, who appears so aloof, secretly favors charming young pups like you. Wang Dafu couldn't resist poking the young boy's bouncy, soft cheek with his finger, marveling at his beauty, demeanor, and cool gaze. One must admit, our boss not only possesses extraordinary talent in arrays, but also exhibits impeccable taste in choosing male servants. You. The young boy's breath quickened, teeth gritted. As dark energy gathered behind him, his gaze directed at Wang Dafu, as if he were staring at a corpse. Sensing the atmosphere shift ominously, Wang Dafu pondered momentarily, suddenly realizing his oversight. Oh dear, how could I forget? Wang Dafu glanced around to ensure they were alone, then hurriedly produced a bag of spirit stones, discreetly slipping it into the young boy's embrace. This is a small token of my appreciation. As a newcomer, I shall rely on your favor to speak kindly of me to our boss. Boom. The young boy unleashed a punch, sending Wang Dafu hurtling through the air. What the? How dare you, my intimate servant? Lay hands on me. Wang Dafu exclaimed in shock as he flew away. This time, he had truly stirred a hornet's nest. Die, you scoundrel. The young boy soared into the air, unleashing a series of dragon punches imbued with overwhelming force upon Wang Dafu, obliterating his corporeal form and revealing a blue, ethereal spirit of the demon race. Holy moly! The blue spirit surged forward, pursued relentlessly by the enraged young boy. Prepare to be left toothless. Boom, 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 boom. The earth-shattering punches rained down from all directions. Initially, Wang Dafu managed to withstand a few blows thanks to the robust armor of his spirit form. However, As the young boy's strength escalated, his protective armor began to crumble. Within mere moments, Wang Dafu was reduced to a mere target for the young boy's relentless assault. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Boss, save me. Wang Dafu summoned his inner strength, expanding his blue spirit form in a desperate attempt to absorb the boy's frenzied attacks by increasing his surface area. Roar! A colossal black-armored dragon descended from the heavens, gazing at the dim blue spirit before it as if it were a mere speck of dust. Wang Dafu. Wang Dafu nearly met his end at the young boy's hands in the Xiaotian manner. He could never have imagined that this seemingly innocent wolf-eared youth was, in fact, a fearsome ancient dragon beast. If it weren't for the timely shout of his own master, who had just finished a hot bath, urging Chun Su to bring him a change of clothes, this orphan of the demon clan would have been reduced to mere ashes on the spot. Oh no, not ashes. I must never jump to conclusions and speak thoughtlessly again. It is regrettable that my tongue moved too swiftly, without the filter of contemplation. With bruised and darkened eyes, Wang Dafu has come to a profound understanding of the survival rules within the manor. This charming young wolf dog is undeniably not to be trifled with, no matter how adorable he appears. Ha ha ha. It's nothing at all. I simply stumbled outside a few times while still recovering from a hangover. Just some superficial injuries, nothing to worry about, master. Wang Dafu instantly displayed a clumsy smile, missing a few teeth. A few tumbles? Well, this is our clan's unique method for sobering up, achieved through the deliberate act of falling to regain clarity. I was merely eager to report to my master, hence my hasty actions. Oh, I implore you to be more lenient with yourself next time. Our manor's apothecary is well stocked with sobering potions. Feel free to take what you need. There is no need for such self-inflicted hardship. He Xiaoshu pointed toward the distant horizon, indicating, look, that celestial mountain across the lake is the territory I specifically opened for the demon clan. Your 5-element seal can be appropriately placed at the foot of that mountain later. Though our manor is small, it is well equipped, and you may freely utilize the various resources within. Thank you for your trust, master. However, casting a furtive glance at the young lad still glaring at him, Wang Dafu's lips twitched, and he pleaded almost tearfully, Master, may I request something? Could you perhaps stay and train me for a couple of days? As a newcomer, I feel it is essential to learn more from you, ideally shadowing you closely for 12 whole hours. The depth of Wang's experience coupled with his diligent eagerness to learn is truly heartening. He Xiaoshu nodded with pleasure, gently patting the shoulder of the young boy who was coldly observing the exchange. Chen Su, after I leave, please help Wang Dafu familiarize himself with the manor. Our journey in entrepreneurship is long. You both must coexist harmoniously, assisting each other and discussing matters frequently. The young boy smirked, no problem. He Xiaoshu nodded approvingly. If Wang Dafu has any uncertainties, feel free to consult Chen Su directly. He is the guardian of this realm. Not only my right-hand man, but also my chief steward and personal secretary, possessing the highest control over the manor's protective array. You can trust him completely. Just as you trust me. I believe you will both enjoy a harmonious relationship. Wang Dafu was so overjoyed he nearly burst into tears. Ahahaha. Of course. Of course. Why does Wang Dafu's laughter seem somewhat strained, as if he is not truly happy? No. How could that be? I am very happy. I am absolutely delighted. How could I not be happy? Ha ha ha. Well said. Well said. After he Xiaoshu departed. Thud. Wang Dafu immediately knelt before Chen Su, exclaiming, Big brother, I am sorry. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Heh. Chen Su smirked. The master has instructed us to coexist harmoniously. I believe we have had some minor misunderstandings that warrant a fresh introduction, a thorough understanding. I am of the demon clan, with the surname Wang, my full name being Wang Dafu, exceedingly amiable. No, that self-introduction akin to a rap is too superficial. Have you ever heard the old saying, no beating, no acquaintance? I haven't. Unfamiliar. Farewell. Well, now you have heard it. Stop right there. Master, help me. Hee. Shout all you want. No one will come to your rescue. Did you not hear what the master said? I possess the highest control over this manor's protective array. Oh no. Do not come any closer. Bang. Ouch. Clap. Oh dear. Bang. Enough. You are going too far. I will fight back. Bang 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 bang. Ouch. Big brother, I was wrong. Will you spare me? I fully acknowledge my mistake. Master, save me. Chapter 15. The completion of trials the following morning, deep within the mysterious realm of Yunzhou. Murmuring softly, Morong Bingjian lazily turned over, stifling a yawn as she stretched her limbs in a delightful manner, gradually removing the cucumber slices from her eyes. With a sense of ennui, she glanced towards the periphery of the grand formation. To her astonishment, the sky was clear and bright, devoid of any ominous tribulation clouds. What on earth was happening? Had she truly slept like a log during her tribulation? This was absurd. The young lady quickly turned her focus inward and was startled to discover that within her purple palace, her golden primordial spirit had already emerged. The refined essence of her true qi coursing through her entire being. The power within her surged dramatically, elevating her to an entirely new realm, making her feel as if she were floating, almost able to brush against the threshold of the heavenly Tao itself. Though the entire tribulation process had been astonishingly effortless, she had indeed succeeded in transcending. She vividly recalled being under the impenetrable protective array, where she had merely taunted the calamity clouds before reclining on the ground to apply a facial mask. As for when she had fallen asleep or how she had navigated the perilous tribulation, those memories eluded her completely. This was utterly outrageous. The corners of her mouth twitched in disbelief. Amidst her astonishment regarding the inheritance within the secret realm, she also felt a tinge of disinterest. She had envisioned countless times that her remarkable tribulation would surely attract a throng of experts to witness her defiance against fate. Her indomitable spirit during the trials becoming a benchmark for the entire Immortal Alliance, etched into the annals of Jiuzhou's history. Alas, while aspirations are often grand, reality can be starkly disappointing. In the end, she hadn't even savored the essence of the thunder tribulation before emerging victorious. Were it not for the profound and authentic power of transcendence radiating from her, she would have thought these past days were merely a vivid dream. Well, if victory comes effortlessly, so be it. At least she had resolved her most pressing concern. The young lady lowered her gaze to caress her flat abdomen, reveling in the sensation of rebirth. Finally, she no longer had to tighten her waist, stifling a massive amount of spiritual energy within her abdomen. The feeling of lightness was truly exhilarating. With a confident smile, she gently crushed the transmission jade talisman in her hand. Whoosh! Morong Bingjian's graceful figure emerged at the exit of the Yunzhou secret realm, unnoticed by anyone. This was partly due to her wearing a rather unremarkable outfit crafted by her elder brother, and also because several disciples from various sects were returning around her. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, the young lady immediately spotted a certain dreamlike figure standing in the corner, strikingly handsome, yet ignored by all. Her elder brother. Brother. Morong Bingjian approached him with a courteous bow, her lips curving into a warm smile. Gazing at his composed and dignified little sister before him, He Xiaoshu could hardly fathom that she had been secretly using cucumbers when no one was around. Of course, he chose to remain silent about it. Though he had been unexpectedly struck by the thunder tribulation, the natural laws of the Xiaoshu manor had ascended a tier, largely thanks to the contributions of this cucumber-wielding junior sister. Congratulations, junior sister, on successfully advancing to the golden course stage. He Xiaoshu handed her a box of fragrant rice balls. Rest assured, this time it is not made from enlightenment rice. Our sect has completely run out of stock. Sensing her doubt, He Xiaoshu kindly explained, this is merely ordinary spiritual rice, molded by my own hands. Ah, thank you, brother. The young lady eagerly grabbed a rice ball, smiling as she took a bite. It's delicious. It must be said that the dishes crafted by this scheming Dark Lord were truly delectable. Once she uncovered the truths behind the scenes and obtained evidence to bring him to justice, she would use her position to bail him out from prison, bringing him to her side for her solitary enjoyment, for the sole purpose of guiding him towards redemption. Brother, after I got drunk, I was transported to a separate space to undergo my tribulation. Did you complete the hidden quest? Any rewards? Looking at Xiaoshu, whose aura still lingered at the golden core stage, Morong Bingjian curiously inquired. I didn't complete it, nor did I gain any rewards, He Xiaoshu replied glumly, shaking his head. Perhaps I am simply not exceptional enough. I personally witnessed you wielding a black magic crystal, siphoning the souls of disciples throughout the secret realm. Even without obtaining the inheritance, the demon lord should have gained plenty from this excursion, right? Morong Bingjian internally scoffed, though she outwardly consoled him with a tone of sympathy. Do not be disheartened. With your talent, brother, even without the inheritance from the secret realm, you will surely ascend to immortality in due time. He Xiaoshu nodded dismissively. shifting his gaze towards Jiang Ruhai on the podium. This exploration of the secret realm has showcased the spirit of cooperation among the disciples of various sects, fully embodying the essence of unity within the Immortal Alliance. I have noticed that many among you have successfully advanced to the Golden Core stage, which is not only a personal honor for you, but also a glory for your sect and for Yunzhou, and indeed for the entirety of the Immortal Alliance. Applause erupted from the audience. The disciples from various sects were abuzz with chatter. The renowned gambling prodigy of Jiuzhou had truly lived up to his reputation. Indeed, he could even extend his influence beyond his own sect. How remarkable! The two disciples seated beneath him looked utterly pitiful. Is it true that the gambling prodigy has sunk to this level? Can it be that our humble sect has attracted attention? Listening to the mixed voices of sympathy, mockery, and laughter surrounding them, the siblings from Fei sect were left utterly bewildered. Morong Bingjian, has that gambling prodigy truly descended to such depths? He Xiaoshu, is it possible that our insignificant sect has drawn interest? Chapter 16. Successfully infiltrating the inner circle seated in the first-class cabin of the Xianming's flying vessel. Confronted by an opulent spread of exquisite delicacies and fine wines, He Xiaoshu let out a resigned sigh. Ah, Master Jiang, if you wish for us to dine, you could simply cite the noble cause of aiding impoverished students. Why fabricate a tale about the sect leader of Fei Zong being expelled? Have you considered the insignificance of our dilapidated sect? It is quite unlikely anyone would desire it. You might be underestimating the gravity of this situation, He Xiaoshu remarked, gently pushing aside Jiang Ruhai's chopsticks that were poised to select a dish. My concern is not merely for her reputation. I fear she may seize this opportunity to accuse you of slander and extort a hefty sum from you. Good heavens! It cannot be that dire, Jiang Ruhai exclaimed, his expression akin to a glamorous dancer who has accidentally stepped into an unfortunate mess. Pardon me, esteemed friends, I must attend to a pressing matter. Senior brother, there is something I have concealed from you. Observing Jiang Ruhai's departing figure, Morong Bingjian hesitantly began, I have obtained the legacy of an exiled immortal within the secret realm. As long as I undergo tribulation in the independent space created by that esteemed predecessor, I shall succeed without fail. Oh, I am quite different. I have nothing to hide from you, He Xiaoshu replied with an unwavering demeanor. I find that hard to believe, Morong Bingjian retorted incredulously. A mere disciple of a second-rate sect, repeatedly honored with personal audiences by Jiang Ruhai, treated like a guest of honor, how could you possibly have no secrets? Truth be told, I am the illegitimate son of Master Jiang. Do you refer to your biological father as Master Jiang? Our familial bond is quite tenuous. Such a title is entirely fitting. And how do you explain his addressing you as Xiaoshu, my friend? He even encourages you to call him Xiaoai. Huh? Attempting to bridge our father-son relationship with casual titles? I shan't be so easily deceived. Senior brother, I believe it is imperative for me, as a member of Fei Zong, to engage with the sect's enterprises. The waters run deep, and I would prefer you not become entangled in them. I am capable of enduring hardships and safeguarding secrets. Your refusal would be a substantial loss to you. Do you genuinely wish to partake? I dream of it. Very well, then swear an oath. He Xiaoshu casually produced an oath template and presented it to the young woman. Without a moment's hesitation, Morong Bingjian raised her fingers high, declaring, I, Zhang Yuaner, voluntarily pledge to support the endeavors of Fei Zong, unconditionally uphold my senior brother's decisions, guard his secrets, remain loyal, and be ever ready to sacrifice all for the cause of Fei Zong. I shall never harbor romantic feelings for my senior brother, nor shall I fall in love with him. Otherwise, I shall face a lonely demise, regretting it for eternity. Thunder rumbled ominously from above, signaling the completion of her oath. What on earth were those last few lines? Morong Bingjian's lips twitched. Are you really that afraid of my affection? Work should not intermingle with romance, and romance should not interfere with work. Then may I love without working? Too late. He Xiaoshu promptly unveiled a secret realm renovation plan, laying it before her. It was the same business proposal he had previously submitted to Jiang Ruhai. After scrutinizing the document, Morong Bingjian gasped in astonishment. The so-called exiled immortal was merely a facade. The formation capable of withstanding tribulation was crafted by your own hands? He Xiaoshu nonchalantly nodded, while Morong Bingjian found herself parched with disbelief. This is terrifying. I have never heard of such a thing. If one could indeed lie down and undergo tribulation, how many experts could be produced for the entire Xianming? The challenge lies in the immense resources required for such a formation. Without financial support from the Xianming, Where shall we acquire our funding? This brings me to my next plan, He Xiaoshu replied with a subtle smile. Fei Zong will assume control of the entire secret realm in Yunzhou, first developing, then renovating, and subsequently establishing a presence in the commercial district. The Xianming need not allocate additional funds. They shall merely reap the benefits of the talent influx. Morong Bingjian was struck dumb. She had always perceived this man as a perilous figure from the demonic path. Yet now she recognized that his audacious plans were far more formidable than those of any true demonic lord. This was a scheme potent enough to destabilize the very foundation of the Xianming. Should it take root, the entire cultivation world of Jiazhou could very well fall under this man's dominion. And she, as a senior investigator of the Xianming, had just sworn to support this endeavor? How terrifying. Regaining her composure, Morong Bingjian silently commended her cleverness. The oath she, Zhang Yuaner, had made held no bearing on her, Morong Bingjian. She could still unabashedly pursue this man, or rather, investigate him thoroughly. After all, he had not explained why he covertly donned a mask to extract the souls of those disciples. Though superficially it seemed that such extraction had not caused any overt harm. She sensed there was an unspeakable conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. This man's ambition was alarmingly vast, so dangerously alluring. The more perilous the man, the more captivating he became. She found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Not really. She must continue her infiltration and uncover the truth. Yes, that is the plan. Within a mere half-hour, the young woman had envisioned a myriad of outcomes, discovering the ultimate truth, severing ties with this man amidst anguished cries, and ultimately imprisoning him. Confined to a life of intimate servitude. Junior sister? Junior sister? Huh. Morong Bingjian wiped the corner of her mouth. Since you've just begun to engage with the sect's affairs and are still unfamiliar with its strategic planning, focus on establishing connections with the Yunzhou branch of the Xianming. Once you have acclimated to the business, I will adjust your responsibilities. Oh, there's one more thing. What is it? Our endeavors must remain concealed from the master. Otherwise, she will surely harass us mercilessly, leveraging all her strength to extort gambling funds from us, thus jeopardizing the entire plan. Morong Bingjian's lips twitched, and she felt utterly speechless. She desperately wished to express her frustrations at the tea house's truth wall. As an undercover agent, what does it feel like to discover that the key figure capable of unraveling the grand and dark plans of the villainous overlord is a hopelessly incompetent gambler? Hey, are you listening? I am. This matter must not reach the master. Indeed, remember. Sensing his words were perhaps a bit too harsh, Jiang Rahai quickly shifted his tone. Awkwardly smiling as he said, "Apologies, I am not targeting you both. It is merely that the character of your esteemed sect leader." Understood, understood. The pair of siblings replied in unison. Regarding the subsequent development plans for the Yunzhou project, Jiang Rahai first glanced at Morong Bingjian, then turned his attention to He Xiaoshu. In that case, we shall need to rely on you, Yuaner, to provide guidance. Jiang Rahai promptly raised his cup. Oh, as companions sharing the same trench, it is only natural that we look out for one another. Jiang Rahai could not help but lower the rim of his cup in embarrassment. Your senior brother's plan is indeed a grand endeavor, beneficial for this generation and for generations to come. As a helmsman of the Immortal Alliance, I ought to overcome dissenting opinions and provide him with ample resources. Yet, constrained by many antiquated conventions, I can only extend limited assistance within my responsibilities. Ever since this plan was established, it has been the diligent Xiaoshu who has been tirelessly working behind the scenes. As for myself, not only have I failed to offer significant conveniences, but I have also inadvertently reaped considerable benefits. Truly, I feel quite ashamed. Jiang Helmsman, you speak too modestly, He Xiaoshu said, rising with a cup of wine. Your trust is our greatest support. There remains much work ahead of us, and we shall undoubtedly need your assistance. No need to trouble yourself. All of this is for the future of the Immortal Alliance. Indeed, all for the future of the Immortal Alliance. They shared a hearty laugh and downed their drinks in unison. Come, come, let us not only drink, but also enjoy the food. Jiang Rahai enthusiastically encouraged the others to partake in the meal, though a hint of unease lingered in his brow. He Xiaoshu, perceptive to Jiang's unspoken discomfort, inquired, "How much did your master extort from you this time?" "A full 5 million spirit stones. Sigh, let us not dwell on it. This misfortune is entirely my fault for not considering the matter thoroughly, and she even had undeniable evidence against me. Truly, one learns from their mistakes." "She only demanded half the compensation? That doesn't align with her typical approach. The alliance leader intervened, compelling the Yunzhou branch to publicly apologize and restore her reputation, which she reluctantly accepted. I feel it is somewhat unfair. You might as well have played along and taken advantage of the situation. What do you mean? You ought to offer her another 5 million spirit stones, allowing her to admit that she indeed lost the sect's assets in gambling. He Xiaoshu said with a slight smile. Let us not allow a seasoned gambler to tarnish the reputation of our Yunzhou Immortal Alliance. Are you certain she wouldn't retaliate by exposing evidence of our bribery? Rest assured, 5 million spirit stones would be enough for her to sell herself out. She wouldn't be concerned with trivial matters of reputation. If she fails to grasp the wisdom of knowing when to stop, then she would not be the foremost gambler in the 9 provinces. For a politician in the ascendant phase of their career, what is paramount? Reputation. Jiang Ruhai, not wishing to carry the burden of public defamation, felt relieved that the matter had been resolved amicably. My brother owes you yet another favor, Jiang Ruhai said with a smile as he poured more wine. So, you wish for me to arrange a temporary guardianship for you, allowing you to serve as an exchange disciple at the Qintian sect for a few months, correct? Have no worries. The moment our flying vessel lands, I will initiate the arrangements. Thank you, my brother. Count the additional 5 million spirit stones as my debt. Oh, it is rather embarrassing to have you bear the loss that resulted from my own negligence. As the saying goes, the fault lies not with the master if the disciple is negligent. My master's reckless behavior has placed an undeniable responsibility upon me. This sum is one I should bear, so please do not refuse. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I find myself somewhat envious of your sect leader. How is it that such a shameless gambler, such an irresponsibly indulgent master could cultivate such a shrewd and sensible disciple like you? Perhaps it is due to the debts I owe her from a past life? I concur. Haraha. To your health, to your health. Watching the exchange between the two, Morong Bingjian found herself perplexed, despite both individuals suffering a loss of 5 million spirit stones. Why did they appear as though they had emerged victorious? Is this reasonable? Chapter 17. Arrival of the exchange disciples in the eastern part of Yunzhou. A magnificent mountain gate glimmers under the bright sky, its towering peak adorned with the gleaming characters of Qintian's sect. A striking pair of handsome young men and beautiful young women, exuding an ethereal aura, gracefully descend from the sky on a stunning spirit sword, slowly entering the bustling Baifan hall of the Qintian sect amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Senior brother, why are we not wearing our usual inconspicuous attire this time? Morong Bingjian asked, somewhat surprised. Time is of the essence, and our task is significant. Our exceptional looks will allow us to blend into the Qintian sect without arousing disdain, he replied. But, you look too striking. Despite holding the introduction letter written by Jiang Ruhai and standing at the personnel window of Baifan Hall, Morong Bingjian's gaze could not stray from the enchanting youth beside her. Interestingly, clad in a simple, unadorned robe, he exuded an aura of a transcendent being. With an ordinary sword in hand, he radiated the essence of an independent sword immortal, akin to a dreamlike transfer student from the neighboring class. You look quite good as well, he Xiaoshu remarked, gesturing towards a corner. Look over there. Several male disciples are stealing glances at you. Remember to foster good relations with them. Several? Since you arrived here, hundreds of men and women have been following us. I don't understand what they find appealing. A bunch of lecherous fools, humph. The onlookers, labeled as lecherous by the girl, gathered in groups nearby, whispering amongst themselves. Heavens! Is this really a disciple of Faith sect? Their looks are extraordinary. Indeed, I was fortunate to catch a glimpse of this girl, Yuan, in the Yunzhou secret realm, and I was immediately captivated. I didn't expect her senior brother to be even more striking. Brother, something's off with you. Please. As if you came here to see his junior sister. First, take your gaze off him. Such a stunning young man is actually a disciple of the #1 gambler in Jiuzhou. What a waste. Haha, if you like him, why not try to flirt with him and see if he ends up being recognized as a disciple daughter-in-law by some gambling sect leader, inheriting a debt of billions. Apologies for the intrusion. I'm merely observing your bold. Why not give it a try? I'm just looking unfazed by the astonished crowd. Shashu remained composed. For the sword he carried was the very one that Morong Bingjian had witnessed him wielding when they first met, a youthful version. It was a refined version, significantly reduced in pheromone dosage, theoretically inciting mere affection without causing madness, making it the most suitable equipment for their mission. For instance, when they faced the older sister of Baifan Hall. This is your dormitory plaque. Take it. No need for thanks at all. Imposing woman with voluminous waves casually tossed a worn plaque after glancing at Murong Bingjian's temporary application form. Hey, Xintian sect is one of the top celestial sects in Yunzhou. How could you let a direct disciple introduced by the sect leader reside in a 6-person room meant for servants? Are you mistaken? Murong Bingjian protested indignantly, picking up the old plaque. How presumptuous for a leech to demand a superior dwelling. Have you looked in the mirror to see your own status? The wave-haired sister scoffed. You, Murong Bingjian trembled with rage, having never been humiliated like this before. What about me? Just because you possess a modicum of beauty, do you think the world should revolve around you? I've seen many like you. They all treat me with respect. Yet here you are, a bankrupt heiress, daring to act superior? Not sending you to sleep at the mountain gate is already a mercy. Murong Bingjian was on the verge of exploding, but was quickly pulled aside by He Xiaoshu. Sister. He Xiaoshu blinked his clear eyes and sweetly called out to the window. Ah, little brother. The wave-haired sister immediately discarded her nail file and leaned toward the window with a smile. How can I assist you? Sister. My junior sister and I have an introduction letter from sect leader Jiang. We would like to have our expenses during our exchange at Xintian sect charged to the sect account. Could you please help us find a quieter place to stay? How polite. You're quite charming, little brother. Would you like to find a part-time job at our Baifan Hall? I can introduce you to a job with less work and good pay. How about that? By the way, I have an application form here. If you ever find your living expenses insufficient, feel free to apply for assistance for impoverished disciples. Such a kind sister. You're quite understanding, little brother. How about we have a meal together later? I'll show you around the mountain gate. Shut up. Don't flirt with my senior brother. Murong Bingjian exploded. Don't think that just because you have a bit of power at Baifan Hall, you can flirt with handsome young men indiscriminately. You, a mere girl. Dare threaten me? Believe it or not, I'll report you for obstructing my duties and have the security team take you to the back mountain for some reflection. Fine. Then I'll politely ask you now. I also want to familiarize myself with the mountain gate. Could you show me around? Murong Bingjian was about to argue further when He Xiaoshu swiftly dragged her away from the scene. Murong Bingjian pouted, stomping her foot in frustration. If it weren't for the 6 layers of disguise she was wearing, her beauty would have outshone everyone, and she wouldn't have been so infuriated by this detestable woman. Yuan, my friend Yuan. A handsome young disciple suddenly caught up, tugging at Murong Bingjian's sleeve. Do you remember me? We fought against monsters together in the Yunzhou secret realm. I have a faint impression of you, she replied, noticing his nervousness, which eased her mood slightly. What do you wish to discuss? And nothing. The young disciple blushed, hastily slipping a note into her hand before fleeing. How nervous can one get? Murong Bingjian scoffed as she unfolded the note, which read in neat handwriting. Greetings, Yuan. My name is Ouyang Shaoling, captain of the Xintian team in the Immortal Alliance Professional League. Your senior brother looks incredibly handsome wielding his sword. He is clearly a swordsmanship master. We still need a core jungler for this year's championship. Could you help introduce him to our team? I would gladly relinquish my captain position to him. I would be immensely grateful. Murong Bingjian's lips twitched as she crumpled the note and tossed it into the trash. Do you all have to be so excessive? She felt that the world was filled with malice towards her, while the youth before her was showered with flowers and applause. Is this fair? Senior brother, why does everyone adore you? Perhaps it is because I am not off-putting? Am I off-putting? You evoke a sense of sympathy. Murong Bingjian found herself utterly speechless. Ever since she had entered this sect, she had not received a single warm glance, to the extent that she began to regret concealing her beauty. Wouldn't it have been more delightful to unmask her true self and dazzle them with her brilliance? However, she could not act on that impulse just yet, for she had yet to uncover the secrets surrounding that enigmatic man. Thus, the frustrated girl, akin to a deflated balloon, quickly lost her fervor. As long as she harbored no expectations from this world, disappointment would not plague her. Xintian sect, renowned as one of the foremost celestial sects in Yunzhou, boasted a majestic entrance composed of 12 celestial peaks, not to mention the myriad of intricately built structures that left one in awe. Even with the guidance of a golden plaque, the two traversed through several celestial peaks and crossed numerous rainbow bridges before finally arriving at the back mountain of the sect's main peak, where they beheld their luxurious suite. Could it be? The so-called luxurious mountain view villas, as described by that sister, were indeed the residence of the sect master? With a gasp, they both stared at the plaque adorned with the artistically ancient characters of Xintian Pavilion. Could she really be intending to play tricks on us? Murong Bingjian's lips twitched. The head of a top-tier celestial sect was no trifling matter. They were formidable beings, all at the void-transcending realm. How could two mere disciples, reliant on others' goodwill, possibly share quarters with the sect master? Were they truly worthy? Just as they hesitated, a radiant rainbow suddenly streaked across the sky, and from it descended a young Taoist, strikingly handsome, riding a 9-colored deer and gracefully walking along the rainbow bridge. The dashing Taoist, far from old, exuded an air of charm, his half-sleeves and pant legs rolled up, bare feet, chewing on grass, and carrying 2 spiritual fish, displaying a rather carefree demeanor. The sect master, Fan Whiting. Murong Bingjian recognized him at once. He was typically reserved and unapproachable during meetings at the sect alliance's headquarters. Who would have imagined he harbored such wildness behind the scenes? She observed as he and his deer gently landed in the courtyard, only to be met with a tremor that shook the ground. You little rascal. How many times must I tell you? Don't toss your muddy shoes around. And can you please turn your stinky socks inside out before washing them? Just because you can't clean them doesn't mean I can't. Why on earth would you keep those filthy things instead of tossing them aside? Are you out of your mind? I truly believed you could manage. Hurry up and take a shower. Ugh, what a useless child. Upon hearing that familiar explosive voice, Murong Bingjian felt as though struck by lightning. She was the sect master's sister? The answer was unmistakably affirmative, as he Xiaoshu nodded with an unruffled demeanor. Oh no, run. Murong Bingjian tugged at his Xiaoshu and turned to flee, only to crash headfirst into 2 voluminous waves of floral patterns. Big. Staring at the imposing figures before her, blood streaming from her nose, the girl was rendered speechless. What big what? The wave-haired sister teased, flicking her hair as she noticed how frightened the little sister appeared. Sister, he Xiaoshu called sweetly, his eyes sparkling as he stood obediently before the older sister. Brother. The wave-haired sister beamed and beckoned. Come, let us sit inside. It's just about mealtime. Let us whip up some homestyle dishes. Do you like fish? Would you prefer it braised or steamed? Chapter 18. The master also fears his sister with 2 cotton balls stuffed in her nostrils and a sense of despair enveloping her. Murong Bingjian felt utterly superfluous as she sat at the dining table. Had she known that the so-called blood calamity would result in her being reduced to a nosebleed by 2 mountainous lumps, she would have rather faced death than come here. Brother, come, have a piece of the braised dish and another of the steamed one. Eat more. Look how famished my little brother is. How is it? The taste is quite pleasant, I assent to it. The true identity of Sister Bolong was none other than Fan Whiting's elder sister, Fan Tiantian, the master of the Qintian sect. When she exuded her gentleness, she was indeed as sweet as her name suggested. Delicious. Sister's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Flatter me more. I'm all ears. Dressed in oversized shorts and wrapped in a large bath towel, Fan Whiting, with his hair still damp, felt just as superfluous. This was because the fish prepared by his sister was not intended for him. Why don't you 2 serve yourselves? Must I personally plead for you to eat? Oh, as Fan Whiting reached out to grasp a succulent piece of fish belly, he was thwarted by Fan Tiantian, who swiftly transferred it to his Xiaoshu's bowl. This is the best one, brother, you must try it. Rich yet not greasy, truly delectable. Enough. Fan Whiting tossed down his chopsticks and abruptly stood up. Oh, resigned. Fan Whiting scooped some fish soup over his rice and began to eat in silence. Watching this scene, Murong Bingjian suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie in their mutual plight. I'm done eating. After finishing his meal, Fan Whiting sat motionless in his chair like a quail. Once you're done, go change your clothes. Running around in a bath towel, do you think you're on a catwalk? Oh, I'm done too. Mimicking him, Murong Bingjian abandoned her chopsticks and sprinted away. Clad in a blue and white robe, with a translucent spirit jade tied around his waist, Fan Whiting's sword-like brows and cool starry eyes slightly lowered as he combed the fur of the 9-colored deer in the courtyard with his elongated fingers. Murong Bingjian, in a simple celestial skirt adorned with a purple palace ribbon, had a face as fresh as a blossoming peach flower beneath her dark brows. A charming smile graced her lips as she extended a green spirit fruit to the 9-colored deer. The creature sniffed delicately before eagerly munching on the offering. How did you know it likes to eat qingling fruit? The young master expressed his astonishment. I guessed, Murong Bingjian sighed deeply. Those who often bear grievances tend to enjoy qingling fruit. It helps to cool down their temper. She doesn't treat my senior brother that way. That's because your senior brother is simply too charming. When I first laid eyes upon him, I was utterly awestruck. not to mention my sister. Such ethereal boys are a rarity nowadays. All right, Murong Bingjian suddenly comprehended why she had been looked down upon throughout her journey. It was because this radiant celestial herb beside her was too dazzling, even if she were a delicate flower emerging untainted from the mud. In comparison to this top-tier celestial herb radiating its own brilliant starlight and exuding a healing aura, she felt like a withered blossom in the presence of such splendor. Sensing the despondence in Murong Bingjian's gaze, the nine-colored deer gently lowered its head and nuzzled her hand. It seems it likes you. Fan Whiting expressed his surprise. Thank you, what is its name? Murong Bingjian stroked the little deer's head. It's called Haha. Murong Bingjian burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. And you dare say you're not troubled? Sigh, what can I do? Fan Whiting rested his chin on his hand. My parents have been missing since I was young. And it's not easy for my sister to raise me alone. If I can accommodate her, I shall. I'm sorry. I didn't know about your family situation. It's all right. How could a normal person imagine that the master of a celestial sect would be chased around by his elder sister at home? Indeed, you usually appear so aloof, cool, and imposing. And you? A high-ranking investigator of the Celestial Alliance in the Transformation Realm, disguising yourself as a novice in the Golden Core Realm to endure my sister's scolding. What is your purpose? Can you see through my disguise? I am the esteemed master of a celestial sect, a peak expert in the Void Realm, mind you. Fan Whiting rolled his eyes. Moreover, the path I cultivate is one of returning to simplicity. Your 6 layers of disguise are akin to a bubble bath in my eyes. Darn. So you're watching me bathe every moment. Please remove one watching. Murong Bingjian grimaced. Can you discern my senior brother's realm? Judging by appearances. I say mid-golden core. I don't believe it. Murong Bingjian shuddered. I suspect he is a demonic overlord. That's why I'm lurking by his side. Planning to investigate thoroughly. Huh. What are you laughing at? If he were a demonic overlord, I'd wager haha against you. On what grounds do you trust him so readily? Intuition. Fan Whiting smiled slightly. Have you ever seen such an ethereal demonic overlord? It's precisely because I've never seen one that he seems particularly suspicious. Murong Bingjian remained unconvinced. Why not enhance your returning to simplicity vision and help me ascertain what sort of person he truly is? Apologies. Why not? I have no habit of watching boys bathe. If you're persistent, you can have my sister do it instead. Fan Whiting reclined on the 9-colored deer, lazily gazing at the sunset. She has guided my cultivation since childhood. She should be more adept at reading people than I am. However, judging by her joyful demeanor, your senior brother could never be a demonic overlord. I still can't bring myself to believe it. Then follow your feeling. Just don't let yourself regret it. Do you trust my feelings? No, I'm merely comforting you in a purely platonic manner. However, I must remind you of one thing. What? If you have a crush on him, it's best to extinguish that hope early. You cannot control this man. Why? Because you are not worthy. I suddenly feel I've made a grave mistake. What is it? I was foolish enough to believe a person like you. You and your sharp-tongued sister are truly cut from the same cloth. What is wrong with speaking the truth? I just opened my celestial eye and observed. You two are not suited for each other, and there is no future in being together. If you don't believe me, I can cast some pebbles and read your fortune again. Fan Whiting casually picked up a few pebbles and tossed them to the ground, scattering them widely. See, the fortune is scattered, lacking focus. The male is strong and the female weak. Even if forcibly bound as a couple, a separation is inevitable. Hey, don't go. Let me further interpret the fortune and analyze it for you. Get lost. Chapter 19. The frugal captain joins junior sister. The following morning, He Xiaoshu arrived at the door of Murong Bing's room and knocked gently. I have secured a position as a league assistant. Would you like to join me to take a look? Alas, He Xiaoshu was met with silence, much to his relief as it spared him the burden of bringing along this encumbrance. He promptly followed the instructions on his work-study form and made his way to the martial arts arena on the 9th peak. The Immortal Alliance's professional league is the pinnacle of competitive events across the entire Jiuzhou, renowned for its high standards and immense popularity. In essence, it involves the strongest 5 elite disciples of each sect, proficient in the Golden Core realm, forming teams to engage in fierce battles on a perfectly symmetrical canyon map. Each team must protect 9 defensive towers and a central crystal. The first team to destroy the opponent's crystal is declared the victor. The intensity of this competition is formidable, offering a captivating spectacle that draws throngs of spectators. Each year, the finals draw a crowd so vast that the streets are deserted. Every sects team is composed of the CR de la CR of its elite, meaning that each member enjoys a substantial following as a beloved idol. The role of a league assistant is essentially to assist the competing players with various tasks, typically involving light duties in exchange for a generous stipend. He Xiaoshu's choice of this position was not merely for the scholarship. His ultimate goal was to infiltrate the forbidden secret realm of the Qintian sect and gain exclusive development rights. Thus, gaining entry into the inner workings of the Qintian team was the swiftest route to unlocking the privilege of exploring this exclusive realm. Holding the work-study form in his hand, He Xiaoshu, brimming with youthful curiosity, boldly entered the first martial arts arena, only to be taken aback by the emptiness of the venue. Had he arrived too early? That seemed unlikely. Typically, disciples from various sects rushed to claim the resources of the arena at the break of dawn, making this deserted scene a first for He Xiaoshu. Suddenly, a subtle sound of tearing void reached his ears. Instinctively, He Xiaoshu leaped into the air. Bang, bang, bang. 5 attacks from different directions landed precisely where he had stood moments before. He Xiaoshu's heart raced. Someone from the Qintian sect had the audacity to disregard his initial encounter and exhibited hostility towards him. With a swift motion, He Xiaoshu drew his sword, poised yet restrained, preparing to identify the assailants. To his astonishment, 5 flushed youths tumbled out of the void, panting heavily. Brothers, I did my best. Indeed, they were formidable experts whose mere presence instilled despair. Their movement awareness was exceptional. How could there be such a dashing swordsman? Humph. I certainly do not wish to face such an opponent from the backline. While He Xiaoshu pondered the situation, the luminous sphere above the arena suddenly burst, showering him with petals and ribbons. Brothers, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome the new captain of the Qintian team, the shadowless sword immortal, He Xiaoshu. The applause thundered as more staff members entered the arena. Faced with this unexpected fervor, He Xiaoshu found himself momentarily dazed. What is happening? When did I become the captain of the Qintian team? And why do I have such a flamboyant title? Do I know these people well? Why do they all appear to be filled with admiration, as if they are ready to cling to my every word? Had he not quickly realized that his initial encounter sword had inadvertently elevated his image in the eyes of these disciples, leading them to overestimate his prowess? He Xiaoshu might have doubted whether the words "lead the charge" were inscribed on his face. Junior brother Xiaoshu, I am Ouyang Xiaoling, the former captain of the Qintian team. A handsome youth, his cheeks flushed with excitement, approached with grace. I knew you would accept my invitation. Ouyang Xiaoling. Indeed. He Xiaoshu nearly burst into laughter. He had no recollection of this individual who so aptly matched his name. Moreover, what invitation had he accepted? From now on, you shall be the captain of our team. Before He Xiaoshu could process this, Ouyang Xiaoling solemnly placed a golden insignia, symbolizing the captaincy, into his hands, and then switched to a familiar tone. Let me introduce you to the team. This long-haired girl with the falling moon bow is our archer, Luo Qi, who excels in long-range shooting. This brawny lad wielding a great sword is our warrior, Xinyu, specializing in close combat. This adorable girl with twin ponytails is our core mage, Chi-Chi. Do not let her small stature fool you. Her temper is fierce. This seemingly cold, but actually quite frosty long-legged girl is our roaming mage, Xiaojun. Her ice magic is formidable. I specialize in control and buffs, often taking on the support role, but I also possess some sword techniques, which is why I frequently get chosen to jungle. Our sect leans heavily towards magic, and it has been ages since we had a decent jungler. You are our greatest hope for this championship. I believe under your leadership, the Qintian team will surely break through the clouds of Jojo and secure a spot in the top 10. Through Ouyang Xiaoling's enthusiastic introduction, He Xiaoshu quickly familiarized himself with the team members and their respective positions. However, he slowly unfurled the work-study form in his hand. Though I do not understand why you hold such trust in me, I am actually here to apply for the position of team assistant. Isn't that a tad too humble? Exclaimed archer Luo Qi. Brother, no need for words. From now on, you are the main player I will strive to protect. Warrior Chen Yu clapped He Xiaoshu on the shoulder. I feel quite ashamed, murmured the gentle and demure mage Xiaojun. Captain, lead us to the finals and let us crush them. Piped up the petite Chi-Chi, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Junior brother Xiaoshu, your humility once again proves how wise our collective decision to invite you as captain was. Ouyang Xiaoling smiled with satisfaction, wiping away tears of emotion. He Xiaoshu blinked, realizing that this group seemed to harbor some rather misplaced assumptions about him. Nevertheless, The smooth progression of events was, after all, a fortuitous development. Thank you for your trust. I look forward to working with all of you. He Xiaoshu bowed in gratitude. All hail the captain. The five responded in unison. How do you usually train? We let the second team practice with us or dive straight into 5-player matches. Then shall we dive into a 5-player match today? Let us do it. I can hardly wait. Shen Yu rubbed his hands together, immediately calling out to the team assistant outside, quick. Inform them that our new captain intends to lead us in a victorious opening match. Yes. Wait. Notify the Bifan Hall to activate the Array Sky Curtain. Ensure every disciple in the sect can witness today's live broadcast. Understood. Having instantly endeared himself to the Qingtian team members, He Xiaoshu observed their exuberance and felt a stirring of excitement within himself. It had been ages since he had the chance to unleash his skills in the novice village. And today was the perfect opportunity for a little relaxation. Who could have foreseen that this impromptu debut would create a sensation throughout the entire Qingtian sect? Breaking news. Ouyang Shaoling steps down as captain of the Qingtian team, voluntarily passing the baton to disciple He Xiaoshu. The Qingtian team welcomes its first core jungler. The inaugural exhibition match is set to occur at the 9th Peak Martial Arts Arena. Please spread the word. Do not miss it. Major announcement. The Qingtian sect has welcomed its core jungler, the shadowless sword immortal, He Xiaoshu. The inaugural ranked match following the reorganization of the team is about to commence. Those unable to enter the arena should secure their positions at the various plaza formations as the live broadcast is set to begin imminently. Esteemed colleagues, we can now observe that the first arena is utterly packed, with thousands occupying the stands, leaving many disciples no choice but to stand at the periphery to witness the event. However, this has not diminished anyone's enthusiasm for the match. I am your commentator, Zhang Tao, and the competition is about to unfold, so please keep your focus on the formation's canopy and do not stray. As I behold the arena transformed into a sea of humanity, the newly appointed captain, He Xiaoshu, finds himself somewhat bewildered. It's merely a routine training match. Does it warrant such exaggeration? Having lived in seclusion at the Fei sect for years, He Xiaoshu cannot fathom the fervent desire for victory harbored by the disciples of the Qingtian sect. As a top 10 magical sect in the Jiuzhou realm, Qingtian sect boasts considerable strength. However, due to severe internal specialization, the team heavily relies on magical prowess. Unless they establish an advantage early on, the opposing team can effectively neutralize their efforts with just one magic-resistant cloak, rendering their attacks ineffectual. This reliance has been a significant factor in Qingtian sect's stagnation outside the top 20 of the Immortal Alliance for centuries. In peak matches, the importance of synergy and complementarity among team members cannot be overstated. Overly radical compositions struggle to endure. Witnessing his own sect's team repeatedly gain an early advantage only to falter in the mid to late game, often falling victim to a counterattack that leads to the destruction of their crystal, is a source of great frustration. Consequently, when He Xiaoshu, an ethereal and striking swordsman, made his debut at Qingtian sect, he immediately captured the attention of the Qingtian team, even to the extent that they were willing to relinquish the captaincy to recruit him. This urgency stemmed from their dire need for a core wildcard player. With all 6 members of the Qingtian team now in position, the arena is linked to the league's grand formation. The thrilling moment has arrived. Let us discover which team Qingtian sect has been matched against this time. Goodness. Chapter 20. The humble maneuver with the commentator's exclamation. A sudden appearance of 5 burly figures manifested upon the celestial formation, causing the members of the Qingtian sect to collectively gasp in disbelief. Could it be the Beastmaster sect? This was surely a foregone conclusion. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect were all robust and muscular, presenting a formidable front with their thick hides and the enhancement of their beast companions, granting their entire team exceptional resilience and offensive capabilities, if not for a sufficiently robust lineup with strong crowd control and damage output. Encountering these beasts would likely result in utter annihilation. Relying on this unconventional formation, the Beastmaster sect consistently made it into the top 20 of the Jiuzhou League each year, while the Qingtian sect, composed almost entirely of fragile mages, would likely surrender within half a stick of incense upon facing them. Should we concede right away? The archer, Luo Qi, offered a wry smile. In her memory, the Qingtian sect had never triumphed over the Beastmaster sect. Even if He Xiaoshu possessed extraordinary swordsmanship, he would likely only inflict superficial damage against such formidable foes. Concede? Why would we do that? Isn't this team simply offering warmth? He Xiaoshu smiled faintly. Has the captain devised a plan? Ouyang Xiaoling's eyes brightened. He Xiaoshu nodded. Their crowd control is not strong. You one team need to enter the fray this time. Archer, follow me to the mid lane. Mid lane? Luo Qi was momentarily bewildered. What kind of strategy is this? Traditionally, shouldn't the archer focus on safe development? Do you trust me? He Xiaoshu raised his celestial sword. Trust. The five were captivated by the enchantment radiating from the sword, believing the young man before them emanated a sacred light. His persuasive aura dazzlingly handsome. Then listen to me. Chi-Chi, you possess high burst damage. You will jungle. All right. The little girl's eyes sparkled. Chinyu, simply hold your lane. Just aim to stall one opponent. Count on me. Chinyu, wielding a great sword, cracked his knuckles, knowing it would be manageable to hold off one despite being pressured by two brawny foes. Xiao Jun, accompany me. We will ambush in the mid lane and freeze them as soon as they dive the tower. Understood. I'll wait outside for your good news. Although Ouyang Xiaoling felt a tinge of disappointment for not joining He Xiaoshu in the fray, she still encouraged her teammates, shouting, Qintian will surely win. Qintian will surely win. The six fists joined together, and soon, 5 figures vanished into the formation's heart. Ouyang Xiaoling gazed up at the radiant celestial screen, displaying the handsome youth with the sword. Her eyes filled with hope as she murmured, You will lead us to victory, one TU? Fellow disciples, the 5 competitors have descended into the spring waters. The match has begun. Since the league commenced, the Qintian sect and the Beastmaster sect have clashed 9 times, with each encounter ending in the Qintian team's defeat. Observing this lineup, Ouyang Xixiang has not taken to the field. Facing such a robust assembly, we lack support? It seems our new captain harbors intriguing ideas. Are we preparing to take a gamble? And if it fails, simply concede? What? Am I mistaken? Did Xixiang Xiaoshu just lead 2 girls into the mid lane? Is he abandoning his jungle? What about the core jungler? He has taken Xiao Jun into the mid lane's brush, while the mid lane mage, Chi-Chi, moves toward the jungle. Is this truly a mage jungle? I can't comprehend this. Everyone. 3 individuals are pressuring the mid lane. Are we completely forsaking the development route? The map of the Immortal Alliance Professional League is a standard canyon competition layout, with 3 defensive towers on each side's top, middle, and bottom lanes. The victory is claimed by the first team to breach the defensive towers and destroy the opposing crystal. This strategy of abandoning one lane is exceedingly radical, leaving all disciples in a state of anxiety. The 2 sides have now collided. The archer, Luo Qi, is attacking the puppets beneath the mid lane tower. The opposing mid lane is a tanky mage, utterly unfazed by Luo Qi's damage, recklessly clearing minions. If this continues, it will be challenging for our archer to develop. Meanwhile, Xixiang Xiaoshu and Xiao Jun remain concealed in the brush. The opposing tank has already pushed to the tower. Captain, shall we not engage? Xiao Jun asked with urgency. Just wait a moment. He Xiaoshu narrowed his eyes. Boom. A raging beast descended from the sky, crashing down upon the tower, stunning Luo Qi. The opposing support tank was in motion. The 2 of them brazenly absorbed the tower's damage, converging upon Luo Qi. Now is the time. He Xiaoshu commanded, and Xiao Jun dashed from the brush, wielding her frost staff. With a crack, she froze both opponents beneath the tower. Just as the nearly defeated archer, Luo Qi, recovered from her stun, she leaped backward, unleashing 2 powerful arrows. Under the onslaught of the tower's fire and Luo Qi's dual strikes, the 2 tanks rapidly lost health. Just as they were about to secure 2 kills, Xiao Jun stepped forward, preparing to unleash another ice spell. Suddenly, a wolf rider emerged from the bottom lane, drawing back his bow to shoot at Xiao Jun's back. The opposing archer, noticing the absence of defenders in the bottom lane, rushed to the mid lane for support. Struck in the back by an arrow, Xiao Jun instinctively sought refuge beneath the tower. Meanwhile, the 2 burly men beneath the tower simultaneously used purification charms to break free from their frozen state and charged toward Xiao Jun. Faced with the onslaught of 3 hulking figures, the young lady in her elegant dress exhibited a look of despair. At that moment, He Xiaoshu, who had remained hidden in the brush, finally sprang into action. The young man soared into the air like a celestial being, charging toward the 3 giants, and then, with a flick of his sword, he suddenly launched 3 magical orbs? As the boy's voice echoed, the enormous orbs, guided by precision, crossed 2 riverbanks and directly struck the wolf rider in the back, resulting in a thunderous blast that sent him flying. 1 kill. 2 kills. 3 kills. Before anyone could comprehend, the arena's celestial canopy resounded with 3 loud notifications. What? What just happened? Xixiang Xiaoshu swiftly harvested 3 kills with astonishing speed using magical orbs. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the triad convergence spell of the Rainstorm sect, right? Isn't he a swordsman? How did he suddenly employ magic? This is utterly unexpected. Indeed, in theory, as long as he desires it, he can wield any technique. Such is the power of artifacts. Ding! Suddenly, a distress signal illuminated the celestial canopy, revealing that the Qintian team's jungle had been invaded. A burly man wielding a massive axe was relentlessly pursuing Chi-Chi, who was struggling amidst the puppets and jungle monsters. Defeating these would grant the team gold, allowing them to exchange for various enhancement equipment in the spring waters, while demolishing refreshable red and blue statues or jungle bosses would provide temporary buffs. The opposing brute clearly capitalized on the mage's slow early-game jungle, launching a preemptive strike to seize the jungle resources, just as the petite Chi-Chi was on the verge of being caught and slain by the giant. A dashing youth wielding a celestial sword suddenly leaped from the side brush, conjuring a pink heart-shaped bubble toward the formidable man. Smash! The heart bubble exploded, leaving the axe-wielding giant in a love-struck stupor, frozen in place. For kills. The notifications rang out from the celestial canopy, leaving the commentators astounded. Did I see that correctly? Isn't that the immobilization technique of the Jade Fox sect? Xixiang Xiaoshu, how is it that he can do everything? Yet this was not the end. Xiaoshu executed a swift acceleration, sword with his sword, and led the fleeing Chi-Chi toward the opposing lane. The tank, engaged in a fierce battle with Chunyu, hadn't even registered their approach before being ambushed by the 2 stealthy figures. One immobilization spell, and an explosive magical orb swiftly dispatched him. A pentakill. A team wipe. As the alerts illuminated the formation sky, the entire Qintian sect fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a cacophony of cheers, akin to the roar of the ocean. My goodness! My goodness! My goodness! At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words to express the exhilaration within. In the span of merely half a tea's time, the Qintian team achieved a complete annihilation against the Beastmaster sect. It was as seamless as flowing water. It was simply an utter domination, was it not? Both the upper and middle towers fell simultaneously, and the enemy's jungle was utterly compromised. Brother Xiaoshu led 4 teammates to swiftly clear all the jungle monsters. A kill. The adversary's mid lane sent reinforcements, but we counterattacked with vigor. A double kill. Goodness! This momentum is overwhelming. The enemy had never anticipated that our marksmen had activated the Berserk emblem. Their magical defense cloak crumbled under the onslaught of our enhanced arrows, as if made of paper. Chi-Chi eliminated the Dominator. The Shadow Vanguard has emerged. In the stillness of the air, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Xinyu has slain the tyrant. The team's attack power has surged. In the next moment, another notification chimed. The audience erupted in excitement. My goodness! It turns out Brother Xiaoshu's daring advance was to buy time for his jungler. Now, both jungle bosses belong to the Qintian team. In such a scenario, how on earth can the enemy contend? Xinyu joined forces with Xiao Jun and Luo Qi, heading straight for the last defensive tower in the mid lane. Chi-Chi arrived as well. Brother Xiaoshu, having regained health, was swiftly maneuvering over. Let us go, brothers. The mid lane tower has fallen. My goodness. The Beastmaster sect has surrendered. The entire Qintian sect was in an uproar. As the dashing swordsman who led the team reappeared in the arena, Ouyang Xiaoling felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Although he is male, she found herself wanting to marry the captain. What to do? Captain, Ouyang Xiaoling stammered, her face turning crimson. You also wish to fight alongside the captain? Xinyu chuckled, suggesting, why not have Chi-Chi swap with you next time? Uft, why don't you swap with him? The little lowly, hands on her hips, retorted defiantly, I want to fight alongside the captain to the very end. Let me swap with you. Xiao Jun stepped forward with a gentle smile. Thank you, Xiao Jun. Ouyang Xiaoling bashfully scratched her head. You're welcome. Xiao Jun, clad in elegant attire, smiled softly. Previously, her experience of being a bait under the tower, besieged by 3 burly men, was too harrowing. Such perilous tasks were better left to the boys. He Xiaoshu. The arena, capable of holding thousands, reverberated with fervent cheers as countless disciples raised their arms for their new idol. Brother Xiaoshu, The professional commentator from the Bai Fan Hall, Zhang Tao, squeezed in to interview He Xiaoshu, asking, as the newly appointed captain, how do you feel about the overall performance of the Qingtian team today? Oh ho ho ho. Brother Xiaoshu, you truly are exceedingly modest, Zhang Tao echoed, while internally launching into a torrent of sarcasm. One person directly or indirectly claimed 8 kills, one of which was obtained by forcefully taking down 2 defensive towers, and you dare call that roaming? A roaming father, perhaps? Chapter 21. Ascending ranks is as easy as drinking water, Captain. Will you continue to lead us in climbing the ranks tomorrow? Ouyang Xiaoling felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness in the presence of He Xiaoshu. There was no denying it. This senior was exceptionally talented, and she feared the possibility of rejection. According to the league's regulations, a team needed to reach 50 stars in the annual rankings to qualify for the championship tournament. With the recent star they had just earned, the Qingtian team had accumulated a total of 45 stars. Given their previous win rate of 55%, it was estimated that they would need to play approximately 50 more matches to advance. However, with He Xiaoshu's support, Ouyang Xiaoling optimistically believed that the Qingtian team would only require a little over 10 matches to secure their entry into the championship. What a pity! The team members expressed their disappointment, lamenting that they had just begun their journey, and now the captain intended to retreat into seclusion. So why wait until tomorrow? Why not aim for 50 stars today? He Xiaoshu questioned, perplexed. The team members' eyes sparkled with excitement as they exclaimed, really? Isn't it obvious? You think after just one match you can take a break? He Xiaoshu scoffed. If we don't secure our place in the championship today, none of you are leaving. Hooray! The team erupted into cheers. Notify the Bai Fan Hall. The Qingtian team will be pushing for 50 stars today. If we fail, no one in the sect is allowed to rest. Chen Yu promptly called out to his assistant. Understood. Commentator Zhang Tao immediately broadcasted through the formation's sky screen. Breaking news. Breaking news. All fellow disciples, please stay tuned to the formation's sky screen. The Qingtian team has decided to fight relentlessly today. We shall not rest until we reach 50 stars. The entire sect buzzed with excitement. What an incredible event. We can watch all day long. This is too exhilarating. Limited supply of spiritual fruits and melons available in the front row. Those in need should act quickly. Shall we continue to play? He Xiaoshu inquired, looking at the team members. Play, play, play. Chen Yu rubbed his hands in anticipation. I can hardly wait. The little girl Chi-Chi exclaimed enthusiastically. Captain, can I take the field this time? Ouyang Xiaoling asked eagerly. Although Xiao Jun had already agreed to let him take the stage, he still needed He Xiaoshu's consent. Of course, He Xiaoshu nodded. For him, the lineup was not of great importance, as he could adapt to any role at any time. Then let us begin. The formation in the training ground activated once more, swiftly revealing 5 familiar faces on the sky screen. It's the Lingyun sect. Ouyang Xiaoling analyzed on the spot. The Lingyun sect's lineup is well balanced, and their playstyle is remarkably stable. If we leave a lane open like last time, they could easily take advantage of it and push us down. Let us proceed with the standard strategy. Chi-Chi, Chen Yu, Luo Qi, you each take your lanes. Xiaoling. Follow me, He Xiaoshu instructed. Huh, yes. Suddenly being assigned a role by the captain took Ouyang Xiaoling by surprise. Captain, how should I assist you? Just play as you wish, He Xiaoshu replied casually. Fellow disciples, the 5 players have descended into the fountain. A new match begins. Commentator Zhang Tao took a sip of tea and confidently stated, the Lingyun sect is a veteran team in the Immortal Alliance League, known for their steady gameplay. They have never missed a championship, which speaks volumes about their strength. Facing such an experienced team, if we continue with the aggressive tactics from last time, we might end up in a worse situation. It will be interesting to see how Brother Xiaoshu arranges his strategy. As expected, our team spread out to take their lanes, with Brother Xiaoshu and the support heading towards our jungle. It seemed he was preparing for a blue buff start. Defeating the blue stone statue would grant a mana boost, supporting early economic growth, a very stable approach. Wait, he did not stop at the blue stone statue. He crossed the river directly into the enemy's jungle. Is he planning a surprise steal? At that moment, the enemy jungler was busy with the red stone statue. Upon seeing an intruder, the enemy signaled for help, and the mid laner immediately abandoned their lane to assist. Are we really engaging in a team fight right from the start? This is too aggressive. Suddenly, Brother Xiaoshu executed a precise strike, seizing the enemy's red stone statue's buff and swiftly escaping through the upper river's brush. The enemy jungler and mid laner were evidently furious and pursued relentlessly. Thankfully, Ouyang Shaoling provided a crucial speed boost, allowing them to escape on their flying swords. Commentator Zhang Tao was animatedly narrating the excitement. Boom. A kill. Unexpectedly, a notification resonated from the heavens. It was then that everyone realized that Chi-Chi had stealthily circled behind the enemy after clearing the mid-lane minions, delivering a spell that eliminated the enemy's injured mage. Wow! Zhang Tao exclaimed, Brother Xiaoshu's distraction tactic is brilliant. Double kill. A second notification echoed from the heavens. Impressive. The audience erupted in cheers, and commentator Zhang Tao joined in the exhilaration. Yet, the excitement did not end there. Suddenly, Xiaoshu summoned Ouyang Shaoling and Chi-Chi to rise on their swords, allowing Ouyang Shaoling to provide another critical speed boost. The three of them surged towards the upper lane, catching the enemy warrior, who had been left with half health, completely off guard, and together they swiftly defeated him. Triple kill. A third notification rang out from the heavens. The four of them, having left the enemy jungle, successfully regrouped with Luo Qi and began their assault on the mid-tower. Unfortunately, the enemy's marksmen and support arrived just in time to defend the tower, and our minion wave had dwindled. We would have to wait for the next wave. Wow! Chen Yu charged in with his shield, tanking the tower damage and stunning two enemies. We are diving the tower. Quadra-kill, pentakill, team wipe. The heavens echoed with 3 consecutive notifications. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. We wiped them out, brothers. Our momentum is unstoppable. We are charging straight for the enemy base. The 2 recently revived players from the Ling Yun sect were utterly bewildered, merely spinning in their fountain. What? They surrendered collectively. We won. The Qintian team is phenomenal. Chapter 22. A winning streak equals sustenance. As a new star illuminated the formation's celestial canvas once more, commentator Zhang Tao was overcome with excitement, gesticulating wildly, oblivious to the froth at the corner of his mouth. In merely the time it takes to sip half a cup of tea, victory was secured. The Qintian team triumphed over the Ling Yun sect at a pace that was astonishingly twice as swift as their previous overwhelming victory against the Beastmaster sect. What can I say but invincible? It is simply extraordinary. The exhilaration is unparalleled. He had never imagined that playing as support could be this thrilling. Throughout the battle, he merely sat in the rear of that man's celestial sword, activating his speed boost 4 times before they emerged victorious. This sensation of flight was simply too fast. The petite Kiki pouted, a look of dissatisfaction etched on her face. I haven't even unleashed my full potential yet, and we've already won. How dull. Indeed, it was exceedingly swift. Luo Qi also felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Ha! Chen Yu laughed heartily, bending over with mirth as he patted Xiaoshu's shoulder. Captain, did you hear that? The ladies think you're too fast. Don't be ridiculous. I can sustain it. Xiaoshu grinned, his confidence unwavering as he prepared to accelerate once more. Another round? Ouyang Shaoling adjusted her hair, incredulous. Aren't they all still craving more excitement? This time, I'll take you to the skies, Xiaoshu winked. Gulp. Ouyang Shaoling swallowed hard, becoming a slave to desire, unable to resist the blatant temptation of consecutive victories. Let us go then. Who's afraid? Kiki declared, hands on her hips, brimming with combative spirit. Let us keep rolling. Chen Yu exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. Upon hearing the announcement of another match, Zhang Tao, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out in disbelief. So soon? Aren't they taking a break? This is shocking, brothers. Is this still our Qintian team? It feels like their endurance alone could secure them the title of the best in the 9 provinces. 5 new faces appeared on the formation's celestial canvas. Zhang Tao's eye sparkled. Wow, this time, we're up against the Qingqing sect. Their sword practitioners are formidable. Our jungle area is in jeopardy. Our team members teleported back to the fountain. This time, Xiaoshu chose to start with a blue buff. He prepared to attack the blue statue, brandishing his celestial sword, only to retract it. What the heck? The blue statue exploded. What on earth? Zhang Tao halted his commentary, completely astounded. Even a deity wouldn't assault the jungle this swiftly. Captain, your attack power is incredible. Only Ouyang Shaoling, seated behind Xiaoshu, understood that their captain had instructed her to purchase a spell book of magical power and continuously stack spell enhancements upon him. From the fountain to the blue statue, Ouyang Shaoling had managed to stack 8 layers of magical strength on Xiaoshu, allowing him to obliterate the blue statue with a single magical orb. However, achieving such mastery requires an unparalleled command over offensive spells. What kind of versatile monster is their captain? His celestial sword accelerated. It soared through the jungle. Empowered by the blue statue's magical enhancement, his magical orbs rained down like hail, launching a carpet bombing. Nothing remained in his wake. Our gold seemed to surge forth like a gushing fountain. He sped across the river into the enemy jungle, where the opposing assassin had just finished with the blue statue. In the worst state imaginable. Upon seeing the two of us charging into their territory, they were utterly dumbfounded, laughing uncontrollably. What? When did Xiaoshu stack another 8 layers of magical strength? A targeted magical orb struck the opposing assassin squarely, and their jungler was eliminated. A kill. The crowd erupted. It was astonishingly swift. This man's speed was utterly unparalleled. Yet this was merely the beginning. The audience soon realized that the magical orb Xiaoshu had just thrown reappeared in his hand. Wow. The magical strength equipment Xiaoshu just exchanged for is the expensive blood curse seal. After eliminating an enemy, he can instantly refresh his ultimate ability. Xiaoshu, gripping the newly refreshed ultimate, launched it with great force. The marksman facing Luo Qihan even had time to react before being taken down in one blow. Double kill. Oh my. He just summoned another magical orb and tossed it into the river's center, obliterating the enemy support before they even revealed themselves. Triple kill. Xiaoshu, still not pausing, dashed across the river toward mid lane, executing a long-range throw that sent the opposing mid-mage soaring. Quadra kill. The audience rose in unison, stunned. As they beheld this celestial performer, commentator Zhang Tao stood, exclaiming, "My heavens! Xiaoshu hasn't he stopped after achieving a quadra kill? His 8 layers of magical orbs are ready again. Is he really going to charge up to top lane? But the distance is too great." Although the warrior facing Chun Yu was left with barely half health, the distance to the opposing lane was insurmountable. With the blood curse seal's aid, he could maintain the magical orbs for a mere 5 breaths. It was impossible to carry them to top lane. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiaoling provided a crucial speed boost. The audience then noticed that she had purchased the Thunderbolt talisman while seated behind Xiaoshu, and under their dual acceleration, their figures became as swift as lightning. Xiaoshu was half a river's width from top lane, yet the stacked seals only lasted 3 breaths. Could he create yet another miracle? My heart raced to my throat. 3, 2, 1. What the heck? Pentakill. Total annihilation. The celestial realm echoed with 2 announcements, yet the live audience had grown numb. The outcome was inevitable. Xiaoshu eliminated the Overlord. The Shadow Vanguard was dispatched. Hearing the resounding announcements from above, Xiaoshu's 3 teammates were left in a daze. Before this astonishing captain, they had become mere tools for clearing minion waves and depleting the enemy's health. It was utterly disgraceful, a victory without effort. Only Ouyang Xiaoling, seated on the celestial sword, reveled in a euphoric daze, 2 streams of blood trickling down her neck, blissfully unaware. What's wrong? Did you just get hit? Noticing her condition, Xiaoshu inquired with concern. Oh, no, it's probably just the heat getting to me. Ouyang Xiaoling blushed, hastily stuffing tissue into her nostrils. Glad to hear it. Can you keep up for another round? Absolutely. Thus, Xiaoshu surged forth again on his celestial sword. The conclusion of the battle was a foregone conclusion. The Qingxing sect, facing a 10-0 defeat at their high ground, promptly chose to surrender. Hooray! I got 3 kills this match. Besides the captain, I have the most. Kiki, the petite one, felt immensely satisfied with her performance in the final team fight. Uft. That was only because the captain weakened them for you. You just lurked in the bushes and picked off the leftovers. Chen Yu rolled his eyes. Humph. If you're so capable, why don't you lurk? You didn't even touch a corpse. How dare you criticize me? Apologies, but I prefer to confront challenges head-on. Lurking in the grass is not my style. Enough arguing. Xiaoshu, carrying the bloodied and weary Ouyang Xiaoling, rushed out of the arena with urgency. Quick, summon the medic. Xiaoling has fainted. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 23. You are not special. Ouyang Xiaoling had a long dream. In his dream, he endured countless arduous competitions, ultimately lifting the champion trophy and donning the championship ring that symbolized the strongest team in the Immortal Alliance. He then broke down in tears before Xiaoshu. Captain, thank you for helping me realize my dream. There's no need for thanks. Assisting every team member is my duty as captain. Senior brother, aside from being a member of the team, I have always harbored a secret I wish to tell you face to face. How fortunate. I too have a secret to share with you. They both exclaimed in unison. Perhaps you should go first, Ouyang Xiaoling insisted. He Xiaoshu smiled gently. In truth, I recognized it when I first joined the team, but the timing wasn't right, and I lacked the opportunity to express my feelings. You are truly an exceptional young man, gentle, considerate, and irresistibly charming. Actually, I'm not as remarkable as you say. Ouyang Xiaoling's face flushed crimson. There's no need for modesty in my presence. You sit behind me on the immortal sword every day. How could I not know your worth? Oh. Ouyang Xiaoling's face reddened further. Thus, today I must confess to you. Ouyang Xiaoling's heart raced. Actually, I have been engaged to Xiao Jun for some time. When she was assisting me and appeared overly close, I noticed your discomfort, which is why we kept it a secret. I know you are a kind-hearted boy, and it is entirely natural to be fond of someone as gentle and virtuous as Xiao Jun. But I must apologize. She and I are truly in love. We have always regarded you as our best friend and have hesitated to reveal the truth, so only now, after winning the championship, do I find the courage to confess. You won't hold it against me, will you? A sharp pang resonated within Ouyang Xiaoling, as if a string in his heart had snapped, yet he fought back tears, concealing his turmoil. And no, how could I? How wonderful to hear that. I knew you were a compassionate brother. So, will you definitely attend our wedding next month? Absolutely. And what was the secret you were about to tell me? I have always been envious of you. Why must you, the detestable exchange disciple, be so exceptional? Is that all? Indeed. Many share that sentiment. You are not alone. Do not be disheartened. If you are willing to strive, I believe you two will shine brightly one day. Yes, I am not alone. He Xiaoshu chuckled, but as laughter turned to tears, his vision blurred. He had once not been alone, yet ultimately became an individual. Captain, he's awake. What on earth? Why is he in tears? I was clearly dodging skills quite skillfully. He was hiding behind me. How could he be hurt like this? The team doctor examined him and reported, there are no external injuries. It seems he was simply overwhelmed with emotions. Oh, that's good. Xiaoling, you're awake? Ouyang Xiaoling turned to see a gentle woman with long hair and a demure outfit by his bedside, and his heart tightened. Xiao Jun. Yes. I'm sorry. Ouyang Xiaoling blushed, realizing he had been carried out by the wild king brother who flew him across the map. But soon, he remembered something. What about the subsequent matches? Of course, Xiao Jun completed the remaining matches for you. Chi, sitting with her double ponytails, idly munched on spirit fruit while swinging her legs. Added, Xiao Jun's ice spells and the captain's immortal sword truly complement each other. With one ice spell from her, the captain follows with a myriad of swords, and the enemies fall like leaves. It's far superior to when you were assisting. So, she has been sitting behind the captain on the immortal sword all along? Ouyang Xiaoling bit his lip, heartbroken. Isn't that obvious? Did you not hear the crowd cheering outside? Frost and snow flying sword, invincible in all directions. Chi, please stop. Xiao Jun blushed. It's all thanks to the captain's swordsmanship. I was merely a supportive tool. Goodness, how has Xiaoling fainted again? Quickly call the team doctor. Was there something wrong with the medicine he was given? His entire face has turned green. In truth, the 6 placement matches concluded early in the morning. However, after Ouyang Xiaoling regained consciousness, the 100 Myriad Hall hastily organized a handover ceremony and press conference to officially announce his status as the captain of the Qintian team. After a day of live broadcasting, the entire Qintian sect recognized this talented exchange disciple from the Face sect. The 100 Myriad Hall treated him as a treasure, granting him dual enrollment status and awarding him the title of Outstanding Disciple of the Qintian sect, along with a scholarship of 100,000 spirit stones, ensuring he could dedicate himself wholly to training and competition. After a busy day, He Xiaoshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the plan to elevate the Qintian sect progressing smoothly, the next step was to find a way to infiltrate the forbidden area in the back mountain. It would not do to force the issue. After all, there were 2 formidable masters at the peak of the Void Realm residing in that secluded courtyard. For instance, the enthusiastic older sister before him. Brother, Fan Tiantian approached with a plate of pastries, smiling brightly. I heard you led our sect's disciples to achieve 6 consecutive victories in the Immortal Alliance's ranking matches today. Truly impressive. Here, I made you some pineapple cakes. Come, try them while they're hot. How do they taste? Delicious. Light and flaky. Sister, your skills are remarkable. He Xiaoshu eagerly took a piece, savoring it. Oh my brother, your lips are as sweet as honey. Fan Tiantian giggled, then turned to scold the boy and girl tossing stones in the yard. Have you 2 played enough? It's time for dinner. Don't you dare make me ask again. All right, sister, this is the last divination. Fan Whiting dropped 3 stones in shock, laughing at the girl beside him. Look, it's the death divination again. I was lying, was I? You and him truly have no fate. But my feelings for him are genuine and undeniable. Morong Bingjian pouted in frustration. Did you see the live broadcast of today's sensational match? Almost 90% of our female disciples and 30% of the male disciples have fallen for him. Do you really think you're special? But stop struggling. Is it so difficult to accept the obvious truth before you? What truth? Some individuals are indeed too exceptional. So much so that your affection for him is merely a drop in the ocean, utterly insignificant. I finally understand why your sister despises you so much. Why? Your words are toxic. Chapter 24. A fortune in a single divination. I merely have a penchant for speaking the truth. Fan Whiting scoffed, curling his lip, then shifted his gaze to He Xiaoshu, who was seated at the dining table, indulging in pineapple cakes. Look at that person who just walked in and started flattering my sister. Do you find him endearing? Morong Bingjian followed Fan Whiting's finger and beheld the clean-cut youth casually enjoying the delectable dessert at the table. The golden rays of the evening sun adorned the boy's soft bangs with a warm halo, rendering each moment so pristine it was almost suffocating. Fan Whiting couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. All right, I concede he is indeed quite charming, but that does not justify your relentless attacks on me. Morong Bingjian suddenly stood up and turned to leave. Where are you going? Hey, don't walk away. Fan Whiting promptly got up, anxiously imploring. Aren't you coming with me to eat? Don't leave me behind. I'm already full. Ugh, you traitorous ingrate. Are you two going to eat or not? If not, then get lost. A roar echoed from a distance. Ah, here it comes. Seeing Fan Whiting sprinting into the dining hall without a shred of dignity, the multicolored deer in the yard rolled its eyes in silent disbelief. Ha ha ha, little shoe. You truly astonished us today. What a revelation. The man who had just been scoffing at others for flattering suddenly switched to a mode of flattery at the dining table. Our Qintian sect hasn't secured 6 consecutive victories in the ranking matches for quite some time. The last time such an impressive feat occurred was. Sensing Fan Tiantian's warning gaze directed at him, Fan Whiting hastily corrected himself, clearing his throat. No, I misspoke. Our sect has never achieved such remarkable results. Come, let me raise a toast to Little Shu on behalf of Qintian's sect. Look at how humble Little Shu is. No wonder he is beloved by all. Fan Whiting chuckled. Do you need to point that out? Fan Tiantian shot him a glare. Where's that little brat? Humph, I reckon she's just had her fill. My junior sister is young and somewhat naive. I hope you can be understanding, dear sister, He Xiaoshu replied with an apologetic smile. Humph, Fan Tiantian rolled her eyes, unsure whether to mock the youth's age or his lack of understanding. Soon, her tone shifted to one of earnestness. Listen, dear brother, you're still young and may lack experience in matters of the heart. Let me enlighten you. Some girls can be quite cunning. They may feign vulnerability to elicit your pity, all the while coveting your charms, leading you into a trap. I've seen this many times, so do not fall for it. Thank you for the warning, dear sister. I will be vigilant in safeguarding myself. Good. Come, try the braised lion's head I made and see if it pleases your palate. It smells delightful. How did you make this? Ha ha ha, it is, of course, my unique secret recipe. But you must promise not to divulge it to anyone. The meat must be a blend of 70% lean to 30% fatty from the front leg, and it must be pounded by hand to maintain the perfect chewiness. As for the spices, there must be 49 varieties of fragrant herbs, smoked for 9 days, and any deviation from this regimen, even by a day, will not do. I'm full. Fan Whiting abruptly set down his chopsticks. Full. Nonsense. Eat more. Fan Tiantian immediately ladled a large meatball into Fan Whiting's bowl. Oh. Fan Whiting reluctantly picked up his chopsticks again, dazedly chewing on the meatball. Sis, I really am full. Fan Whiting was on the verge of tears. Get lost. And remember to clean up after your multicolored deer. If I catch a whiff of something unpleasant again, I'll kick both of you out. Understood. Fan Whiting exited the dining hall with a face full of despair. Is the sect leader not fond of meat? He Xiaoshu asked, a bit surprised. He was not merely flattering. Fan Tiantian's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, rivaling even his own family's chef, each possessing their own unique merits. If one found such exquisite cuisine unpalatable, it could only mean a true lack of appreciation. Sigh. Fan Tiantian could not help but sigh in resignation. Our parents passed away early. He was just over 2 years old at the time. To ensure he grew strong, I prepared various meat dishes for him every day. Perhaps he grew weary of it from such a young age. I'm sorry, I didn't tell no uncle and aunt had. It's all right. Though he lacked parental affection, look at him now. He has become an exceptional sect leader. It is all thanks to the nurturing of his sister that he has turned out so well. Indeed, he is excellent, but unfortunately, he is far too playful. For someone his age, he rarely acts responsibly, which is quite worrisome. Oh, if only you were my real brother. To be the brother of a sister like you would indeed be a tremendous blessing. Then I shall claim you as my sister. I propose a toast to you. Dear sister. Ha ha ha, come, come. Sister Fan Tian proclaimed. I, Fan Tian, along with Fan Whiting, hereby declare that we three shall become sworn siblings with He Xiaoshu. Until the end of time, we shall not forsake this bond. Until the end of time, we shall not forsake this bond. He Xiaoshu echoed, mirroring her declaration. Boom. Suddenly, 3 thunderous booms resonated from the peak of Qintian sect, signifying the completion of their oath. Observing the rolling thunder in the sky, Fan Whiting, who was in the yard cleaning up after the multicolored deer, couldn't he help but roll his eyes in annoyance. Once again, he found himself inexplicably represented by his own sister. Sigh. This guardianship bestowed by their parents is truly a burden. When would he be able to break free from his sister's oversight and establish his own independence? However, this younger brother is indeed quite remarkable. To have such a future powerhouse as a brother, perhaps it was he who truly struck gold in this arrangement. Let us divine the future. After burying the multicolored deer's droppings in the flower bed of the backyard, Fan Whiting, in a moment of inspiration, picked up a few pebbles and tossed them onto the ground, thereby receiving a chaotic and disorderly divination. Wow, what a surprise. It's actually the chaos hexagram of heaven and earth. This is something I cannot comprehend at all. It must be the so-called great fortune. Perhaps? Fan Whiting stroked his chin, pondering deeply, until a peculiar musky scent invaded his nostrils, reminding him of the precious material he had just touched. He immediately widened his eyes, exclaiming in excitement as he dashed toward the pond in the courtyard, all the while vocalizing his interpretation of the hexagram. Ugh. Chapter 25. The joyous beverage of the indolent after the dinner. He Xiaoshu had at least confirmed 3 significant matters. First, Fan Tian was highly likely the sole survivor from the exploration of the forbidden area on the back mountain 3,000 years ago. He had previously verified in the records of the Yunzhou Immortal Alliance that the first 6 consecutive victories in the history of the Qintian sect were achieved by the remarkably talented Qintian team. And Fan Tian had remained tight-lipped about this matter, indicating that there must be hidden truths behind it. Second, it was probable that the parents of the Fan siblings perished during the rescue mission in the Back Mountain secret realm. The Yunzhou secret history recorded that 3,000 years ago, the couple from the Qintian sect journeyed into the heavens, and a century later, their child succeeded as the sect leader. If Fan Whiting was only 2 years old at that time, there would be no reason for such a loving couple to abandon their child. Third, this situation could be quite serious. He might not be able to infiltrate this secret realm under the pretext of undergoing the Qintian team's rigorous training. Even 2 peak experts had fallen within. Such a perilous place could never serve as a training ground for disciples. It seemed this matter could only be temporarily set aside. He let out a long breath, expertly casting a barrier around him, and then approached the potted plants in the room, summoning the invisible ring on his hand. And with a swift motion, he slipped inside. The breathtaking scenery by the Qianlong Lake unfolded before him. The air was fresh and invigorating. The elemental energies had established their own cycle, and it appeared that the previous infusion of heavenly thunder had significantly elevated the estate's level. As he admired the vibrant clouds above and breathed in the refreshing breeze wafting from the distant lake, He Xiaoshu felt immensely content. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the tranquil surface of the lake erupted into towering water columns, drenching He Xiaoshu from head to toe. A massive black-armored dragon soared into the sky, launching a spherical creature into the air, which then plummeted down. With a thud, the creature, resembling a plump ball, crashed onto the shore's spirit field, creating a deep pit about 7 feet wide, revealing Wang Dafu, whose face was swollen as if stung by bees, rendering his eyes nearly invisible. Roaring, the black dragon hovered in midair, seeming to assert its dominion, while the embedded Wang Dafu, spotting He Xiaoshu with one eye, sprang to the shore. Clinging to He Xiaoshu's leg, weeping uncontrollably, "Boss, save me. What on earth are you two doing?" He Xiaoshu exclaimed, wiping the water from his face, barely able to suppress a laugh. Didn't we agree to coexist harmoniously? I wish we could coexist harmoniously, but this great black dragon refuses to accept me. Wang Dafu lamented. Humph. The black dragon instantly descended, transforming into a wolf-eared youth with crossed arms, indignantly accusing. He claims I am the owner's playful servant. Xiaoshu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he took a deep breath. Go ahead and continue. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Understood. Hey, it's been 3 days and nights already. Shouldn't it be enough? I was wrong. Isn't that enough? It's just that you're so handsome and adorable that I mistook you for something else. Even if you can't forgive me, surely you can forgive your own good looks, right? Wang Dafu desperately attempted to smooth things over with his emotional intelligence. Not a chance. The emotionless wolf-eared youth coldly raised his fist. Xiaoshu nearly burst out laughing, but showed no intention of intervening. All right then. The wolf-eared youth lightly blew on his fist and approached Xiaoshu. And what about this one beside me? Dragon ancestor. Wang Dafu's eyes brightened as he immediately prostrated. You are my ancestor. The entire demon clan shall be your great-grandchildren. All right, Xiaoshu thought to himself, though he was secretly delighted. He maintained a demeanor befitting a boss. You can simply call me boss. I have plenty of tasks for you to handle. I wonder if you, Wang, are ready to take them on. Ready. Absolutely ready. Count on me. Wang Dafu beamed with a grin as wide as a steamed bun, nodding vigorously. Whatever task you assign, I will face it head on, even if it means walking through fire and water. Xiaoshu sighed in relief. Excellent. Then I shall entrust you with the project of transforming the 127 secret realms in Yunzhou. 100. Wang Dafu felt dizzy, nearly fainting on the spot. What's wrong? Is it too much? Xiaoshu frowned. No. How could it be too much? I even think it's too little. Wang Dafu's eyes brimmed with tears. It is my utmost honor to relieve my boss of burdens. I am truly gratified to hear you say that. Additionally, there are 398 unknown secret realms that require surveying. I will also entrust that to you. Report back to me with the findings in 3 months. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. No problem at all. Count on me. Wang Dafu chuckled until tears began streaming down his face, though he could not comprehend why he was crying. Ha. Wang, you truly are a straightforward person. Let us head to the Listening Wind Pavilion. We can discuss the projects over a meal. Jinsu, aren't you going to prepare the food and drink? Oh, the wolf-eared youth effortlessly gathered some spirit melons and fruits, caught 2 spirit fish, and obediently headed to the kitchen. Observing the obedient and endearing duo depart, Wang Dafu could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, tears streaming down his face. What kind of servant is this? What is this? Are they just going to bully me, the honest demon? Wang, why are you crying again? Is it because the tasks I assigned are too burdensome? No. Despite his internal turmoil, Wang Dafu forced a standard managerial smile. The trust of my boss is my greatest treasure. I am now as rich as a nation, so I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. Please don't take offense. Oh, that's good. Xiaoshu smiled broadly as he led Wang Dafu to the Listening Wind Pavilion. What would you like to drink? Sprite from 1982? Sprite? Looking out at the breathtaking ocean view, Wang Dafu felt his gloomy mood lift somewhat. Snow falls like flying petals, condensing into a deep blue. What exquisite wine could deserve such a name? It is not merely fine wine, but surpasses it. Only such a rare beverage can match your innate noble demeanor. Xiaoshu produced a bottle of effervescent clear liquid, pouring it into a large, translucent glass for Wang Dafu. Try it, I assure you. As he inhaled the citrusy aroma wafting from the glass, Wang Dafu swallowed hard, realizing this was an exquisite drink he had never encountered before. He took a sip. A subtle spiciness, accompanied by countless crystalline bubbles, released an indescribable fragrance that danced upon his taste buds, filling him with elation. Whoa, this Sprite is absolutely divine. Xiaoshu nodded with a smile. As long as the project progresses smoothly, I'll celebrate with Sprite every day for you. Boss, I won't say anything more. From now on, I will wholeheartedly follow your lead. Wang Dafu immediately tilted his head back and drank deeply, glug glug glug. Then the plump shadow demon lord began to pat his belly, producing sounds of determination. Burp. Chapter 26. The Secret Realm Transformation Plan. It must be said that Wang Dafu is a professional when it comes to the transformation of secret realms. As soon as Xiaoshu proposed utilizing the little tree space as the control center to connect various secret realms, Wang Dafu immediately presented 3 solutions. First, the most perfect, rapidly upgrade the little tree spaces level to seamlessly integrate with all secret realms, achieving complete global control, space sharing, and real-time transfer of resources. The downside is the enormous cost in the short term. Second, the second best, a tailored strategy for each realm, developing and implementing transformation plans individually. The advantage lies in its adaptability, allowing for the creation of highly personalized boutique secret realms. However, the downside is its inefficiency, making mass replication difficult. Third, a generally perfect yet upgradable plan, a comprehensive framework for constructing formations, allowing for the mass production of upgradable formation modules, facilitating rapid transformation of secret realms. This approach prioritizes efficiency while accommodating personalized development needs, with subsequent upgrades flexibly allocated based on strategic resource planning. He Xiaoshu promptly decided to adopt the third plan and authorized Wang Dafu to utilize 300 assembly lines in the little tree spaces formation room. The rationale was simple. This economically efficient and highly extensible development plan aligned perfectly with his vision. Wang Dafu was at a loss for words to express his gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him by his employer. He downed 3 bottles of Sprite in quick succession before contentedly heading to his workstation. For such monotonous and repetitive tasks, He Xiaoshu felt fortunate to have found a capable assistant to take over, allowing him the luxury of reclining in a lounge chair, sipping lemon-infused Sprite, while enjoying a shoulder and neck massage from a delightful young companion. Chen Su, you only bullied him to ensure he obediently works for us, right? No, the wolf-eared youth affirmed while kneading He Xiaoshu's shoulders. I simply wanted to hit him. Ha ha ha, well done. Well done, He Xiaoshu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to his dragon son. Initially, he had thought that since the other party was a powerful ancient shadow demon lord, surrendering so much work would require some degree of respect. To his surprise, the lord had been reduced to a state akin to that of his great-grandson, dismissed with a few bottles of Sprite. The life of a con artist truly feels as lonely as snow. Master, the shadow demon lord you found is quite useless. Although he is one of the 4 great lords of the demon clan, he was exiled by his own kind to a small secret realm in Jiuzhou 8,000 years ago and placed under house arrest. He doesn't even know how his own clan ultimately perished. After searching him thoroughly, he turned over nothing of value, only this black token, which is of no known use. Have you really resorted to such extreme measures? He Xiaoshu said, astonished, as he stared at the black token handed to him by the young boy. This must be the king's demon token, right? The holder of this token can command the demonic horde, automatically inheriting from the highest tier of the demon clan. Wang Dafu possessing such an item indicates that the demon clan has truly met its end. The question is, how did this precious item end up being beaten out of this boy? Chen Su, you truly are. He Xiaoshu found himself at a loss for words to express his excitement. Master, I was wrong. I will never bully my colleagues again. The adorable young boy immediately drooped his ears. No. This time, you have made a significant contribution. With this, we shall no longer worry about finding workers in the future. Huh? Chen Su scratched his head, looking bewildered. Isn't the demon clan extinct? What use is an empty token? That merely means the higher-tier demons have been annihilated. The magical essence and beasts scattered throughout Jiuzhou shall now all serve as our free labor, He Xiaoshu declared, holding the token as if it were a treasured artifact. No, I must reward you properly. He Xiaoshu stowed the token and immediately pulled out a set of armor glimmering with a dark light. This is the Dragon Soul armor, crafted from fragments of dragon souls. If we can find a complete ancient dragon soul in the future, it can be further upgraded. Try it on. As Chen Su extended his hand to touch the armor, a bloodline resonance occurred, and the dragon soul armor instantly adorned him. The boy, already clad in black attire, was now covered in gleaming scales, enhancing his heroic and handsome demeanor. Remarkably, these scales could manifest or dissipate at will, while also possessing enhanced attack, defense, and counterattack properties, significantly boosting the boy's combat capabilities. What are you going to do? I'm going to hit that boy again and see how much my combat power has increased. Huh, you can't hit him again. He Xiaoshu laughed heartily. If you do, there will be no one left to help us. But the wolf-eared youth looked down at his fisted hands, feeling somewhat aggrieved. If you want to practice, I can let you go out to play. He Xiaoshu affectionately ruffled the young boy's hair, adding, and I'll train your senior sister as well. Really? The young boy's eyes brightened at the prospect of going out. He Xiaoshu nodded affirmatively. Recently, This fellow has been a bit dispirited, drifting further away from being the cold and heartless politician he used to be. It's time to stir up some dark energy to rekindle her fighting spirit. But why must we resort to darkness? The young boy tilted his head, perplexed. In my distant homeland, every successful politician must imprison their own relatives. Then they must be truly sick. As the moonlight began to descend, a gentle night breeze still carried a hint of warmth. Suddenly, a hesitant knock echoed from outside the third-floor masteress bedroom. "Come in." Fan Whiting, clad only in large shorts and with a wooden comb stuck in his hair, was squatting on the terrace, intently manipulating a small mobile wind formation to dry off the 9-colored deer after its bath. Morong Bingjian entered with a conflicted expression, but upon lifting her gaze and spotting the bare-chested man, her eyes widened, and she swiftly turned her back. "Hey, why are you not wearing any clothes? Why did you let me in? Hey, how can you be so unreasonable? You are the one who intruded upon my domain." Fan Whiting retorted. "It's late at night. Surely you don't expect me to wear a long robe and contemplate the mysteries of the universe in my own bedroom?" Morong Bingjian stifled a laugh. "Isn't that how other sect masters behave?" "Huh, other sect masters are not as handsome as I am." Fan Whiting performed a hand gesture, causing the wind formation to cycle through the air, and casually slipped on a white inner robe. "Now what brings you here?" "I reflected for an afternoon and realized you were right about something." "Which matter?" "Some people are indeed too exceptional. So exceptional that your admiration for them is but a mere speck among the masses, hardly worth mentioning." "Exactly. I remember you said I had a poisonous tongue. Now I've come to understand. Would you like to hear the condensed version?" "What is it?" "3 words, Fan Whiting said with a grin, extending 3 fingers and counting down. "You do not deserve." "I'm sorry for the interruption. Hey, did you come all the way here just to tell me this?" "I originally intended to ask you for a favor, but now it seems unnecessary." "Don't. Just tell me. I'm always eager to help." Ultimately, Morong Bingjian halted her steps. "I want to ask you to predict whether he has any connection to the demon clan." "Huh, so you finally believe in my predictions?" Fan Whiting's interest peaked, "But your question is a bit outrageous. The demon clan was extinguished thousands of years ago, wasn't it? Precisely why it is even more necessary to be concerned, isn't it? Do you have any evidence? Such an accusation is a grave offense. Thus, I have come to seek your divination, to ascertain whether my conjectures hold true or false." "Oh dear, you have suddenly made me feel quite anxious." Fan Whiting promptly donned a black and white fish-patterned long robe, adjusted his hair in front of the mirror, and burned incense thrice, paying homage to the image of the ancestral master. He then retrieved a well-worn tortoise shell and 8 copper coins from a wooden box by his pillow, before lifting his hand to unveil the hexagram inscribed on the ground, assuming a formal posture before the lady. Morong Bingjian couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Did you not proclaim that clad in merely undergarments you would still outshine other sect leaders? However, when it comes to officially commencing business, one must adhere to decorum." Fan Whiting straightened his clothing, opened his palm, and extended a hand. "What for?" "Payment." Seeing that Morong Bingjian showed no inclination to produce any money, Fan Whiting immediately adopted a serious tone. "There are rules to our trade. It is a principle of conducting business. Present me with 5 spirit stones, or I cannot proceed with the divination." "What an absurd rule," Morong Bingjian muttered. Yet she still produced 5 spirit stones and placed them into Fan Whiting's palm. Fan Whiting said nothing further. He accepted the 5 spirit stones and crushed them with a resounding force, the rich spiritual energy immediately merging into the array. As the hexagram on the ground illuminated in layers, he placed the 8 copper coins into the tortoise shell, shaking it with both hands while chanting incantations. Moments later, the tortoise shell opened, and the copper coins fell with a clatter. Gazing at the hexagram displayed upon the array, Fan Whiting inhaled deeply, his eyes widening as he slowly uttered 4 words. "What on earth? What is happening?" Morong Bingjian inquired, her anxiety palpable. "No, I refuse to believe this." Fan Whiting withdrew 5 spirit stones from his own purse, crushed them, and lifted the tortoise shell once more. The copper coins scattered, and upon observing the hexagram again, he found the same configuration. Fan Whiting gasped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "What is the meaning of this?" Morong Bingjian was nearly beside herself with worry. "Did you not ask me to determine whether he has any connection with the demon clan? Indeed, is there a connection? It is not merely a connection. What else is there? The ominous signs of the demon clan's resurgence manifest in him, and he is further endowed with the aura of a sovereign. I suspect he is. What is it?" The reincarnation of the demon sovereign. Chapter 27. The male protagonist's imminent corruption in the Celestial Alliance. The myriad of deities displayed a multitude of phenomena, while we, as the righteous, stood at the brink of battle. Morong Bingjian summoned a purple golden talisman and began to chant incantations with fervor. Upon witnessing this, Fan Whiting felt an ominous sense of foreboding and swiftly tore the talisman away, covering Morong Bingjian's mouth. "What on earth are you doing?" Morong Bingjian struggled against his grip, indignant. "You initiate the Celestial Alliance's pursuit order at the slightest disagreement, and I still wish to inquire your intentions." Fan Whiting was utterly astonished. "Didn't you claim he was the reincarnation of the demon sovereign?" Morong Bingjian's eyes widened. If that were the case, merely relying on the two of them would undoubtedly fail to contain him. They would need to seek the assistance of the entire Celestial Alliance's experts. Fan Whiting, nearly frightened to the point of losing control, exclaimed, "Do you understand divination? Fine. You don't. The augury is an augury, and reality is reality. The two cannot be conflated. Have you not already calculated it twice? With your status as the head of the Qintian sect, isn't that enough to apprehend him? Goodness, please don't implicate me." Fan Whiting rolled his eyes. The augury merely foreshadows the superficial future. The actual circumstances require meticulous investigation. What did the augury reveal? The augury indicates that the resurgence of the demon race is connected to him, and he bears a manifestation of royal purple aura. Initially, it appears he might indeed become the future leader of the demon race. Having been silenced by the same man twice, Morong Bingjian was genuinely furious. "Can't you let me finish?" Fan Whiting was on the verge of tears from frustration. Although the augury suggests this, it doesn't necessarily mean he is the demon sovereign, who decreed that the leader of the demon race must be the demon sovereign. What if I say he is destined to become an unparalleled celestial being, revered by all demons? An unparalleled celestial being revered by all demons? Morong Bingjian recalled the striking figure of that man, who gazed down upon the demons with disdain, and her cheeks flushed. No. It's impossible for such a handsome celestial being to exist, right? Am I wrong? Morong Bingjian retracted the talisman, feeling slightly embarrassed. "So what do you suggest I do?" "If I were you, I would indulge in life's pleasures, maintain a good rapport with him, and when he ascends to become an unparalleled celestial being, you could leverage your position as his celestial sister to gain respect and admiration from many. What if he truly is the reincarnation of the demon sovereign? Then you would also be the demon sovereign's sister. Consider it, being second to none, ruling over myriad demons, unifying the ages. What a spectacular scene that would be." "Hey, why are you pinching me?" "If you truly wish to uncover his identity, I might have a solution." "What solution?" "I possess a vial of ancient demon blood extracted from amber." Fan Whiting produced a small white jade bottle, excitement evident in his demeanor. "If you can obtain a single drop of his blood and see if it merges with this, we would know if he is truly of the demon race." "Isn't that simple?" Morong Bingjian's eyes lit up. "While he is asleep, you can sneak into his room and prick his fingertip with a needle." "Why must it be me?" Fan Whiting protested. "You're a male. It's easier for you to slip in." "Easier? I am the head of the Qintian sect. Sneaking into a junior disciple's room in the dead of night? Do you wish for my reputation to be tarnished?" The two fell into a silence. "Why not let your sister do it?" "Let her? Are you out of your mind? This is your home, as the elder sister. It wouldn't be inappropriate for her to bring her younger brother a late-night snack." "Not inappropriate, perhaps, but how do you plan to convince my sister to assist you?" "Didn't you perform divination? Have her help check if the demon race has infiltrated our home." "Huh." Fan Whiting rolled his eyes. "If my sister believed in my divinations, would I still endure her constant scolding? What then? Is there no solution?" Morong Bingjian lay her head on the table, feeling despondent. "Fine, I'll do it," Fan Whiting declared, retrieving a clean jade bottle and a slender silver needle. "You keep watch for me. Aren't you concerned about your reputation? As the elder brother, it's a mere act of concern to tuck in my younger brother at night. Not inappropriate at all. I'll vouch for your innocence. Your testimony is worthless. If this weren't in my house, would you have already sneaked in?" "Hey, how can you say that? Am I that infatuated? Cut it out. Just a few days ago, you were lamenting about unrequited feelings, and now, upon learning he might be of the demon race, your demeanor changed faster than a page turning. Dutifully cutting ties for the greater good, it pains me as well. Not a hint of sincerity is evident. Are you going or not?" "Of course." Fan Whiting pulled out a light yellow talisman, raising an eyebrow in triumph. "I just remembered I have an invisibility talisman. I can slip in unnoticed. Murong Bingjian gritted her teeth in frustration, realizing that his reluctance was merely to provoke her further. Thus, under the cover of darkness, clad in night attire, the duo stealthily approached He Xiaoshu's door, lying in wait until the lights in the bedroom extinguished, signaling the moment to act. This invisibility talisman lasts only half a TS time. Should there be any disturbance, signal me. Understood? Understood. Good. Fan Whiting activated the talisman, his form vanishing in an instant, and then employed a wall-passing technique to slip into He Xiaoshu's bedroom. The youth's breathing was steady, as if he had been in a deep slumber for quite some time. Fan Whiting felt reassured and promptly took out the silver needle. However, He Xiaoshu's limbs were tightly cocooned within the blankets, leaving him with no means to proceed. Was it truly necessary to disturb his younger brother's slumber? Fan Whiting took a deep breath and gently lifted the blanket. Encountering a perilous scissor kick, Fan Whiting nearly met his demise on the spot. Trying to extricate himself without using too much force, he lay down, preparing to withdraw at the right moment, only to have He Xiaoshu fortuitously turn over. To avoid being completely ensnared, Fan Whiting could only leap into position along the inner wall, and suddenly, his face was mere inches from He Xiaoshu's. Fan Whiting was rendered completely petrified, not daring to breathe. It must be said, the visage before him was indeed captivating. No wonder it bewitched countless young hearts. Yet, why was this fellow so restless in his sleep? However, misfortune compounded, as two urgent meows suddenly pierced the silence from outside. The agreed signal for a hasty retreat with Murong Bingjian. Unbelievable. Fan Whiting rolled his eyes in exasperation. Before he could adjust his position, he heard an urgent knock at the door. Little brother, are you asleep? Sister has made some ginseng soup for you. Would you like to come and have some? He is asleep. He is asleep. He is asleep. Fan Whiting's heart raced. His elder sister had chosen this precise moment to deliver a late-night snack, truly a dire predicament. Even more perilous, He Xiaoshu, who lay opposite him, abruptly opened his eyes. Boom. At that moment, gazing into those enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a cascading galaxy, Fan Whiting felt as if his very social existence had been obliterated. Yet, in the next second, he realized he was still alive. For the youth before him appeared entirely unfazed. He merely rubbed his eyes, donned his pajamas, and walked straight to the door. Only then did Fan Whiting remember his invisibility talisman. What was there to fear? With newfound confidence, he leaped from the bed, swaggering toward the door, even daring to make a grand face at his sister. He Xiaoshu leaned against the doorframe, rubbing his sleepy eyes and said, Sister, it's so late. And you're still working hard to prepare a midnight snack for me. I feel quite embarrassed. Fan Tiantian wore an apologetic expression. Oh dear. It is I who should feel embarrassed. I intended to bring it to you sooner, but this ginseng was exceptionally old and required a longer simmering time. Drink it while it's hot to warm your body and get some rest. Her smile abruptly faded as she noticed an infuriating face suddenly appear behind He Xiaoshu, gesticulating animatedly towards her. What are you doing hiding in your little brother's room at such an ungodly hour? Fan Tiantian exclaimed, raising her eyebrows and shouting. Darn it! Fan Whiting exclaimed. Startled. Had half a cup of tea truly passed so quickly? Come out here. Fan Tiantian handed the ginseng soup to He Xiaoshu and, without hesitation, yanked Fan Whiting by the ear. Unless you provide me with a clear explanation today, you shall kneel until dawn. As the elder brother, I merely came to check on my little brother and tuck him in. Is that too much to ask? Fan Whiting retorted defiantly. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Whoa. Sis, could you be a bit gentler? You're about to twist my ear off. He whined. Amidst the sounds of the young man being dragged upstairs by his ear, Murong Bingjian, hiding in the corner by the flower bed at the door, couldn't he help but tremble while face-palming in utter frustration. This useless fellow. Ultimately, he is not reliable. Chapter 28. Unyielding defiance. The anguished cries from the Qingtian pavilion persisted until the witching hour, only to fade into an eerie silence. After a quarter of an hour, Murong Bingjian stood cautiously outside the master's chamber, gently rapping on the door. What is it? Came Fan Whiting's tearful retort from within. Are you all right? Someone is dead. Burn the paper offerings if you have business. His voice shifted from sorrow to a grimace of pain. Pushing the door ajar, Murong Bingjian's gaze fell upon Fan Whiting sprawled across a long bench, an ice block the size of a basin resting on his behind. PFF, you mustn't laugh. At your age, to be spanked by your sister? That is your doing. I hardly expected her to arrive so suddenly. and I distinctly signaled you beforehand." Recalling the mortifying incident of being unceremoniously yanked from his slumber, Fan Whiting grimaced, realizing this topic had reached its limit. "What more do you desire from me? My dear aunt, shall we repeat the affair? Are you trying to drive me to my demise? Consider it. You lie incapacitated, and it would be the perfect moment for my senior brother and your sister to let down their guard. No one would suspect we might employ the same ruse on the same night, would they? Your logic is sound, yet my rear end resembles a patchwork quilt. I shall be bettered in for at least a fortnight. Please, seek a more capable accomplice. Is it that severe? My sister's eightfold fiery palm could roast a chaotic fish in the palm of her hand. She could cleave an iron anvil with her bare hands. What do you think? I thought she was merely a housewife with a penchant for cooking?" Fan Whiting rolled his eyes. Half the gates of Qintian's sect were cleaved open by her own hands. A shiver of fear coursed through Morong Bingjian. "So, she has been showing me leniency all along?" "Indeed. But, dear aunt, I implore you to spare me. Ever since you graced my household, misfortune has dogged my steps." Morong Bingjian immediately placed a pill in Fan Whiting's mouth. "Hey, what did you just feed me? Are you resorting to murder to silence me? A 9-turn healing pill. It should suffice for your battered backside. You agents of the Immortal Alliance truly spend lavishly on public funds without a second thought. It's utterly reckless." Feeling the sensation returning to his rear, Fan Whiting felt a twinge of bitterness. Consider this, as the master of a sect. To be inexplicably thrashed and yet remain oblivious to the background of even a single disciple is rather embarrassing. Wouldn't you agree? You make a valid point. But could you at least allow me to change my attire before dragging me along? Seized by Morong Bingjian, Fan Whiting protested, tugging at the damp stains on his trousers. "Patience. Use your internal energy to dry it." The two crept stealthily to the corner of He Xiaoshu's room, exchanging hushed whispers. "How shall we proceed?" Fan Whiting lamented, revealing his solitary invisibility talisman was now depleted. "Let us knock him unconscious." Morong Bingjian produced a bamboo stick-like fragrance from her bag, an odorless, colorless essence capable of lulling one into a peaceful slumber for 2 hours, by which time the victim would be none the wiser to the loss of a drop of blood. "Why must it always be me?" Fan Whiting grimaced. "Your cultivation is high. It's less likely you'll be detected. Yet you just crept into my brother's bed and were caught red-handed by your own sister. Enough chatter. Act swiftly. I'll keep watch." With a resounding clap, Fan Whiting placed a talisman on both their foreheads, murmuring, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." "What are you doing?" Morong Bingjian queried, perplexed. "This is called the face-unrecognizing talisman. While not as powerful as the invisibility talisman, it significantly diminishes one's presence. As long as you remain discreet, you can evade detection even beneath the noses of others." Once prepared, Fan Whiting glanced at his sister's room, noting the lights had dimmed. He then spotted Morong Bingjian giving a thumbs up, signaling all was well. Next, all that remained was to pierce the window's veil and gently disperse the fragrance within. The task would be nearly complete. Cautiously, Fan Whiting approached the window of He Xiaoshu's door and carefully brought the fragrance closer. Suddenly, the door swung open, and he was thrust against the window, inadvertently swallowing the entire stick of fragrance. His handsome visage turned ashen, yet he dared not utter a sound. The mysterious figure took a bag from He Xiaoshu and swiftly departed. Peeking out to ensure no oddities lurked, He Xiaoshu closed the door once more. Caught between the door and window, Fan Whiting collapsed like a rag doll, foam escaping his lips, his eyes glazed, and smoke wafting from his ears. He was subsequently hoisted onto the back of the slumbering 9-colored deer on the terrace. "What do you want me to do now?" Fan Whiting exclaimed, wiping away the foam as consciousness returned. "Of course, we must pursue the evidence. That individual is my senior brother's beast companion. Sneaking out at this hour must entail critical evidence. If you intercept it, we will possess the proof we need." "Why must it always be me?" Fan Whiting lamented, on the verge of tears. "That creature knows me. If I approach, my identity will be revealed. Thus, I must trouble you to run another errand. Moreover what? That creature is formidable. I may not stand a chance against it. If you cannot defeat it, do you believe I can?" Fan Whiting nearly laughed in exasperation. "My own transformation into a human form is still incomplete. That creature moves about in its human guise. Clearly at least a spirit beast of considerable rank. Come now. You are the master of Qintian's sect, a peerless expert at the pinnacle of the Void Realm. If I were you, I would charge ahead without a hint of fear." "Ha!" Fan Whiting scoffed coldly. "I shall not go. Your decision is not yours to make. Morong Bingjian whispered to the nine-colored deer, then clapped her hands. The swift beast took to the skies, soaring away. Traitor! Fan Whiting cried out as he was abruptly propelled forward by the deer. What benefits did that woman bestow upon you to betray me so? Look at her beast companion, capable of transformation and independent missions. And here I am, a yawning cultivator still prone to mischief. With a surge of speed, Fan Whiting nearly lost his spine to the jarring motion. Yet, the nine-colored deer, true to its nature, traversed the terrain with ease, covering miles in mere moments. Esteemed fellow, I am the master of Xiaotian's sect. We have detected your unlawful entry. Please halt and surrender your bag for inspection. Fan Whiting proclaimed with a paper cone horn, addressing a youth with wolf-like ears ahead. Sensing he was being pursued, Chun Su accelerated, swiftly covering several miles. Hey, feeling ignored, are we? Fan Whiting's anger flared, and with a swift incantation, the nine-colored deer doubled its speed. Esteemed fellow, you have been locked onto by me. Cease your futile resistance at once, and surrender your bag for inspection. He is, after all, the leader of a sect, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the void transformation realm. Even if he possesses a beast companion of the god transformation stage, how powerful could it truly be? To his astonishment, it offered him no semblance of respect, which was infuriating. This was one of his trump cards, the 8 trigrams mirror. In the radiance of the trigrams, no demon could elude detection. And this artifact was particularly effective against the beast clan. A magnificent beam of golden light surged forth, enveloping the wolf demon's form. Yet it yielded no effect whatsoever. Fan Whiting was immediately taken aback. Could this ancestral artifact truly be a counterfeit? Was it utterly useless against this beast? It seemed his earlier intuition was correct. He should never have pursued. Oh dear, my great aunt, you have truly led me astray. With a twitch of his lips, Fan Whiting swiftly turned around, activating the 8 trigrams mirror to slow down the enemy behind him while desperately chanting the wind-riding technique to hasten the progress of his 9-colored deer. However, the wolf-eared youth, clenching his fists, merely flickered in place, generating dozens of afterimages in midair, effortlessly evading the mirror's lock while closing in with a terrifying speed. Faced with such a formidable foe, the 9-colored deer immediately shrank in size, transforming into a spirit-like shadow and vanishing into the void. Cursed be you, traitor! Abandoned by his beast companion, Fan Whiting was engulfed in despair, compelled to unleash a defensive 8 trigram seal. Bang! The heavens mourned. The seal he conjured with all his might was shattered in a single encounter by the wolf-eared youth, sending him plummeting like a kite with severed strings. Yet, that was not the end. The wolf-eared youth recited an incantation and hurled a binding talisman, ensnaring Fan Whiting completely, leaving him suspended in midair like a dumpling. How dare you rob me? The wolf-eared youth glared at Fan Whiting, his brows furrowed. Fan Whiting chuckled awkwardly. Ah ha ha ha. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. In truth, I am a professional headhunter. Such a handsome young man. Would you be interested in joining our Xiaotian sect? I could offer you the esteemed position of Grand Elder of Mountain Protection with excellent benefits. No interest, the wolf-eared youth flatly rejected. You were clearly trying to rob me. Uffed. Fan Whiting continued to laugh awkwardly. How could I possibly rob someone as powerful as you? You clearly attacked me first. That was merely a test of your true strength, which, as it turns out, qualifies you for our position. You also demanded I surrender my mustard seed pouch. As a headhunter, one must feign a bit to gauge your true capabilities. Hey, what are you doing? As he felt himself treated like merchandise. Prodded by the youth with a stick, Fan Whiting was on the verge of tears. I am going to take you to the Immortal Alliance office. My master said that anyone encountered in robbery or schemes should be handed over to the relevant authorities. No, please. Standing at 7 feet tall, Fan Whiting cried like a child weighing 140 pounds. My sister will kill me. Chapter 29. Truly unable to handle him, Fan Whiting realized that his resistance was utterly futile. The wolf-eared youth flying ahead on his cloud resembled a heartless assassin, unmoved by the cries of the hostage behind him. Alas, how tragic, how bitter, how sour. Fan Whiting felt as if he were a mute consuming bitter herbs, unable to express his distress, akin to chewing on 100 lemons. He could only wonder where his brother had acquired such an extraordinary beast companion. Judging by its majestic prowess and adorable appearance after transformation, it might surpass even the Wolf King of the Beast Mountain. As they soared 500 miles further southwest, the wolf-eared youth finally descended slowly before a pitch-black cave entrance. He drew a dagger, and struck the cave's rocky wall, producing 3 light taps followed by a heavier one. Fan Whiting swallowed hard, too afraid to breathe audibly. Was this the secret signal between villains? Could it be that his elder sister had indeed introduced him to a formidable figure from the dark arts? A magnetic, deep female voice echoed, unmistakably belonging to a seasoned warrior of the martial world. You've brought it. The wolf-eared youth extended a bag. Ha! The woman accepted the bag with a triumphant laugh. With this, the entire immortal alliance will be mine. At that moment, Fan Whiting felt his heart, which had risen to his throat, choke him as the ensuing dialogue unfolded. Master, this amount of money was earned by the owner through diligent work study at the Qiantian sect. He didn't keep a single coin for himself. You must spend it wisely. Cough, cough, cough. Fan Whiting, left behind by the wolf-eared youth, nearly choked to death on the spot. He had toiled all night merely to witness the touching scene of a diligent student saving up to secretly fund his gambling master. Who was this person? Xianling tucked away the spirit stones, suspiciously stroking her chin. Could he be a creditor tracking me down? He claimed to be a headhunter wishing to recruit me as a guardian elder, but I have evidence proving he intends to rob me halfway. With such a grandiloquent pretext, he must be some creditor whose name I cannot recall, seizing the opportunity under the cover of darkness in this desolate wilderness. Why don't we simply cease all pretense? Hey, am I really going to rob a beast companion? Fan Whiting felt a mix of anger and amusement. You are the master of the Qiantian sect? Xianling frowned, questioning, what proof do you have of your identity? I have the sect master's token. Xianling stepped forward, pulling aside a corner of the binding ropes and retrieving a snow-white sect master's jade token from the man's waist, instantly elated. Wow, it truly is the freshly minted master of the Qiantian sect, the legendary handsome, wealthy, and somewhat foolish brother of my sister. You are the foolish one. My sister and I are old classmates who haven't seen each other in years, so by extension, you are my half-junior. Xianling grinned, playfully winking. So what? Fan Whiting swallowed hard, sensing that this gambler's sudden attempt to forge a connection was not for his benefit. So, dear brother, do you prefer to settle this publicly or privately? Seeing her adorable junior appear somewhat bewildered, Xianling patiently elaborated. Publicly means we submit evidence of your robbery of our Flying Leaf sect disciples to the Immortal Alliance, after which you will compensate our sect with a hefty sum of spirit stones, publicly apologize, and serve a few months in the celestial prison. I did not rob him. Chen Su, present the evidence. The wolf-eared youth promptly produced a recording pearl, which displayed a looped scene of a man riding a 9-colored deer relentlessly pursuing the young boy. Please do not resist needlessly. Pull over immediately and hand over the bag. How could you say such shameful things without a hint of embarrassment? Fan Whiting mentally berated, yet could only concede. Then how would a private settlement work? This is much simpler, Xianling said with a smile, patting her pouch. You, in your private capacity, shall pay me 5 million spirit stones, and we shall consider today's misunderstanding resolved. I would sooner jump off this cliff and die outside than pay a person like you. Fan Whiting retorted defiantly. Well, since my sister and I are old classmates, I wouldn't want to bully you outright. How about this? I will package the evidence I hold and personally deliver it to your home, where I can enjoy a long chat with my long-lost classmate. I'm sure, given our years of camaraderie, she will agree to advance me this sum. Sister, what is your account number at the Qiantian Pavilion? I don't have that much pocket money on me. Can I transfer it to you using a jade talisman? Fan Whiting blinked innocently, feigning a compliant expression. Of course. Qiantian Pavilion, Zishao Pavilion, Spirit Stone checks, negotiable bonds, property deeds. As long as you can pay, I welcome all. My sister is truly considerate. Fan Whiting, suppressing intense inner turmoil, gingerly touched another jade talisman at his waist, forcing a flattering smile as he said, the money has just been transferred. May I trouble you to check? Ding. Your Qiantian treasure has been credited. 500,000 spirit stones. A pleasant notification sound emanated from her pouch, and Xianling's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Received it. Received it. Now can you let me go? Fan Whiting asked, sorrow etched on his face. Of course. Xianling snapped her fingers, and the binding ropes around Fan Whiting fell away. I also destroyed the recording pearl in your presence. The woman lightly snapped her fingers, and the pearl, containing evidence of Fan Whiting's past misdeeds, exploded into a cloud of dust. My sister is truly a person of principle. Thank you for your generosity. Don't mention it. Remember to send my regards to your sister. Oh ho ho ho. By the way, sister, I must specifically remind you that an agent from the Immortal Alliance has infiltrated your sect. She asked me to investigate whether the little tree brother is a person of the dark arts, which is why I unwittingly followed her advice and tracked his beast companion. You must exercise caution in your dealings to avoid giving her any leverage. Fan Whiting secretly harbored resentment toward a certain woman, promptly betraying his own ally. You mean Xiaoyuan? Xian Ling smiled amiably, dismissing his concerns with a wave of her hand. There's no need to worry. She is a student sponsored by our sect for cultivation. What you witnessed was merely the task we assigned her for training. Since we are cultivating her back-to-back, she remains unaware of the truth for now. You mustn't expose her, or her father, the leader of the alliance, might make it difficult for you. Knowing the truth, tears nearly fell from Fan Whiting's eyes. So, she was Murong Bingjian, the so-called dutiful girl who climbed the ranks thanks to her father's influence? He finally understood why this troublesome ally had caused so much trouble, because she was a professional at causing such woes. Cough. It's best not to speak such words in front of a girl. Otherwise, it's hard to guarantee you won't get beaten to death. This time I'll pretend I didn't hear, but next time, I'll bring the recording to seek compensation from the original owner. Thank you, sister, for this valuable lesson. You truly are a person of integrity. Fan Whiting cried out dramatically, wiping his tears as he took to the clouds. Take care. No need to see me off. Xian Ling waved sweetly and turned to Chen Su, asking, Did you back up the recording pearl I destroyed? It's backed up. Chen Su promptly produced 2 additional recording pearls. Very well. Each of us holds one to prevent any change of mind from the client. Xianling collected one of the tokens and smiled as she inquired, Did you record the remarks made about your senior sister? Indeed, it was recorded. The young lad then produced another memory pearl, within which a man could be seen repeatedly exclaiming in disbelief, Is she really Morong Bingjian? The incompetent senior investigator of the Immortal Alliance who relied on her own father to rise to prominence. The obedient girl? Thank you, master. Although this was their first encounter, Chinsa did not shy away from Xuanling's affectionate gesture, for he had been repeatedly instructed by his master to trust this woman before him as much as he trusted him. You're welcome. Please inform your master that I am quite pleased with the pocket money he has been graciously receiving, so I shall refrain from bothering him for now, allowing him to focus on training your senior sister. I shall always be ready to provide support when needed. Understood, master. Farewell. The young lad carefully tucked away the white strip and waved goodbye to Xianling as he rode off on a cloud. Goodbye. Xianling waved back with a smile, feeling exceedingly satisfied with her newly acquired pet for her disciple, yet. Chapter 30. The sect master perishes on the spot. Fortunately, the female rogue was somewhat discerning. Had she reported this matter to her sister, he would have faced dire consequences. This incident further underscored the peculiarity of his identity. How could a disciple at the Golden Core stage possess such formidable beast companions? Behind his glamorous facade, there must lurk unspeakable secrets. Morong Bingjian stroked her chin, calmly analyzing the situation. Clap, clap, clap. Fan Whiting applauded in midair, giving a thumbs up to the woman's meticulous analysis. Brilliant. You may continue your investigation. After this incident, my state of mind has seen significant advancement. I shall enter seclusion and refuse all visitors. Kindly do not disturb me. Do you not wish to uncover the truth behind this? It concerns the safety of your entire sect. Enough, enough. Every disciple has their own fortunes to contend with. Even if he is a chaotic demon, our disciples must face their own challenges. Let them fend for themselves. Please, spare me from this. Fan Whiting pushed Morong Bingjian out the door and bowed deeply to the lady, pleading, Miss Yuaner, please do not trouble me further. Are you truly unwilling to assist me again? Apologies. I cannot help. I am powerless to assist. Seeing the firm resolve in her counterpart, Morong Bingjian bit her lip and produced a basket of spirit fruits from her spatial bag, offering it to Fan Whiting. This is the reward I promised for Haha. Please feed it to her. The woman took a couple of steps forward, but suddenly halted. I had thought you were different from those cowardly, decayed old fools in the Immortal Alliance. It seems I have misjudged. Thank you for your generous performance these past 2 days. I regret that my unwavering sense of justice has caused you distress. Damn it. This scoundrel had previously criticized him for his sharp tongue. Now that was truly a sharp tongue. Seeing the woman depart in disappointment, the 9-colored deer on the terrace lowered its head slowly, letting out a reluctant whimper. Hey, traitor. I haven't had the chance to deal with you yet. Fan Whiting rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward, raising his right hand high. only to end up holding the spirit fruit offered by the woman before the nine-colored deer. Here, eat up. See how delicious it is, obtained by betraying your master. The nine-colored deer pouted and took a vengeful bite, instantly revealing a look of ecstasy, indicating it was indeed delectable. You, Fan Whiting, are going to drive me to my grave. As for this suspected demonic overlord, who even formidable Void Realm experts dared not approach, could she truly not continue her investigation? Only she knew that this seemingly harmless, handsome youth was orchestrating a grand scheme for secret realm development. The reason he had come to the Qintian sect to masquerade as an exchange disciple was merely to obtain exclusive development rights to the forbidden secret realm located in the back mountains. Thus, if she desired to gain his trust, all she had to do was assist him in breaching this secret realm, correct? The woman gazed at He Xiaoshu's tranquil chamber, murmuring to herself, oblivious to the cool raindrops cascading from the sky, soaking her fairy gown and hair. A gentle breeze rustled, bringing a touch of chill. The geraniums on the flower stand quivered, while the figure of the woman nestled among them suddenly vanished into the rainy night, as though she had never been there. In the Xiaoshu space, at the listening wind pavilion, He Xiaoshu stared at the white slip handed to him by the wolf-eared youth, falling into silence. This was a fragment of the debt note he had unwittingly signed when he was just 2 years old, having accidentally shattered a broken vase in the house, with Xianling dragging him to swear an oath and forcibly pressing his thumbprint upon it. One of the pieces, and due to the staggering sum required for compensation, it could not be settled in the short term, ultimately resulting in Xianling tearing it into 10 pieces for Fei's collection. Though it was but a small fragment, it was worth a fortune. You helped her extort money from someone? Chinsa nodded. Who? The sect master of Qintian's sect. How much? 5 million spirit stones. Slap. He Xiaoshu smacked his forehead, mourning for his newly acknowledged unfortunate brother for a second. A man extorted by the #1 gambler in the 9 provinces would undoubtedly suffer from comprehensive physical and mental torment. Master, did Chinsa do something wrong? The wolf-eared youth inquired awkwardly. Did he provoke you first? He used the Bagua mirror to reflect on me. In that case, you did nothing wrong. Thank you, my disciple. You're too kind, He Xiaoshu sighed lightly. I just didn't expect this fool to be so oblivious as to assist your senior sister in tracking us down. Recalling the sect master, who had nearly faced social death after being pulled onto the bed by him, He Xiaoshu couldn't help but chuckle. After this incident, he should be able to sulk for quite some time. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Yes. No. I haven't either. He Xiaoshu frowned deeply and sighed. Perplexed. Could it be that she had truly laid it to rest and completely refused to pursue the matter any further? After pondering for a moment, He Xiaoshu decided to disregard it. Being able to hand over this slip indicates that you have won our master's favor. Now tell me, what kind of gift do you wish to receive from me? The young boy's eyes brightened. He hadn't anticipated that this small piece of paper could indeed exchange for a treasure of immeasurable worth from his master. Chunsa stroked his chin thoughtfully before glancing around and saying, that 9-colored deer runs so fast. Once I reach the Void Realm, I might not be able to catch up to it. You, young lad, are quite clever. He Xiaoshu chuckled, playfully ruffling Chunsa's nose, and retrieved a pair of gleaming battle boots from his spatial bag. These are the true dragon battle boots. Not only do they significantly enhance your speed, but they also continuously restore your magical energy, improving your endurance in battle. The young boy eagerly embraced the stylish battle boots and promptly sat down to change into them. These boots are so cool. I like them very much. Feeling the waves of lightness coursing through his feet, Chun-Su believed that if he wished, he could easily pull that 9-colored deer from the void. A new pair of shoes brought him immense joy. The happiness of a boy is such a simple, unadorned, yet mundane thing. Watching his dragon son revel in delight, He Xiaoshu couldn't help but smile with a fatherly affection. However, this tender scene was soon shattered by a breathless voice. Boss, something terrible has happened. Chapter 31. The so-called demon lord, a rounded figure rushed towards them from a distance. Panting and exclaiming, the beings I nurtured in the 5 Elements town have all turned into fools. Please, you must help me. With a loud thud, Wang Dafu collapsed before He Xiaoshu, drenched in sweat. Turned into fools? He Xiaoshu questioned, furrowing his brow. It's as if they've lost their souls, completely uncontrollable. He promptly lifted Wang Dafu, and in an instant, they teleported to the foot of the celestial mountain, arriving at 5 Elements town. Upon their arrival, they found everyone in the town staring blankly at the sky, as if entranced, utterly motionless. How long has this been happening? He Xiaoshu inquired. Just now. I examined all the formations but found no issues, which is why I urgently sought your assistance, Wang Dafu replied, anxiety evident in his voice. He Xiaoshu fell into contemplation. When he first entered the Yunzhou secret realm, he had discerned that Wang Dafu's 5 elements town was not merely an illusion. It was composed of real beings. This ingenious concept, which inherited the bloodline of the demon race, yet transformed their forms entirely, had captivated He Xiaoshu, prompting him to make multiple visits to the Yunzhou secret realm to recruit Wang Dafu as his operational supervisor. This small town resembled a devoted gamer, unwittingly preserving the bloodline of the demon race through a game he had developed. The only issue was that the demon mother's nest had long since been obliterated, rendering these transformed demons incapable of truly developing intelligence. They could only repeat the daily lives scripted for them by Wang Dafu. At that moment, these beings appeared as if they had lost their souls, completely beyond control. The only plausible explanation was the emergence of a demon seed nearby. He Xiaoshu calmly analyzed. Only the interference of a demon seed could cause the blank slate demons to malfunction completely. Is this true? Wang Dafu's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. He had considered this possibility, yet rationality had led him to dismiss it. It couldn't be true. The demon race had been extinct for tens of thousands of years, and if a demon seed truly had emerged, how could I not sense it? My kin wouldn't be so heartless, would they? Wang Dafu's lips twitched. But soon he was utterly astonished by the incredible sight before him. A pitch-black token slowly materialized from the hands of the handsome youth, emanating a chilling black light. With a thud, Wang Dafu's knees buckled, and he involuntarily knelt before He Xiaoshu. This was the automatic bloodline suppression that high-level demons exerted over low-level demons. Tears streamed down Wang Dafu's face. Do they truly despise me so? Since the moment this token had appeared beside him, he had attempted countless times to refine it, but to no avail. Yet now, it had been effortlessly refined by an outsider, indicating that the previous demon lord had directly shielded his bloodline during the ritual of crafting the royal demon token. Was a mere gamer so devoid of rights? The shadow demon lord pays homage to the demon lord. When Chun Su arrived, he beheld a shadowy figure of the shadow demon, now in its original form, kneeling obediently before He Xiaoshu, performing an elaborate bow. Master, you? The wolf-eared youth gasped in astonishment. Do not worry, I do not possess the demon bloodline. He Xiaoshu reassured him, gently patting Chun Su's head. As a race that values bloodline above all, theoretically, once the bloodline inheritance is broken, anyone can become their demon lord. Chun Su tilted his head, utterly perplexed. Ultimately, even if the true demon lord were to resurrect, he might very well have to address me as elder brother, He Xiaoshu concluded with a smile. Master is so impressive, Chun Su exclaimed, though he did not grasp the underlying principles. He was simply content to know that his master was remarkable. Indeed, He Xiaoshu nodded, helping Wang Dafu back to his feet. You may continue to call me boss, otherwise, I might truly become the villain. A warm, gentle force emanated from He Xiaoshu's arms, causing the bloodline suppression to dissipate abruptly. Wang Dafu returned to his usual plump self, his eyes gleaming with admiration. You have already unraveled the demon bloodline inheritance? You can actually comprehend this? He Xiaoshu marveled, impressed by his choice of operational supervisor. I have long sought various means to unravel my race's bloodline, yet each time I ended up in a dead end. That may be because it rejected your attempts at unraveling, He Xiaoshu suggested. Why? Who would allow a greasy gamer to continue their bloodline? Wang Dafu felt as though his heart had been pierced multiple times, requiring a dozen bottles of soda to recover. So it actively allowed you to unravel it? He Xiaoshu nodded. Not only did it permit, but it did so without the slightest restraint, almost offering itself freely. Why would that be? Perhaps it is because I am relatively handsome. Wang Dafu felt as though his heart had been pierced into a sieve. Even 100 bottles of soda could not restore him. He Xiaoshu then handed him a bottle of brown, effervescent liquid with a unique aroma. What is this? Joyful water for gamers, commonly known as cola. Wang Dafu snatched it eagerly. Glug glug glug. Burp, how do you feel now? He Xiaoshu asked with anticipation. To hell with bloodlines. This is true happiness. Ever since following He Xiaoshu, Wang Dafu felt he had ascended to paradise. Master, just say the word, and I will do whatever you need. Continue developing your secret realm. I will assist with the matters of 5 Elements Town. He Xiaoshu smiled gently. The soda and cola machines are in the southeast corner of the kitchen, available for use at any time during working hours. Boss, no more words needed. Wang Dafu wiped away his tears and rushed towards the kitchen, carrying a sack of empty bottles. If I don't finish within a month, I will drink myself to death. Is it truly that delicious? Chunsu scratched his head, perplexed. The healthy and handsome youth had never indulged in carbonated drinks. He Xiaoshu patted Chunsu's shoulder. Only the self-indulgent gamer craves joyful water. Oh. Chunsu smiled knowingly, sensing his master's praise. Suddenly, the royal demon token in his Xiaoshu's hand emitted an urgent alert sound. The youth swiftly scanned the information transmitted by the token, and he could not help but gasp. Oh no. This is a disaster. Chapter 32. I won't save the brain damaged. I must entrust you with a daunting task this time. Chinsu, he Xiaoshu remarked, rubbing his temples after digesting the information from the king's magic order. At your command, master. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he Xiaoshu conjured a black cloud mirror in midair, revealing footage captured by a low-level magical beast, a young girl clad in a cyan fairy dress, wielding a high-ranking golden order of the Immortal Alliance, unsealing the forbidden area at the back mountain of the Qintian sect layer by layer. Suddenly, she cried out, only to be engulfed by a swirling black vortex, from which emanated an alarming aura of demonic energy. That is, Chinsu's eyes widened in shock. The essence of the demon seed, he Xiaoshu stated solemnly. 3,000 years ago, 4 of the 5 prodigies of the Qintian sect perished, and the sect leader and his wife went missing during that time. I believe it is connected to this demon seed. That's senior sister. I shall set off at once. Chunsu declared, turning to leave, but he Xiaoshu grasped his arm, handing him an invisible ring. Carry this with you. It contains the Xiaoshu manor. If you encounter danger, retreat there. But master you. Even without the ring, I can enter and exit the manor at will now. He Xiaoshu gently patted the young boy's shoulder. This was one of the benefits gained after the recent comprehensive upgrade of the small world, which allowed him to entrust his dragon son with the mission to rescue Morong Bingjian. However, I had initially planned to gradually persuade Sister Tiantian, but it seems I must directly plead with her now. Your senior sister's life is in your hands. I will investigate the truth of the demon seed and return to find you. Understood. The wolf-eared youth bowed earnestly, and his figure vanished in an instant. As dawn broke, he Xiaoshu stood respectfully at the door of Fan Tiantian's room and gently knocked. Sister, there's no need for that. I merely have a small favor to ask of you, he replied, extending a beautifully crafted bottle of perfume. This is my carefully concocted fragrance, tree number 5. If you do not mind, you may give it a try. Fan Tiantian opened the bottle, and an elegant, bright aroma instantly filled the room, causing even the flower buds in the garden to bloom. It smells wonderful, Fan Tiantian exclaimed, her eyes curving into crescents. You truly are talented, dear brother. No wonder you are so adored. However, I must make it clear that I will only assist with matters directly related to you. I will not save certain foolish individuals who place themselves in peril. Sister, you are being too heartless. A muffled sob suddenly came from behind the woman. He Xiaoshu turned to see the sect leader of Qintian, bound tightly like a dumpling, with bruises adorning his face and bloodshot eyes, evidently having been beaten severely. Silence! Fan Tiantian shouted, her anger flaring. I have yet to settle the account for your midnight escapade that led to extortion. How dare you trespass into forbidden areas? Have you lost your mind? After consuming so much of our family's resources, do you even know where your brain has gone? She only went in because she was angry at me. Isn't it too cold-hearted to abandon someone in need, just because someone else is foolish? Must you follow suit? If they indulge in folly, shall you partake as well? Fan Tiantian picked up her shoe to strike him, but he Xiaoshu intervened. Sister, do not be angry. The sect leader is simply so innocent and kind. Isn't he quite adorable? Indeed, I am so innocent and kind, Fan Whiting chimed in, but he choked midway through his sentence. But, adorable? Last night, he had been tricked by his junior sister into climbing onto his bed, believing she was unseen. Ah, just wait until I get my hands on you, you little brat. Older sister, I was wrong. Please, let me explain. Half an hour later, the three sat down, their tempers finally cooled, except for Fan Whiting, whose cheeks were swollen like buns. Brain sister. Fan Whiting's speech became increasingly garbled. Be silent. Fan Tiantian shot him a fierce glare before turning to He Xiaoshu with a smile. What was it you wanted my help with, dear brother? Fan Whiting glanced at He Xiaoshu, his eyes pleading for assistance, as he realized only this individual could sway his sister. However, He Xiaoshu unexpectedly broached a seemingly unrelated topic. Actually, I wanted to confirm something with you. Is your fondness for me rooted in the memory of a junior brother who resembled me? Fan Tiantian's smile vanished, her previously eager gaze growing cold. If you infiltrated the Qintian sect merely to uncover this, you may leave. Is your junior brother not someone who, like me, once aided the Qintian combat team in achieving a 6-game winning streak, only to enter the Back Mountain's secret realm for training, where he met with unforeseen misfortune and never returned? I'm sorry, you have mistaken me. I have nothing to disclose. Pain flickered across Fan Tiantian's face. Yet he Xiaoshu pressed on. Did he sacrifice himself to save you? Your parents also disappeared due to this incident, did they not? Be quiet. Fan Tiantian's complexion darkened, her aura radiating ferocity as her peak level of energy caused the air to tremble. Fan Whiting was stunned. He had never witnessed such a terrifying side of his sister. Compared to her usual sharp tongue and soft heart, she now resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, ready to consume everything in its path. He understood that the once victorious team was a forbidden topic for his sister, and he was shocked to learn that their parents' disappearance was also tied to this matter. What? What did you say? Fan Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils constricting as she stood frozen. Observing his sister's immobility, Fan Whiting grew anxious. What is wrong with my brain, sister? Chapter 33. The irretrievable past. What do you mean by asking if I want to join? We can utilize the illusion array of the memory hourglass to stealthily infiltrate Sister Sweet's memories, thereby uncovering the root cause of the crisis that erupted at that time and completely resolving the issue of the forbidden area in the Back Mountain. How do we infiltrate? Teach me. Fan Whiting's eyes instantly lit up. If your parents were missing and your sister deceived you into believing they were off exploring the world, wouldn't you be curious too? That makes a bit of sense. He Xiaoshu stroked his chin, but unfortunately, I am an orphan. I'm sorry. It's all right. Just follow my instructions. Close your eyes, gently place your hand on the hourglass, and start imagining yourself as an adorable girl. All right. Wait, I understand the reasoning. But why on earth should I imagine myself as a girl? You'll find out soon enough. Oh, though puzzled, Fan Whiting had no choice but to comply. And then he transcended. Moreover, he found himself in the dormitory of the female disciples. Xiaoli, try this one on. No, try the one I picked. Watching the two friends enthusiastically offering him enchanting dresses and seeing his reflection in the mirror clad only in a strapless top, Fan Whiting's mouth twitched. And he suddenly understood what he Xiaoshu meant by imagining himself as an adorable girl. They were dressing him up as the cannon fodder female supporting character. This one is too gaudy. This one is too plain. Oh dear, Xiaoli, can't you make a decision? Whatever. Fan Whiting rolled his eyes, deciding to temporarily resign himself to fate. It can't be casual. This is the day Xiao Wei proposed to you. How can it be casual? Proposal? Yes. He has been shouting downstairs for quite a while now, and you still haven't chosen your outfit. It's truly exasperating. All right, just listen to me. This bright yellow one is perfect for your temperament. Ugh. Fan Whiting's eyelids twitched furiously. When did he get a fiancé? No one had ever shared the script with him. All right, let us go with that. It looks quite nice, so hurry outside. Dressed up quickly by his two friends and adorned with a sunflower in his hair, Fan Whiting was dragged out the door. Then he saw a roguish young swordsman, flanked by a group of friends, who had arranged sunflowers into a large heart shape, with the word Xiaoli, marry me, displayed prominently. Gasp. Fan Whiting turned to flee, but was pushed forward by his two friends. He was airborne, but his mouth was agape. Was his esteemed reputation as the head of the Qintian sect going to be ruined like this? Alas, in this realm of memories, he seemed utterly unable to steer the narrative, only able to follow the historical trajectory, and then he found himself crashing into the embrace of that boy. The boy's arms tightened around him, as if he adored the girl in his arms, whispering softly in his ear, "Master brother, how are you? Are you having fun?" Ugh, it's you. Fan Whiting's eyes widened, and then his cheek pressed against the boy's chest, tears unknowingly streaming down his face. You big liar. But why? Knowing it's fake, do I still feel moved to tears? I do. Fan Whiting rolled his eyes, his consciousness resisted. Yet his body could not defy this cursed plot. Wow. The proposal scene erupted with excitement, countless flowers showering down. Damn, can such overt declarations truly be said so casually? Fan Whiting immediately transmitted a complaint. You mean, this couple are the ones who entered the forbidden area with my sister? Exactly. The time point is just before entering the Qintian secret realm. So, it won't be long before we become fated lovers, will it? Perhaps, maybe. Wait, Before I die, you wouldn't kiss me, would you? I can't say for sure. We'll see then. Fan Whiting's mouth twitched. I can't wait that long. I want to die now. Why don't you pretend to be the girl? Because I prefer to be the proactive one. Do I look like I enjoy being the passive one? You often get bound and don't refuse, so I thought you liked it. I like you, sis. Do you think I don't want to refuse? As the two of them wildly bantered, hand in hand, thanking various friends and family, they soon spotted a gallant female warrior striding towards them. Xiaowei, congratulations. The female warrior was tall and graceful, her figure captivating, wielding a formidable black iron sword. Her striking features lent her an air of heroism, making her appear just like elder sister. Fan Whiting couldn't help but comment. Was my sister this handsome in her youth? Don't be so excited. Your infatuated look makes me feel like my head is very green. Ugh, you, the heartless man who turned my brother into your fiancé, have no right to say that. Observing the somewhat affectionate duo, Fan Tiantian furrowed her brows and seriously reminded them. While I am genuinely happy for you both, as the captain of the Qintian battle team, I must remind you to be fully prepared. This time, the Back Mountain Secret Realm is opening for the first time, and we are the first team to delve into it. Safety must be our foremost priority. Fan Tiantian nodded, facing such a stern elder sister. Fan Whiting felt a bit unaccustomed. Why is she so serious? Didn't she come here with us? Ah, I see. Then what about that little junior brother you mentioned earlier, who has captivated my sister? Why hasn't he shown up yet? He's in the southwestern direction from you. Gasp. You mean that guy in white? Watching the elegant figure in the crowd, Fan Whiting's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. How could that possibly be a boy? Can a boy be this good-looking? Ugh, they're on the verge of a double suicide and still thinking about holding a wedding? Take your green hat to the grave. Ah, you really do have a sweet tongue, you beautiful and kind-hearted fiancé. We're just alike. Ugh, why is he walking towards us? What does he want? Senior brother, senior sister, wishing you both happiness. The handsome boy in white approached, gently presenting a bouquet of pristine white flowers, which bloomed abundantly throughout the entire square. The most beautiful cluster was held to his chest. Thank you. Fan Whiting accepted the bouquet, utterly stunned, while Xiaoshu squinted her eyes slightly. This display of withering and flourishing, though merely a golden core technique, contained profound Tao rhythms. As if hidden within were principles transcending life and death. Such an advanced technique, executed by a 15 or 16-year-old boy, was nothing short of extraordinary. Little you. Your technique has improved again. Fan Tiantian instantly cast an admiring glance. Thank you, elder sister. The boy, named Xiaoyu, smiled subtly, knowing he could assist his sister even better now. In 2 years, Xiaoyu will be able to lead the Qintian battle team. Fan Tiantian affectionately ruffled the young boy's hair, who immediately beamed, saying, Then I'll find someone as capable as me to assist. Your sister will arrange it for you. Fan Tiantian lovingly tousled the young boy's soft hair, her gaze filled with hope and expectation. I'm feeling jealous. Fan Whiting pouted. His sister had never looked at him with such an expression. Once, the vast ocean was difficult to compare to mere water. How could I have a brother so extraordinarily talented and strikingly handsome? Your gaze might be akin to that of looking at a useless person. How could I possibly converse with your fiancé? Master, I acknowledge my mistakes. Is that acceptable? Yet, you shall miss another remarkably gifted brother. Bah. I have no need for a prodigious sibling to highlight my inadequacies. Fan Whiting disdainfully curled his lip, remarking that the members chosen by my sister were indeed peculiar. With names like Xiaoli, Xiaowei, and Xiaoyu. They sound as though they were hastily conjured by a talentless author merely to fill the ranks. How do you know they lack grand names? It matters not. In the end, they are all mere cannon fodder. My sister seems particularly drawn to everything small. Are you subtly mocking me? No, I wouldn't dare. That night was not without its observations. I believe you are even older than I. Hiss, I must inform Sister Tiantian. You wouldn't dare. Just see if I do. You two may indulge in your playful banter after we exit the secret realm. For now, please ensure your gear is ready, for we are about to embark. Observing the two of them, who seemed to be engrossed in their flirtation yet intentionally quarreling, Fan Tiantian felt she could no longer endure it. I'm prepared. Xiaoshu patted the long sword at his waist. I am also prepared. Fan Whiting plucked a sunflower from atop his head, and the resplendent bloom instantly transformed into a blazing longbow. Clearly, they occupied the roles of jungler and marksman within the team, while Fan Tiantian and Xiaoyu were designated as warrior and support. What about the mage? Fan Whiting inquired, puzzled. Indeed, why hasn't Ti Xiaohong arrived yet? Fan Tian scanned the crowd, frowning slightly. Hearing the name of the last teammate, Fan Whiting nearly erupted in laughter. What are you laughing at? Fan Tian felt an inexplicable annoyance emanating from Xiaoli today. And nothing. I'm just getting married, so I'm a bit pleased. He Xiaoshu couldn't contain himself either. And you? You're getting married too? Fan Tian shot him a glare. Ah, yes. You two are wed on the same day? No. Ah, yes. How is that not the case? Ah, yes. He is my fiancé. Thus, we must be marrying on the same day, right? Fan Tian regarded the two as if they were simpletons. Senior sister, senior brother. I apologize for my tardiness. A petite girl, completely shrouded in black fabric, timidly squeezed through the crowd, her gaze wavering amidst the onlookers. The little girl's eyes were as dark as the depths of night, suggesting she practiced a rather rare dark magic. He Xiaoshu noticed a deep scar on the girl's wrist, cleverly concealed by the black fabric. This Xiaohong appears to have some issues. Fan Whiting discreetly communicated with He Xiaoshu. I've noticed, He Xiaoshu nodded. Once in the secret realm, keep a close watch on her. Understood. Now that everyone is present. Fan Tian looked up at the not-so-early sky. Let us depart. Chapter 34. The exploration of the Forbidden Land. The rear mountains of the Qintian sect are enveloped in a vast forest, teeming with a diverse array of spiritual plants and a multitude of magical beasts thriving within. The so-called secret realm of the rear mountains is, in fact, a pool of water that has mysteriously appeared in the heart of the forest, starkly contrasting with the heavily sealed cave that Murong Bingjian had brazenly infiltrated. Although it appears to be merely a pool of water, it exudes an uncanny aura. The surrounding flora flourishes, filled with fragrant blossoms and abundant spiritual fruits, seemingly nourished by the water. Yet, the pool itself remains as still as a mirror. Even when ripe spiritual fruits fall into it, not a ripple is created. Some birds have even plunged into the pool, but only a few manage to emerge again, their wings entirely dry. What extraordinary principle governs this phenomenon? Fan Whiting expressed his confusion. The surface of the pool may be a membrane formed by a spiritual power barrier, while beneath it could lie a hidden world. He Xiaoshu speculated based on his experience. How come you're so knowledgeable? After entering and exiting these openings countless times, one inevitably becomes quite adept at it. I suspect you've been driving a cart on this path, but I have no evidence. That's merely your illusion. As 5 disciples appeared by the pool, a couple dressed in matching Taoist robes suddenly descended from the sky on a green phoenix. The man, handsome and poised, bore a striking resemblance to Fan Whiting, save for his elegantly styled beard that lent him an air of ethereal grace. The woman, tall and voluptuous, exuded beauty and charm, possessing an aura that suggested she would bring fortune to her partner. Upon dismounting the phoenix, the woman discreetly pinched the man's rear, prompting him to swiftly wave his sleeve in an attempt to dismiss the act while casting her a warning glance. Can you behave with decorum in front of the juniors? At her words, the woman instantly adopted a dignified smile, assuming a gentle and demure posture, standing beside the man and lightly linking her arm with his. Wow, is that my parents? Fan Whiting's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to discern any differences between himself and the couple, only to find that aside from being single, he bore no distinguishing traits. Why do I seem like a rough amalgamation of these two? Perhaps it's because you are their biological child? Fan Whiting rolled his eyes. I'm not fond of such clingy partners. Wake up, you don't even have a partner. Bah, that's merely because I don't want one. Shall I help you find a suitable match? Not necessary. The bearded man gently stroked his beard and smiled at the 5 disciples. Ah, splendid, splendid. Brother, their names are Xiaoli, Xiaowei, Xiaoyu, and Xiaowei. Please don't mix them up again, the beautiful woman quickly whispered, noticing her husband's apparent face blindness resurfacing. Ha, I know. I was just a bit overly excited and forgot momentarily. Rest assured, I've studied their roster thoroughly and won't make a mistake this time. Fan Tianxiang confidently stepped forward and lightly patted the shoulder of the female disciple. Xiaoli, I heard Xiaowei propose to you today. Congratulations. When you both emerge from the secret realm, I will officiate your wedding. Brother, that's our daughter, Tian. The beautiful woman blushed and quietly reminded him. Oh, ha. I was just joking. How could I fail to recognize my own daughter? Fan Tianxiang laughed heartily, patting the shoulder of the charming young woman before him. Tian, This team is the closest our Qintian sect has come to winning the league championship in thousands of years. You must lead them well and strive to enhance everyone's strength in the secret realm. Understood. Tian rolled her eyes in exasperation. The beautiful woman quickly moved closer to Tian, softly reassuring her. Recently, your father's Chaos Supreme Yin-Yang eyes have made remarkable progress. He can almost glimpse the heavenly principles and predict fortune and misfortune. The only side effect is his face blindness. A man focused on his career shows ambition. Don't take it to heart. I've prepared a safety talisman for you. If you encounter danger, use it to summon me. Having grown accustomed to her father's face blindness, Tian bore no ire towards her gentle and virtuous mother. As long as you understand your father, be cautious during your trials. And don't be reckless in the face of danger. Got it. Tian sighed in confusion. Mom, why do you love my father so much despite his lack of romance? Perhaps, maybe, it's because he is truly handsome. Jiang Ling gazed at her husband's handsome profile, lost in thought once more. I always thought a woman as cultured and graceful as you would never be so superficial. No, you're mistaken. I am indeed that superficial. That boy behind you is quite handsome. Shall we groom him to be my son-in-law? That's my sworn brother. He is still underage. One must start nurturing a husband from a young age to ensure success. Once he grows up and forms his own opinions, it will be harder to coax him, perhaps due to a complete loss of confidence in his ability to discern faces. Fan Tianxiang decisively abandoned his individual reminders and opted for a more generalized speech. This secret realm mysteriously appeared in our sect 16 years ago. After multiple confirmations by your master and I, it is highly probable that this realm harbors great opportunities. However, the spiritual power barrier is fragile, allowing only golden core disciples to enter. As the finest disciples of our sect, you five are fortunate to gain the privilege of this inaugural exploration. You must remain humble, diligent, and seize this opportunity. The manifestation of heavenly principles indicates that this trial will bring great fortune to our sect. In my capacity as the sect master of Qintian, I wish you all victorious endeavors and a bountiful return. Clap, clap, clap. The five applauded enthusiastically. Yet he Xiaoshu furrowed his brow. Logically, the greater the opportunity of a secret realm, the more stable its spiritual power barrier should be. Yet this realm was paradoxically fragile, which was evidently illogical. Ultimately, this exploration culminated in a terrifying accident. But why? At the outset, did the former master of the Qintian sect, who was exceptionally skilled at perceiving heavenly principles, foresee only grand fortunes? Perhaps only time would unveil the answer. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around He Xiaoshu's arm, belonging to Fan Whiting, whose skin resembled that of Xiaoli. What are you doing? I'm a bit scared. Scared of what? Of dying. You, the esteemed sect master of Qintian, shouldn't be so cowardly. I think you're absolutely right. Right? You feel something is amiss too, don't you? Yes. But you really don't need to cling to me. Sorry. Fan Whiting jumped off He Xiaoshu, his cheeks slightly flushed, having engaged in divination too often. He naturally felt anxious about such invasive behavior. Sect master brother. He Xiaoshu squinted, immediately adopting a caring expression, initiating targeted therapy for the flag planting phobia. There's no need to worry. This is merely a memory realm long since established. What danger could possibly arise? Rest assured, my dear friend, for together we shall emerge unscathed from this endeavor. Once we have completed this task, we shall wash our hands of it and refrain from intruding upon the memories of others. At that time, I shall certainly introduce you to a gentle and virtuous companion, and assist you in constructing a grand abode facing the sea, where spring blossoms eternally. You and your beloved shall live a life of peace and prosperity, blessed with abundance and happiness until the end of your days. Silence, I implore you. Chapter 35. Forging ahead with matters progressing favorably, let us embark on our journey. Fan Tian cast a glance at her fellow team members and took the lead, heading towards the water's edge. Perhaps my sister should proceed first? Fan Whiting insinuated himself beside He Xiaoshu, whispering discreetly. As a survivor from yesteryear, her leading the way should pose no significant issue. Sister, allow me to reconnoiter. A melodious voice chimed in, as the fair and comely youth stepped forward with grace. With a series of hand seals, snowy white spider lilies unfurled, forming a causeway directly into the lake. After a moment of solemn contemplation, the youth declared, the entrance is secure. Thank you, dear brother. Fan Tian affectionately patted Xiaoyu's head and strode confidently onto the floral bridge. Observe him, And then observe yourself, he Xiaoshu lamented, shaking his head with exasperation. I dare say there is a reason Sister Tiantian holds you in such low regard. Bah, sycophant. Fan Whiting retorted acrimoniously. I would never deign to publicly flatter my sister. Captain, I. The diminutive figure swathed in black cloth retreated a step, her hand clutching her wrist, a tremor in her voice. What troubles you, Xiaohe? Fan Tiantian inquired with concern. I have a foreboding. The young girl, shrouded in darkness, her sable eyes wide with trepidation and disquiet. Fear not. We shall safeguard you. He Xiaoshu, adorned in Xiaowei's visage, brandished his celestial sword and recited a line from his memory. If fear grips your heart, walk with me. Stay close. Fan Whiting, bearing Xiaoli's countenance, offered a gentle smile. Thank you, Sister Xiaoli. The girl's anxieties seemed to abate, and she quietly trailed behind Fan Whiting, no longer voicing her fears. May fortune favor your return, at which time we shall host a grand celebration. The sect leader and his spouse waved cheerfully, wishing them success. Fan Whiting gasped, clutching his chest in mock indignation. Sister Xiaoli, did you perceive it as well? Xiaohe inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed. Perceive what? A familial warmth, akin to that of one's own parents. The quintet advanced cautiously along the path of spider lilies, the healing aura of the blossoms easing their apprehension as they faced the unknown. Upon setting foot in the water, he Xiaoshu narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. An exquisitely crafted teleportation array, though ingeniously disguised as a mirror pool, with the chilling caress of genuine water. Designed to deceive one into believing it a mere aquatic-based secret realm, he Xiaoshu's keen perception was not to be misled. The pool's facade of a feeble spiritual barrier, seemingly only passable by golden core disciples, was likely a deliberate ruse by the architect of this secret domain. For the heart of this realm lay not within the confines of the Qingtian sect. Predictably, upon traversing the pool, the portal did not materialize overhead or behind them. Instead, as if passing through a looking glass, they found themselves standing firmly on solid ground within an unfamiliar forest. A forest of deepest night, where towering trees blotted out the heavens, allowing only fleeting glimpses of a sky heavy with storm clouds. Distant rumbles of thunder added to the unease. Poof, ghostly flames flickered into existence in the inky darkness. Eek! Fan Whiting clung to He Xiaoshu's arm, feigning alarm. What is it? He Xiaoshu sighed. Are there ghosts here? Fan Whiting whispered, chewing on his fist. You, a thrice millennial bachelor, radiate so much yang energy you could spontaneously combust. No wraith would dare approach you. But I am a girl now, suffused with yin energy. Fan Whiting retorted, tugging at her skirt. Fear not. Remain by my side, for I am brimming with yang. Humph. You are hardly a bachelor. How can you be so sure? You lack the distinctive bouquet of the unattached. That is because we are perpetually enveloped in the saccharine aroma of romance. Pray, could you loosen your grip on my arm? I fear you shall abscond. I am terrified of being stranded here. We shall be ejected upon our demise. Such utterances only amplify my terror. What is there to fear? We shall not truly perish. Fear is a process, irrespective of the outcome. To articulate cowardice with such eloquence, only you, perhaps, could achieve such a feat. Very well, I concede my cowardice. I implore you, my valiant protector, to shield this damsel. A sharp crack echoed underfoot, causing Fan Whiting to leap onto Yi Xiaoshu with a shriek. Upon closer inspection, the decaying leaves revealed a bed of bleached bones. Their tattered garments adorned with fragments of spiritually infused thread, remnants of insignias from sects of millennia past. Most of the emblems were unidentifiable, either from faraway lands or simply lost to time. Fan Tiantian surveyed the scene and retrieved a teleportation talisman from the grasp of a skeleton slumped against a tree. The talisman, crafted from spiritual jade, remained remarkably intact, yet was clearly severed from the outside world. A true disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, Fan Tiantian recognized the insignia at once. As one of the 10 paramount celestial sects of the 9 provinces, the emblem of the Flowing Cloud sect was easily discernible. However, legend had it that a cadre of Flowing Cloud sect prodigies vanished without a trace during a training expedition to the Nether Valley a millennium ago. Could these be their remains? The talisman had failed to activate, indicating that the disciple had perished here, implying that this place is far removed from the Flowing Cloud sect. Fan Tiantian furrowed her brow. Fan Tiantian's gaze narrowed as she withdrew her own teleportation talisman from her interspatial pouch. The talisman, which should have been glowing with spiritual light, was now dull and lifeless, clearly disconnected from the Qintian sect's spiritual network. The other members followed suit, only to find their own talismans similarly inert. With no apparent exit and all teleportation devices rendered useless, coupled with the bones littering the forest floor, this place seemed less like a realm of opportunity and more like a trap. Xiaoshu stepped forward and recited his line. This is not right. I sensed a harmonious aura. Xiaoyu's brow furrowed in disbelief. What if that aura was a lure? Fan Tian countered. Silence descended upon the group. If that were true, they were in dire straits. Sister, forgive me. Xiaoyu lowered his head in shame. Do not fret, it is not your fault. Fan Tian reassured him. The sect leader predicted that this expedition would bring great fortune to our sect. Where there is risk, there is reward. Perhaps we shall yet stumble upon some unforeseen boon. Just then, Xiaohei stepped forward and reached out towards one of the ghostly flames. After a moment, the girl opened her eyes. What did they tell you? Fan Whiting inquired. They said. Xiaohei huddled deeper into her cloak. We will all die. A gruesome death. How delightful. Fan Whiting applauded Xiaohei's reverse psychology. Perhaps his sister's survival hinged on the little dark angel's honeyed words. As if on cue, the forest seemed to awaken, shifting and contorting into a towering maze. Eerie mist snaked through the narrow corridors, punctuated by the growls of unseen beasts. So the trials begin? As he gazed upon the battlefield gradually taking shape before him, Xiaoshu subtly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Dear readers, I would like to extend my heartfelt apologies. Due to health reasons, I may not be able to continue. Initially, I had intended to release the book to push myself beyond my limits, yet I underestimated the immense workload involved in writing. Perhaps life is of utmost importance. It is best to press the pause button for now. I have strived to maintain quality to the best of my ability, and there are still many stories I yearn to share. However, this persistence, under the dual strain of exhaustion and fatigue, has become increasingly agonizing. Currently, I possess some unpublished drafts, which I will endeavor to refine, aiming to provide a relatively complete conclusion. I am grateful for the understanding and support from my editor, Juzi, and for the affection and readership of all of you. The next time you see me publish a book, it will surely be after I have completed it. Love you all. Chapter 36. Couples forbidden from joining according to Xiaoshu's conjecture. This teleportation array should have transported them to a distant secret realm of the demon clan. Although it appeared peculiar, it was fundamentally a secret realm. Due to the anomalies in Wuxing Town and the King's Demon Order's sensitivity to the Demon Seed's aura, Xiaoshu was certain that this place was the final heritage site of the demon clan. Thus, he concluded that all trials here would revolve around the inheritance of the demon seed, depending on how the designers selected the heirs. As the entire forest transformed into a vast labyrinth, the battlefield ahead gradually revealed itself. Among the ruins stood magnificent stone statues of demon generals, all tall and striking. Observing these statues, Xiaoshu suddenly understood why Wang Dafu had been expelled from the clan lineage. It was indeed well, let us avoid any discrimination based on appearance. Ding! A powerful golden arrow pierced through the mist, striking the impregnable wall of the forest, creating only a faint ripple in the array, without leaving a scratch. It seemed we must navigate this labyrinth to find our way out, sighed Fan Whiting, with a complexion akin to a delicate beauty. Crack, crack, crack. As Fan Whiting's voice faded, the petrified shells of 5 demon generals in the passage ahead began to shatter and fall away, revealing pristine armor beneath. Yet their lifeless pure white eyes indicated that they were not living beings, merely puppets retaining combat awareness. Prepare for battle. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from these puppets, Fan Tian decisively unsheathed the great sword from her back. Xiaoyu, now. The youth clad in white stepped forward gracefully, and a refreshing breeze laden with white petals swept through, lightening the steps of the entire team, while the demon generals enveloped in the breeze found their movements laborious, as if mired in mud. Xiaoshu soared with the wind, drawing his long sword, unleashing 36 strands of sword energy that cascaded down like a net upon the 5 demon generals. Instinctively, they raised their weapons to block, but were pierced through the chest by 5 arrows shot successively by Fan Whiting. One particularly robust demon general suddenly glimmered with a red aura, breaking free from the restraints of the cleansing wind technique and leaping up, wielding a massive axe aimed at Fan Whiting. Clang! A great sword swiftly blocked the axe's descent. Empowered by the blood curse from the Night Fairy, Fan Tian too radiated a red light. executing a flurry of 3 strikes that forced the axe-wielding demon general into retreat while charging her true essence, a grand red light, enveloping the area ahead. The 5 demon generals were uncontrollably drawn towards the center by the force of the winds, coalescing into a singular mass. With a thunderous crash, Fan Tiantian's magnificent great sword fell, cleaving the 5 demon generals into mere fragments. From the initiation to the conclusion of the battle, the entire team required only 5 breaths. He Xiaoshu suddenly comprehended why this squad could effortlessly secure 6 consecutive victories in the ranking matches 3 millennia ago. The 5 members complemented each other's strengths seamlessly, creating an almost flawless formation that indeed bore the mark of champions. Oh, Fan Whiting expressed surprise, suddenly feeling invigorated. The 5 continued onward, while the remnants behind them reformed into 5 stone statues, as if the previous battle had never occurred. Let us carve a path through blood, He Xiaoshu declared, brimming with combat spirit. Indeed, Fan Tiantian nodded, leading the way forward. Roar! A fiery beast emerged from the shattered stone statues, advancing towards the 5. Xiao Yu softly chanted a spell, enveloping the group in a breeze filled with healing energy, bringing a refreshing sensation. Fan Tiantian charged forth with her great sword, directly confronting the beast. Roar! The beast's elongated tail swept towards her, and Fan Tiantian leaped, striking at its neck. Clang! Sparks flew. Although she left a deep gash, it was far from fatal. This creature is exceptionally resilient. The output is insufficient. Fan Tiantian concentrated, her true essence coalescing into a thick shield. Bracing herself against the colossal beast, He Xiaoshu withdrew a piercing talisman and gently rubbed it across his celestial sword, which instantly gleamed with a sharp, cold light, emanating an astonishing aura of sharpness. Boom, 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 boom. Fan Tiantian disregarded the fiery beast's attacks, unleashing a series of 5 strikes. Just as her true essence armor seemed poised to shatter, Xiao Yu's cleansing wind technique quickly intensified, timely providing an enchantment for Fan Tiantian. Now is the moment. Fan Tiantian narrowed her eyes. With a sound like a clashing blade, He Xiaoshu's long-prepared celestial sword shot forth, piercing directly through the beast's chest. Roar! The beast howled in immense pain, yet the red glow surrounding it signified an impending final explosion. Xiaoli! Faced with the beast's impending fury, Fan Tiantian did not falter, choosing instead to confront it head-on, creating opportunities for her teammates. Swish, 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 swish. The sun arrows, imbued with the deadly blood curse from the night fairy, rained down like a torrential downpour into the beast's chest wound, swiftly siphoning away its remaining vitality. Roar! The fiery beast, in endless agony, roared defiantly but ultimately extinguished, collapsing to the ground. Boom! Fan Tiantian radiated a ferocious aura, scattering countless fragments of demonic armor from her body, yet her great sword remained poised, maintaining a battle-ready stance. Wow, my sister is so impressive, Fan Whiting whispered to Xiaoshu. Wasn't my strike just as impressive? Impressive it was. But it cannot compare to my sister's prowess after all. She single-handedly endured all of the beast's output. Higi, as a newly engaged fiancée, is it polite to speak ill of your betrothed in front of others? TSK, it's not that you're lacking. It's just that beside my sister's massive blade, your weapon appears rather diminutive. In the clearing of the forest, 5 stone statues of demon generals reappeared, yet this time, their forms were evidently different. They resembled sinister artworks, however. Before anyone could react, Fan Tiantian, empowered by the swiftness of the youth in white, swiftly split her great sword into 2 elegant long blades, dashing into the fray, followed closely by the night fairy's blood curse. In the blink of an eye, only Fan Tiantian remained among the 6 curvaceous figures in the forest's center. She sheathed her dual blades, casting a disdainful glance at the fragments on the ground. Standing tall as the victor, Fan Whiting's lips twitched, feeling as if his earlier fervor had cooled considerably. He Xiaoshu scoffed. Do you still think your sister is impressive? Is she perhaps envious? It must be so. Fan Whiting suddenly felt a pang in his heart. He hadn't even laid a finger on the enemy. And the battle was over? Wake up. You are an archer. Even if you were allowed to engage, you wouldn't be able to touch them. Huh. I had no such sordid thoughts. Fan Whiting denied vehemently, clearly feeling that his sister was being petty. I suggest you first measure your own stature before questioning whether you have the right to speak of others' narrow-mindedness. If you find me lacking, you are free to choose not to marry me. The subsequent battle with another beast concluded hastily amidst Fan Whiting's half-hearted efforts. After all, the plot within the memory realm was predetermined. Even if he idled, it would have no effect. However, his indifferent attitude only served to deepen Fan Tiantian's disdain for him. For reasons unknown, she felt that this delicate beauty was becoming increasingly disagreeable, even somewhat deserving of a reprimand yet. In consideration of the stability of the entire team, Fan Tiantian chose not to voice her thoughts. Perhaps a woman in love truly becomes somewhat foolish. As a warrior who must always remain in a state of heightened awareness, she vowed never to engage in romantic relationships again. All she needed was a gentle and understanding younger brother by her side. Glancing at the quiet youth in white beside her, Fan Tiantian revealed a smile of contentment. After this battle, the five of them faced 6 waves of various types of demon generals and beasts. Regardless of the opposing formations, Fan Tiantian consistently led her team to ultimate victory through astute adjustments and strategy, leaving Fan Whiting in awe. No wonder I could never escape my sister's grasp. As he watched the final beast collapse under the precise strike of Fan Tiantian's great sword, Fan Whiting felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, suddenly recalling countless humiliating moments from his childhood when he had been unable to evade her smacks. I suspect my father's foresight has been inherited by her as a combat instinct. What instinct? The precise prediction of the trajectory of one's backside. Bah! The accurate anticipation of the enemy's moves. It became apparent to He Xiaoshu as well that every strike and maneuver employed by Fan Tiantian in battle was executed flawlessly. Even when the enemy resorted to deceptive tactics, it was futile, as she would counter with impeccable precision. Yet, how could such a formidable bloodline talent result in you merely tossing stones? Bah! Mind your language. Tossing stones, you say? I am a senior member of the Celestial Alliance Divination Association. Thank you very much. That sounds akin to a retired bureaucrat's sunset financial scheme. I charge merely 5 spirit stones as a base fee for a divination, and you dare accuse me of profit-making? At least Zhang Banzian, the blind and lame seer from Qingqing Mountain, knows how to earn a living better than you. You. Fan Whiting stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. Is this what they call a charming young boy? A delightful younger brother? More like a charming little sharp tongue. Can you two save your flirtations for when we're outside? Can you not be a tad more serious within the team? Unable to contain herself any longer, Fan Tiantian remarked that ever since the proposal, the two had been exchanging glances without respite. Aye, Captain. At your command, Captain. Absolutely, Captain. Rest assured, Captain. Sigh. There is no hope for them. Observing the foolish duo, Fan Tiantian could not help but roll her eyes. No couple shall be allowed to join the team in the future. Chapter 37. The supreme contest begins with a resounding boom. The labyrinth of the dark forest underwent a profound transformation as the 5 individuals successfully completed their trials. The once singular narrow exit vanished, replaced by a pentagonal clearing, each side adorned with an exit that seemed to stretch into infinity. Above these 5 exits, 5 prominent golden symbols emerged, representing a great sword, a long sword, a bow, twin wings, and a skull. The 5 exchanged glances, contemplating the implication that they were to embark on separate paths. Fan Tiantian boldly approached the path marked by the golden bow. However, as soon as she stepped forward, an overwhelming force knocked her back, sending her sprawling several meters away despite the great sword's attempt to shield her. The others turned their gazes toward Fan Whiting, who, taken aback, clutched He Xiaoshu tightly, exclaiming, "Don't even think about separating me from Xiao Wei. If anyone knew how to swiftly escape this cursed place, it was this insufferable brat. He had no intention of facing the unknown dangers alone." "Let me go first," declared the youth in white, stepping confidently toward the path marked by the twin wings, cautiously entering without incident. A voice seemed to beckon him from ahead, calling him. "King." Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "Xiao Hei, why don't you give it a try?" Fan Tiantian suggested to the petite figure behind her. Me? The little girl, shrouded in black cloth, timidly ventured into the path adorned with the golden skull. She extended her small hand toward the tunnel's end, closing her eyes to sense the energy for a while. Suddenly, her dark eyes flew open. They seemed to be calling me king as well. What delightful news! He Xiaoshu, with the skin of Xiao Wei, brightened at this revelation and hurried toward the path marked by the golden longsword. Yet, he was abruptly seized from behind by Fan Whiting, who, with a quivering voice, lamented, "Beloved, are you truly leaving me behind, my beloved? Xiaoli, I know you despise the thought of parting, but it is evident that we must each traverse our respective paths to advance. For the sake of our companions, please muster your courage and strength, He Xiaoshu insisted, gently pushing Fan Whiting away, reciting his lines smoothly. I cannot. Without you, I cannot gather strength. I cannot be brave. I cannot even breathe. I refuse to part from you. You can do it. You can find your strength. You can be brave. You can breathe. As long as you believe in my love, you can achieve anything. No, I refuse to find strength. I refuse to be brave. I refuse to breathe. I only want you. Suddenly, a woman clad in celestial garments was unceremoniously kicked into the path marked by the golden bow by Fan Tiantian. I'm sorry. I've endured her for too long. Fan Tiantian grimaced apologetically at He Xiaoshu. You can be angry with me, but I had to do it. It's all right, Captain. You did the right thing, He Xiaoshu replied, stifling a laugh as he slipped into the path marked by the golden longsword. Fan Tiantian was taken aback by his unexpected generosity. I think I heard them calling me Your Majesty, the Queen. Fan Whiting exclaimed excitedly, perking up from his position on the path. Truly ridiculous. Fan Tiantian shook her head in disbelief, rolling her eyes as she stepped into the path marked by the golden great sword. As the five positioned themselves, the five paths simultaneously shimmered with brilliant golden light. He Xiaoshu, however, understood that the true trial was only just beginning. O King, please take your rightful place. He Xiaoshu's figure gradually manifested atop an altar, where a barefoot young shaman shouted fervently, reciting an arcane incantation. Surrounding him were throngs of fervent subjects, united in a ritual that appeared to summon their deity. As He Xiaoshu's form coalesced into reality, adorned in golden light, the subjects below displayed fervent excitement, while the shaman, with his back turned, seemed perplexed. Why are you all looking at me? Keep swaying. Only when He Xiaoshu gently tapped the shaman's shoulder did he turn in disbelief, stuttering, No. It can't be. Indeed. He Xiaoshu confirmed with a nod. Commoners kneel before our king. The shaman collapsed to the ground, quickly dropping to his knees, his attire jingling with various feathers, beast fangs, and ancient coins. I believe I heard you chanting something about roast chicken, roast goose, and tofu, 2 portions of each, sweet wine, rice wine, and plum wine, 2 jars of each. You misheard. I was reciting the authentic dialect incantation of the West Jin Kingdom. I suspect you are a charlatan. That cannot be. I summoned you right before everyone's eyes. This is no mere trick. What benefits did they promise you? 3 months' worth of meals. Would I, the esteemed chief shaman of the West Jin Kingdom, bow for 5 measures of rice? You underestimate me. The barefoot shaman straightened his back, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, turning his cheeks crimson. Actually, it's just a bit full. What is your name? From this day forth, you shall be the national master of the West Jin Kingdom. He Xiaoshu smiled, with all the food and drink you desire. Long live our king. The young shaman, named immediately bowed in gratitude. The countless subjects below also bowed fervently. Long live our king. However, a small issue arose. I sheepishly grinned. What issue? He Xiaoshu inquired, puzzled. To be honest, I am merely a temporary worker hired by the national master. I admitted, embarrassed. Currently, the entire West Jin Kingdom is under the national master's control. So, the so-called summoning ceremony was merely a grand performance. The national master never wished to see your arrival. And the subjects below, they are true believers. The national master has been manipulating their reverence for you to control the entire West Jin Kingdom. That simplifies matters, He Xiaoshu nodded. Where is the national master? The one who arrived on the eagle is he. With a thunderous screech, an elderly man adorned in lavish robes and a condescending demeanor descended from the sky, landing before He Xiaoshu, declaring, Who dares impersonate our king? Guards. Seize him. Yes. The guards of the national master charged forward. Clang. The celestial sword was drawn, and the national master's head soared through the air, his expression shifting from arrogance to disbelief before rolling down the altar. Witnessing this, the guards immediately knelt in unison, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces as they proclaimed, Long live our king. It was impossible not to be moved. The immeasurably powerful national master had been slain with a single strike. This decisive action, coupled with the striking figure of the man before them, could only belong to their West Jin king. Our king. Yes, you are so handsome. I blushed deeply. He Xiaoshu. The entire kingdom's allegiance was secured more swiftly than anticipated. Within merely 3 days, with the assistance of the national master's court and various influential officials, He Xiaoshu firmly established his reign. Had it not been for He Xiaoshu's disinterest in women, the 3,000 concubines of the national master's court might have sought to ascend to the heavens, seizing this opportunity to become the emperor's harem of beauties. It was simply due to his overwhelming strength. From the very moment of his arrival in this realm, He Xiaoshu sensed the peculiarities of this world. The spiritual energy was thin, the beings were frail, and even an old man of mere qi refinement could proclaim himself as the national master, ruling over a territory. Thus, even a cultivator at the golden core stage was regarded as a godlike figure among the denizens of this realm. One must gather the hearts of the 5 sovereigns to ascend to the pinnacle and govern the fate of this world. Within the Western Jin royal palace, I held a tattered, ancient tome and recited slowly. So, to aspire to become the supreme ruler of this realm, one must vanquish the other 4 sovereigns? He Xiaoshu furrowed his brow. After all, that was what the ancient texts in the temple stated. I shrugged helplessly, fearing that merely defeating them might not suffice. One would also need to. The barefoot young national master made a gesture across his throat. This is utterly absurd. He Xiaoshu's frown deepened. No wonder Sister Tiantian refrained from mentioning the events of that year. As the sole survivor of the expedition into the secret realm, had she truly dispatched all 4 of her companions? No. If she had indeed accomplished such a feat, the demonic seed would not remain in the secret realm, but would have directly transferred to her. Have you gleaned any insights into the matter you were investigating? I have. I reported earnestly. The one who descended in Dongmu Kingdom is a white-clad young king, brimming with life force. In Nanhua Kingdom, a formidable queen of immense might has arrived. In Zhongtu Kingdom, a black-clad young queen possesses the power of life and death. And in Beishui Kingdom, well, what of Beishui Kingdom? They have descended with a rather eccentric and infatuated maiden. Just after ascending to the throne, she disbanded the royal court and, along with her retinue, hastened to our Western Jin Kingdom, declaring that she has packed the entire Beishui Kingdom as her dowry, vowing to marry you at any cost. Currently, a 1,000,000-strong bridal procession is nearing our borders. I suspect she is using marriage as a pretext for a military campaign. Shall we confront them directly? No need for that. You shall immediately prepare for the wedding. Huh. I looked bewildered. This is indeed a case of a daring bride and a bold groom. Aren't you the chief high priest of the Western Jin Temple? Surely, you can manage a wedding. I can, indeed, but according to our traditions, royal weddings require a year of engagement, the burning of turtle shells for divination, selecting auspicious dates, sacrificing livestock to heaven and earth for blessings, and inviting deities from all corners while reciting 3 months' worth of auspicious scriptures before we may arrive in a golden carriage to fetch the bride, express our gratitude to heaven and earth, and escort her to the bridal chamber. He Xiaoshu waved his hand, saying, there is no need for all that. Simply deliver the bride directly to the bridal chamber. My lips twitched. Is it really that straightforward? What is inappropriate about it? I fear that neglecting the rites may bring misfortune to the nation. Then, expedite the process for me. How fast? Half a tea time should suffice, no? If that is unfeasible, then perhaps a quarter of an hour? Why do you look so pained? Suddenly enlightened, I conceived a swifter plan. How swift? Directly usher the bride into the bridal chamber while I conduct the rites. It serves both purposes without delay. Why all the earlier chatter, then? Primarily because this method seems rather informal and could appear too casual. What of the outcome? It is equivalent to the year-long plan. Then it is settled. Excellent. Chapter 38. This is going to end in disaster. The 2 newlywed strands of hair were intertwined into a harmonious knot, placed within a tortoise shell, and set ablaze. Once the shell shattered, corresponding incantations were inscribed on a stone tablet according to the signs revealed. The ashes of their burnt hair were then mixed with the heart's blood of the sacrificial livestock, forming a pair of ethereal patterns. For children born on the same day, in the same month, and of the same year were to carry the stone tablet to the cliff's edge and cast it down, thus completing the ritual. Before the 2 newlyweds stood I, clad in ceremonial attire, who spoke eloquently. What a bizarre wedding ceremony is this? Scoffed the unwilling bride Fan Whiting, her crimson veil in place. If it weren't for the peculiar blessing techniques, how could it be regarded as witchcraft? Give me your hair, he commanded. The tens of thousands of guests in the square gasped in disbelief. Is this truly the conclusion? I've never witnessed such a hasty wedding. Is this sorcerer here for a jest? Hush. You traveled from the Northwater Kingdom and may be unaware, but this is the royal court's appointed national master. His status is unparalleled. A national master so young? Indeed. It was during the summoning ceremony he presided over that our king ascended to his position. Is he truly that remarkable? I thought your Western Gene King emerged unexpectedly from a bathhouse like ours. Is that even a thing? In the end, she still married your Western Gene King. Our North Water men didn't even get a sip of soup. That may be so, but we can exchange favors. My brother, I see you are quite the catch. My sister specifically asked me to inquire if you have a girlfriend. Well, no, not yet. Shall we share a drink later? Get to know each other? Sounds good. Under the influence of the swift marriage between the two nation sovereigns, the relationship between their peoples rapidly became amicable, and the previously conservative customs seemed to undergo subtle transformations. Are you serious? You just crossed over to a girl's dormitory last time, and now you've landed in a women's bathhouse? He Xiaoshu exclaimed, astonished by the conversations among the crowd. This time it's a men's bathhouse. Fan Whiting retorted, her lips twitching with indignation. At least I can be thankful I wasn't unconscious during the crossing. Otherwise, I would have become the tragic heroine of a trash novel. Something like the Empress falls into a coma and ends up in a men's bathhouse, captured by countless youths. When have I ever wronged you? I warn you not to lead me astray. I came here specifically to discuss matters with you. As she closed the bridal chamber door, Fan Whiting threw her red veil to the ground, fuming. It's one thing to trick my brother momentarily, but how long must I wear these little dresses? That entirely depends on our progress through the challenges. Challenges? Have you seen the contents of those ancient texts? To escape, we must eliminate the other four. Since my sister is the sole survivor, why don't we simply hold hands and let her take a stab at us to put an end to it? So you believe Sister Tiantian would truly harm us? He Xiaoshu raised an eyebrow. Fan Whiting fell silent. They were now speculating about past events with the perspective of survivors. The most logical explanation was for the survivor to eliminate the others. However, no matter how many times Fan Whiting had been on the receiving end of her sister's relentless training, she could never believe that her sister would harm her own sect members. To gather the hearts of the five kings is to ascend to the supreme and seize the fate of this realm. Such lofty words seemed too hollow. The two disciples had come from afar to our Qintian sect to seek treasures hidden within our sacred grounds. Tell me honestly, what exactly is this treasure? Initially, I was unaware of what lay within, but now I am increasingly confident that it likely contains the demonic seed of the demon clan, He Xiaoshu replied candidly. Demonic seed? Fan Whiting gasped, realizing why her earlier divination indicated a connection between her and the demon clan's resurgence. What have you divined this time? I surmise that the so-called ascent to supremacy and control over this realm's fate means obtaining the demonic seed and inheriting the final legacy of the demon clan. Doesn't that imply a descent into darkness? Fan Whiting's eyes widened. If someone could indeed be ruthless enough to slaughter their fellow disciples, it would be akin to succumbing to darkness. To be fair, that is certainly a possibility, but I refuse to believe my sister is that kind of person. Sister Tiantian hasn't succumbed to darkness, so she likely hasn't obtained the demonic seed. It must still be hidden within the secret realm. What do we do now? We can't just sit idly by, can we? Of course. We must gather as much relevant information as possible so that we can resolve the secret realm's issues upon our return. Theoretically, as long as we do not exceed Sister Tiantian's scope of knowledge, her inherent memories should not impose any compulsive influence over our actions. So even if I were to bring the entire North Water Kingdom to marry you, it would not alter the historical course of this memory world? He Xiaoshu nodded. Xiaoli and Xiaowei were originally a couple. It is logical for them to bond immediately upon entering this realm. I am hastening the wedding process to save time and strategize with you. Damn, why does being with you in the bridal chamber feel like an illicit affair with a lover? That indicates your peculiar preferences. He Xiaoshu rolled her eyes. To facilitate information gathering, we can no longer act as this couple, but before that, I need to confirm something with you. What matter? Let me take a stab at you. Are you out of your mind? Before we act, we must at least ascertain if harming one another yields any beneficial effects. Why shouldn't I be the one to strike? Isn't it unjust for an elder brother to attack his younger brother? But a younger brother can strike his elder brother? That is a blatant disrespect. Then let me bear the unjust burden of this sin. I shall report you for domestic violence on your wedding night. How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? I shall not hesitate to retaliate. In an instant, the two were engaged in a scuffle, sending red dates, peanuts, longans, and lotus seeds scattering across the bridal chamber as their crimson figures collided. Is our king being overly vigorous? The sound of collapsing furniture and the bride's piercing cries sent the maids outside blushing like fiery clouds. Hush! Do not listen to or gaze upon indecency. Step back outside. Yes. The experienced matron swallowed hard, gesturing for the maids to withdraw. This terrifying commotion persisted for at least half an hour before subsiding. At that moment, the defeated woman sat disheveled at the head of the bed, silently wiping away her tears. I understand the reasoning. But why does a disciple in the Golden Core realm fight with such ferocity compared to me, the sect leader? Surely you do not genuinely believe I am merely a Golden Core disciple? He Xiaoshu sat calmly at the table, leisurely sipping tea. You are not even a match for my beast companion, yet you presume to defeat me? Rest assured, what transpired today will remain a secret between us. I shall take responsibility. Ha! Who needs your responsibility? Fan Whiting tossed aside the quilt and leapt from the bed. I was merely being accommodating. Lest my sister accuse me of bullying the younger brother, your kind intentions have been duly noted. Thank you for your gracious concessions. This is more like it. If that move you executed, the celestial finger, had truly landed, I would have surely met my demise on the spot. Did you feel anything? Indeed, He Xiaoshu nodded gravely. In the fleeting moment before I was about to strike you down, I nearly grasped a fragment of the heavenly Tao-S dominion, wielding the power of life and death. Omnipotent. It was as if the entirety of the world was tempting me to eliminate you. Yet ultimately, I refrained. After all, one cannot dispose of one's own lifelong companion. Am I truly feeling a twinge of emotion? What a peculiar sensation. Perhaps it is a case of Stockholm Syndrome. What ailment is that? It's nothing serious. It merely implies a fondness for one's own oppressor. Bah! Which of your eyes discerned that I possess such feelings? This experiment has at least confirmed that the ancient texts were not mere fabrications. The path to acquiring the supreme treasure by eliminating for companions does indeed exist. So, what shall we do next? Naturally, we must adopt a new guise, for we have now become high-risk individuals, susceptible to betrayal at any moment. If we continue down this reckless path, we may very well find ourselves ousted. Goodness, why didn't you mention the possibility of changing appearances sooner? I've wasted so many days donning this dress. Had you not worn the dress first, how could you have uncovered so many hidden truths? That is indeed a point. Fan Whiting stroked his chin, though he found the reasoning sound. There lingered an unsettling feeling. Next time, may I embody a male form? Ideally one that resembles your brother. That should not pose much of a problem. Just follow my instructions. Close your eyes and visualize yourself as my brother. He Xiaoshu's consciousness connected with the external memory, the hourglass of recollection, as he gently pressed his palm against Fan Whiting's forehead, commencing the soul transference technique. To his astonishment, he soon noticed a ring of golden spiritual marks suddenly manifesting upon the fourth finger of his left hand. What is this? Chapter 39. A ruinous turn of events in a flash of white light. The two individuals commenced their journey through time. They found themselves in a lavish restaurant in the capital of the Western Jin Kingdom, where a man and a woman had just taken their seats at a dining table, preparing to enjoy their meal. Sister, this young man is the brother from the Northern Water Kingdom with whom I just clicked, named Yanchuan. With Yin meaning solemn, Anchuan representing rivers and mountains. The handsome young man introduced himself with confidence. I am Yin Zi, with Yin for swallow and Z for purple. My elder brother is Yin Xiao. The graceful young woman responded without hesitation. Oh, Yin Xiao has already mentioned you. You are truly beautiful. Thank you, you are quite attractive as well. Yin Zi replied with a charming smile. I saw you from afar. In fact, I had my brother inquire about you. Yin Xiao sighed. Our parents passed away early, and I have only this one sister. I pamper her, which has made her a bit bold, so please don't take offense, Yin Chuan. Not at all. How could I? Yin Chuan replied. Miss Yin Zi, your grace is truly admirable. I have an elder brother at home caring for our parents, and since I am yet to marry, I am free to travel. Thus, I was able to come here promptly when our king decided to relocate. What do you do? Yin Zi blinked curiously. My family has been in commerce for generations. I possess some medical knowledge, hence I manage a few pharmacies. I am currently searching for a suitable location in the capital of Western Jin to open another branch, but I am in need of a pharmacist. I heard from Yin Xiao that you are studying medicine at the Western Jin Medical Hall. If you don't mind, could you assist me with consultations and prescriptions in your spare time? It would greatly help my new store establish itself. Yin Zi stifled a laugh, glancing at Yin Chuan. Did my brother not mention it to you? Mention what? He is actually the director of the Western Jin Medical Hall. Yin Zi laughed heartily. If you want to open a pharmacy, just ask him to arrange it for you. Yin Chuan's eyes widened in realization, and he stood up abruptly. I truly overlooked that. Please forgive me, Yin Xiao. I swear. I have not investigated his background. Yin Xiao raised his hand in an oath. Just as a peculiar event transpired, Fan Whiting unexpectedly found himself inhabiting Yin Xiao's body. At that moment, a golden spiritual mark slowly emerged on the ring finger of Fan Whiting's raised right hand. Upon seeing this extraordinary mark, Yin Zi's expression changed dramatically. Brother, when did you secretly marry someone else? Marry? What marriage? Fan Whiting, now infused with Yin Xiao's memories, looked utterly bewildered. The spiritual mark. Only those who have pledged their love to the heavens receive such a blessing, signifying an unbreakable bond. Surely you know this? Yin Zi exclaimed, grasping Fan Whiting's right hand. He Xiaoshu, who had crossed into Yin Chuan's body, discreetly hid his left hand behind him, but was caught by the sharp-eyed Yin Zi. Sister, let me explain. With Yin Xiao's visage, Fan Whiting's lips twitched. Slap. Yin Zi delivered a resounding slap across his face. Scoundrel. As if marrying behind my back with another man isn't enough. You shamelessly introduce him to me as a boyfriend. Miss Yin Zi, you misunderstand. He Xiaoshu attempted to clarify. Slap. Yin Zi swiftly retaliated with another slap. You little scoundrel. It's a Yi. He Xiaoshu rubbed his stinging cheek, suddenly recalling something. Do you still remember that bizarre blessing technique of his? Could it be? That peculiar sorcery actually worked? I thought it was merely a flashy pretense. It seems not only did it work, but it worked excessively well, He Xiaoshu pondered. They were aware that their souls originated from outside the realm of memories, yet this world's sorcery not only succeeded in their bodies, but also disregarded the physical transformation, directly imprinting the spiritual mark, an alarming prospect. It felt akin to watching a film when suddenly a living being crawls out from the screen to seize you. Did you truly seek a shaman to marry? Yin Zi felt her world shatter upon hearing their exchange. Yin Zi, you may find this hard to believe, but I am no longer your brother. Fan Whiting sighed heavily. I know. Yin Zi gazed at the spiritual mark on Fan Whiting's hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she bit her lip. I am no longer your girlfriend. You certainly are not, He Xiaoshu added. You are my brother-in-law now. Yin Zi wept uncontrollably. Fan Whiting nearly choked on his own blood. Can I not be his husband? Absolutely not. Yin Zi sobbed. Only a girl's spiritual mark appears on the right hand. A boy's is on the left. So, all these years, your true self has always been a girl, hasn't he it? Fan Whiting staggered, almost collapsing beneath the table. Ah, sister, I am sorry. Yin Zi rushed to assist him, blinking her tear-filled eyes. You have always portrayed the perfect brother, shielding me from storms, yet as your sister. I never considered your inner feelings. I struggled to accept this at first, but now I understand. Your courage to confide in me about your true self demonstrates the absolute trust you have in me as your sister. Regardless of your decisions, I shall staunchly support you. Good sister. In truth, faced with the girl's generosity, Fan Whiting grasped her hand, moved to tears, only to realize abruptly, wait. What do you mean by sister? My true identity is, I am the Northern Water King, and he is the Western Gene King. Due to inexplicable reasons, we have temporarily inhabited your brother and your boyfriend's bodies. Please remain calm. We shall discuss this further shortly. He Xiaoshu pointed gently at Yin Zi's forehead, instilling a calming spell. The young woman gradually closed her eyes. You can wield spiritual power? Fan Whiting exclaimed in astonishment. Is it due to the person you inhabit? No. He Xiaoshu shook his head. For non-core individuals in the memory realm, I can bestow a slight amount of power through the memory hourglass. How slight? Not exceeding the power of the memory realm's master. Isn't that the golden core stage? That is sufficient. Quickly, give me some. Is this okay? More. You haven't filled me yet. Is this satisfactory? Enough. It's about to overflow. When Yin Zi reopened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Fan Whiting. His face flushed from He Xiaoshu's forceful infusion. The young woman revealed a complex expression. You truly are not my brother? However, after merely a glance with Fan Whiting, she quickly shook her head and sighed. All right, you are indeed not. My brother is not as flamboyant as you. Hey, how can you say that? Fan Whiting protested vehemently. In our Western Gene dialect, flamboyant is a compliment for beauty. Are you trying to deceive me? You're on the verge of laughter. Enough, He Xiaoshu stepped forward. Miss Yin Zi, we sincerely apologize for temporarily borrowing the identities of your brother and boyfriend. What compensation would you like? I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. I want. Yin Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to embark on an adventure with you. Our endeavors are perilous. It is not suitable for a mere native like you to partake. Fan Whiting firmly rejected. If a guy can bathe in the boys' bathhouse and become the Northern Water King, why can't I join? Yanzi retorted defiantly. Why can anyone criticize me? Fan Whiting fumed, his anger palpable. Yin Chuan, my dear brother, since you have traveled from afar and are not yet familiar with the customs of Shijin, allow me to show you around, Yanzi said, a smile illuminating her face as she affectionately linked her arm with He Xiaoshu's. How about we order some food before we stroll? Indeed. This is a specialty of the capital of Shijin, the Jimpa pork hock. Do give it a try. Rich yet not greasy, quite distinctive. This wild vegetable is called stream water celery. You should taste it as well. Refreshing and palate cleansing, quite delightful. And this? Hey. You two have slipped into character a bit too quickly, don't you think? And what's with you, a young lady, being so intimately close to a stranger? Is it not a bit excessive to publicly embarrass your own brother while being so unrestrained? Huh? You, who don't even comprehend the significance of a marriage ceremony and shamelessly what a foolish man, should refrain from pretending to be in a relationship. A life of singlehood suits you far better. Yanzi shot a scathing glance at Fan Whiting. What? Fan Whiting was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at He Xiaoshu. Did you reveal our identities to her? He Xiaoshu nodded. To achieve great things, one cannot keep secrets from their companions. Brother Yin Chuan is wonderful. Yanzi beamed as she placed a piece of crispy eggplant into He Xiaoshu's bowl. What superpower did you bestow upon her? The love-reading ability by displaying affection to others. One can swiftly discern the thoughts of those being showcased. Fan Whiting, with nothing but a bowl of plain rice before him, silently set down his chopsticks. Although he had yet to eat anything, he felt as though he had already had his fill. Chapter 40. A silver lining in misfortune. How can you bestow superpowers upon others? Fan Whiting incredulously projected. This necessitates a discourse on the essence of the dream realm. Due to the limitations of the dream master's memory, there exists a reasonable variable space beyond its scope. By meticulously selecting anchor points from the myriad of illusion arrays layered within the memory hourglass, one can subtly modify the pathways to grant extraordinary abilities to the derivative beings within the memory world, hence termed superpowers. Speak plainly, he exclaimed, because I am exceptionally formidable. I relish such a straightforward explanation. Grant me some superpowers as well. You cannot. You are not an entity that has naturally emerged from the memory world, and I cannot edit you through backdoor access. Speak plainly. No, begone. Fan Whiting felt like a fool in front of He Xiaoshu. Indeed, he had chosen the right ally. In this perilous world brimming with uncertainty, he could not afford to part from this individual. Brother Yin Chuan, he claims he cannot be without you, came the remark. I understand. Hey, you second-hand megaphone, could you refrain from misinterpreting my thoughts? He professes that he willingly relinquishes the position of the original partner to a more distinguished individual like myself, and he would find contentment even if he were to remain your concubine for life. Nonsense. Must you fabricate such absurdities? As Fan Whiting prepared to protest vehemently, a commotion erupted outside the window. Alas, our king and queen have passed away. A young servant from the royal palace dashed through the bustling street, only to be struck down by an arrow from the pursuing royal cavalry, collapsing lifelessly. This individual has lost his senses and has been executed on the spot. Our king and queen are in good health, so please remain calm. Remember, do not believe or spread rumors. The captain of the knights declared before hastily departing on horseback. Panic ensued in the streets. It is over. Our king has perished. The kingdom of Shijin will be devoured. Everyone, turn your allegiances. Word spread rapidly, and soon the entirety of the royal city was aware that the king of Shijin and the recently married king of Beishui had met their demise. Households prepared white flags of varying sizes, ready to welcome the new ruler, the speed of rebellion reminiscent of He Xiaoshu's conquest of the entire kingdom. The simplicity of the common folk is astonishing, Fan Whiting remarked. The people of the 5 nations have always been accustomed to bowing to their rulers. Who the ruler is matters little, Yanzi shrugged. So, has the ruler of this world descended many times before? He Xiaoshu keenly discerned the implication behind Yanzi's words. I am unsure of the exact number, but the last occurrence was likely thousands of years ago, Yanzi replied nonchalantly. Every few millennia, a royal lineage descends, engaging in battles to unify the realm, yet ultimately they perish, and over time, people have grown accustomed to this cycle. As long as they can live peacefully, who cares about the succession of royalty? So, The so-called conquests are merely skirmishes among a few kings? Fan Whiting was astonished. Is there any other way? Yanzi cast a sidelong glance at him. In battles of that magnitude, ordinary individuals would be obliterated. Why engage in meaningless sacrifices? It is far wiser to await the outcome and then pledge allegiance to the victor. Quite reasonable, Fan Whiting exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. So what shall we do next? Naturally, we must initiate a divorce. Xiaoshu frowned slightly at the ethereal ring-like imprint on his ring finger. He had attempted various methods, but could not locate the source of this power through the memory hourglass. This warrants caution, he mused. Divorce? Fan Whiting appeared bewildered. Do you genuinely wish to marry me? Not entirely out of the question. Begone. What is the purpose of this cursed mark, anyway? Fan Whiting scrutinized it for an extended period without discernible comprehension. The so-called telepathic connection signifies that lovers bearing the imprint gradually attune to each other's thoughts, cultivating an increasingly profound understanding, even across vast distances. Yanzi cast a jealous glance at the mark on Fan Whiting's hand. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshu and Fan Whiting exchanged startled looks and, without a moment's thought, simultaneously slapped each other's faces, only to meet in an enthusiastic high-five midair. Whoa! Looking at our palms pressed tightly together, they trembled in fear. Hurry, let us get divorced. Agreed. Seated in the carriage en route to the Grand Sorcerer's estate, Xiaoshu and Fan Whiting sat on opposite sides, gazing silently out the window at the receding scenery. Why are you both intent on dissolving your engagement? This is a blessing from the celestial beings, a rarity. It is said that only those who truly love one another can possess it. Nonsense, they retorted in unison. Yanzi, seated between them, shook her head in regret at their stubbornness. As the ancients say, what cannot be possessed is forever restless. Those who are favored are emboldened. The ancients do not deceive me. I propose we first deal with that scoundrel, then let him suffer. Fan Whiting gritted his teeth. Agreed. Xiaoshu raised both hands and feet in approval. Observing the couple's harmonious banter, Yanzi could not help but roll her eyes. Why? Despite possessing the telepathic love technique, did she feel as though she was being subjected to their overt displays of affection? Fan Whiting, assuming that his status as the director of the Shijin Medical Center would grant him effortless access to the Grand Sorcerer's estate, encountered a resounding rejection at the highly exclusive entrance. A plethora of opulent carriages surrounded the threshold of the Grand Sorcerer's estate, indicating that various dignitaries were queued to confirm news of the king. Fan Whiting promptly picked up 8 pebbles from a flowerbed at the entrance, tossing them to the ground as he squinted his eyes. The hexagram indicates an imbalance. There is a pest emerging from within the estate. We shall ambush him at the southwest rear entrance. Is this reliable? Yanzi skeptically glanced at Xiaoshu, harboring doubts regarding this illogical metaphysical approach. Let us proceed as he suggests. Xiaoshu ordered without hesitation, redirecting the carriage. The so-called southwest rear entrance revealed nothing but a tall wall overgrown with weeds. The trio parked the carriage out of sight and stealthily approached. Are you certain we can find an exit? Yanzi questioned as she patted the thick wall, expressing serious skepticism. Xiaoshu and Fan Whiting exchanged glances and nodded. One produced a burlap sack, while the other retrieved a rope. In approximately 15 minutes, at the base of the seemingly impenetrable wall, a patch of weeds gradually shifted, revealing a circular dog hole, causing the previously doubtful girl to gawk in astonishment. Ha ha ha. Everyone thinks they can set me up to take the fall. I refuse to comply. A young shaman, adorned with feathers, coins, and animal bones, emerged cautiously with a sack of gold and silver, only to be ensnared by a burlap sack that fell upon him, effectively binding him as if he were a dumpling. A cacophony of punches and kicks ensued. Oh, who is so treacherous? 3 hours later, the bruised and battered professional shaman slowly regained consciousness on a stone pillar in a desolate temple. Through his blurred vision, he noticed a young man approaching him, holding half of a fragrant roasted fish and swaggering forth. King Beishui, I mumbled incoherently. Wow, you can even recognize him? Fan Whiting grimaced. The wife of our king. How could I not recognize her? Repeat that I am is what, and I shall turn you from a pig's head into a marinated pig's head. I concede. Please spare me, brother. Speaking to me is futile. You must address him instead. Fan Whiting gestured towards a nearby individual, a young man from the Northern Water Kingdom, who approached with a smile. Our king. Ye's eyes brimmed with tears. Your perceptiveness is quite commendable. Xiaoshu casually produced a healing pill and placed it into Ye's mouth, visibly mending his injuries. Your connection is so apparent. It is easily discernible, you know? A Yi, now able to speak, expressed his grievances. You truly are aware? Fan Whiting discarded the fish bone in his hand, rolling up his sleeves in exasperation as he turned to He Xiaoshu. Should we not give him another beating? He Xiaoshu slowly shook his head. A Yi smiled with relief. One beating may not suffice. I have prepared an entire bottle of healing pills. I counted earlier, and it should be enough for over 30 beatings. Huh, wouldn't that be exhilarating? I yield. I concede. I shall confess everything. I beg you, gentlemen, please refrain from further punishments. A Yi lamented, as a shaman. I too must rely on my appearance for sustenance. If you continue, no one will invite me to officiate weddings or funerals, and I shall be left to starve. You were aware of our identities from the outset. Why then did you bind us with the connection? He Xiaoshu narrowed his eyes. I did not know. A Yi was on the verge of tears. The Easternwood King bestowed upon me an entire island and a manor, insisting I ensure you two were united in circumstance. I thought it was merely a matter of course, so I readily agreed. Who could have foreseen? Who could have imagined he would strike on the wedding night, claiming 2 lives in a single blow? A Yi lamented, shaking his head sadly. It is indeed tragic. How tragic. It ended before it even began. Fan Whiting gasped in disbelief. Fortunately, they fled in time. Otherwise, we would have been ensnared by this unfortunate main plot. What a close call. However, your escape plan was utterly unexpected. A Yi exclaimed with fervor. I always knew our king was no ordinary man. You are truly a master strategist, possessing unparalleled wisdom and martial prowess. No, your king has actually perished. We have come to investigate the cause of his demise. Then what are your identities? You may regard us as specialized agents dispatched to investigate the circumstances surrounding the untimely death of a fellow disciple, colloquially termed detectives. Oh, I extend my heartfelt condolences and mourning for your fallen comrade. Shall I offer a complimentary ritual to assist in their transcendence? No need. Fan Whiting gestured towards He Xiaoshu. Shall we not bestow upon him another beating? Agreed. Bang, bang, bang. Applause. Oh dear. You two rascals. Beware, I shall curse you to grow old together, never to part. Chapter 41. Misfortune within fortune. After enduring 30 or so beatings, 3 indifferent men finally sat calmly by the campfire, engaging in an unguarded conversation. So, is this marriage truly inevitable? Fan Whiting furrowed his brow. What should I do if I feel the urge to hit him again? He gritted his teeth. Let us take a break for now. I've consumed an entire bottle of medicine. What he said should be the truth. He Xiaoshu leaned against a straw pile, enjoying the gentle massage from a lovely girl. This spicy scene made both Fan Whiting and I feel a pang of jealousy. How do you feel? He Xiaoshu inquired, glancing at the enchanting girl beside him. He indeed did not lie about the sacrificial matter. The girl continued her massage, speaking slowly, but he didn't fully disclose everything. He was blessing your marital life and muttered, I want to tell you that gathering the hearts of the 5 kings and ascending to supremacy might lift the divine blessing. Damn, that cunning little witch can actually read minds. How insidious. I exclaimed, his eyes reddening. Brother Yinchuan. Yinzi puffed her cheeks. I also want to hit him. What should I do? Then let us continue. He Xiaoshu promptly rolled up his sleeves. Wait, didn't you say the medicine was all gone? You're back for more? I's face turned pale. Only the first bottle is finished. He Xiaoshu leisurely retrieved 1 vial after another from his bag, lining them up, and chuckled. I still have 9 more. Wait, are you serious? I, witnessing He Xiaoshu's magical display, collapsed into the straw pile, declaring himself dead and requesting paper offerings for his funeral. 3 hours later, the enthusiastic little witch transformed into a knowledgeable encyclopedia, meticulously explaining the origins and clues of the supreme trial to the 3 men. So for thousands of years, no one has ever successfully gathered the hearts of the 5 kings? After I's explanation, Fan Whiting found it hard to believe. Never, I confirmed with a nod. They either lived in seclusion until old age or turned against one another, leading to mutual destruction. In the end, no one managed to collect them all. It's not hard to understand. Fan Whiting sighed lightly. Those who enter the supreme trial are basically all disciples of the same sect, who could bear to harm one another. If one person commits suicide, the other four simultaneously fail and can only wait to perish in this spirit-deprived world. No wonder there were so many bones scattered throughout the dark forest when they first entered the secret realm. Overcoming this challenge is indeed as difficult as reaching the heavens. So, do you have any clues? Fan Whiting turned his gaze to He Xiaoshu. If anyone could navigate such inhumane challenges, it would likely be his unrelated younger brother. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? He Xiaoshu set 2 empty bottles on the ground. Let us hear the good news first. Fan Whiting promptly grabbed the first empty bottle. In fact, we don't need to clear the challenge ourselves. We just need to follow the clues and uncover the truth. Exactly. Fan Whiting slapped his thigh. They are in a memory world. They aren't actually facing challenges. There's no need for needless worry. And the bad news? Since we lack the qualifications to clear the challenge, we cannot become the supreme beings of this realm. So, our marriage may indeed be unavoidable. Damn. Fortunately, outsiders are unaware of the customs here. As long as you don't say it, and I don't say it, who would know you are my wife? Who would be your wife? I'm your brother. I assure you. I remarked seriously, witches are inherently sensitive to the aura of kings. Now that the northern and western kingly auras have converged in the east, if it weren't for the easternwood king, I'd struggle to think of another reason. In the firelight, 2 tiny figures gradually morphed into Xiao Wei and Xiao Li, surrounded by countless snow-white, ghostly flowers that blossomed beside them, only to slowly fade as their lives ebbed away. How about the kingly aura from the south? He Xiaoshu looked to I once more. I took a plump garlic bulb from his pendant, peeled it, and began to chew with delight before exhaling forcefully into the air. The 3 men immediately covered their noses. What kingly aura is this? It's clearly just your breath. Fan Whiting couldn't help but retort, ignoring the jibe. IS bright eyes gazed towards the heavens. Moments later, his expression changed drastically. The kingly auras from the east, west, and north have reached the central land, and the aura from the south is rapidly converging towards it. A great battle may soon erupt in the central land. Are they fighting over the little lowly head? Fan Whiting exclaimed, pinching his nose in surprise. That possibility cannot be ruled out. He Xiaoshu squinted. After all, the east has already acquired 3 kingly hearts. If they obtain a 4th, their victory would be nearly assured. How far is it to the central land? From here, over 3,000 miles to the east. I shrugged. Even the fastest carriage would take 3 days and nights to arrive. We might not make it in time. No, we will make it. He Xiaoshu smiled slightly. The group swiftly rose and stepped outside, where He Xiaoshu retrieved a pair of wooden wings from his bag and affixed them to the horse. Then hung 4 wind-catching bags on the carriage's wheels and rear. Get in the carriage, He Xiaoshu gestured, and the 3 men climbed in, albeit with skepticism. He Xiaoshu personally leaped onto the front of the carriage, taking the reins. Go. With a crack of the reins against the horse's back, the chestnut stallion sprang forward, and the wooden wings unfurled to span 10 meters, transforming into brilliant wings that soared swiftly into the sky. The stallion, having never flown before, felt as if in a dream, kicking its legs wildly, and to its astonishment, it soared upwards, becoming even more exhilarated by the experience. He Xiaoshu snapped his fingers lightly. Releasing the ties on the 4 wind-catching bags, a powerful gust erupted, propelling the carriage rapidly into the heights. Inside the carriage, the 3 men were nearly pressed against the back seat, clinging tightly to anything they could grasp. Brother Yanchuan, your speed is incredible. Yan Zi's heart raced. Do you like it? He Xiaoshu grinned proudly. I do. Yan Zi's cheeks flushed crimson. Like it? I'm about to be sick. Having grown accustomed to the top-tier flying vehicle of the cultivation realm, the 9-color deer, Fan Whiting could hardly endure the tumultuous ride of this modified, jet-powered rickety carriage. Within a quarter of an hour, his face turned ashen. I think it's exhilarating, I exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement as he gazed out the window. Shut up. Fan Whiting grimaced at the lingering garlic odor from Ice Mouth. The young witch, who had never flown before, shouted joyfully at the window, the garlic scent wafting in the air. Ugh. Fan Whiting immediately leaned out of the other window and began to vomit uncontrollably. Half an hour later, the carriage successfully landed in the capital of the central land. As the chestnut stallion touched down, its legs nearly gave way, but He Xiaoshu swiftly jumped down and fed it a spirit pill, allowing it to regain its strength. Despite its exhaustion, its eyes sparkled with excitement. I've flown too. Inside the carriage, one person's face was flushed, another was still reveling in the experience, while the third remained blissfully unaware. As he gazed at the dazed and unconscious Fan Whiting, He Xiaoshu, after fruitlessly administering a healing elixir, could only shake his head and cast a protective barrier around the carriage, beckoning the other 2 to disembark. Let him rest for a while. We shall proceed ahead to assess the situation. At that moment, The central kingdom was a veritable ghost town, with throngs of people congregating in front of the royal plaza, where a brawl was unfolding. The so-called armies of the three kingdoms were mere illusions, regardless of the outcome determined by their kings. They would not resort to violence against one another. In fact, soldiers from neighboring nations were exchanging snacks in camaraderie. Your sunflower seeds are delightful, and your melons are incredibly sweet. By the way, how do you manage to carry melons with you while keeping them so fresh? Oh, that is a secret of our Eastern Wood Kingdom. Share 3 more bags of seeds with me, and I shall reveal it. The warriors of the three kingdoms upheld a tradition of harmonious and friendly demeanor, taking advantage of their positions to enjoy the spectacle unfolding before them. Yet, the 3 central figures in the plaza found themselves embroiled in a tragic drama. Brother, why? Why must you slay your own seniors? Fan Tiantian, clad in armor and wielding a great sword, hovered in midair, confronting a boy clad entirely in white. Sister, do you believe me? The young boy's brow furrowed, his gaze clear and resolute. How can I trust you? As she beheld the black-clad little girl convulsing in a pool of blood below, Fan Tiantian's eyes brimmed with unprecedented anguish. Had I arrived just a moment later, little Hay would have perished at your hands. Why are you so cruel and relentless? I killed her because she deserved to die, the boy in white replied, standing solitary, his pristine sword tainted with droplets of blood. My brother and sister were slain because of her. If we do not act now, you and I will be her next targets. Fan Tiantian's eyes reddened. Only those who ultimately take a life can possess the heart of the king. You currently hold 3 hearts of the king. How do you justify that? My brother and sister willingly bestowed them upon me, the boy in white said, his gaze shifting anxiously toward the bleeding little girl. Sister, there is no time for explanations. Dozens of strands of pure white sword energy coalesced around him. The boy, resembling a celestial star, descended upon the earth, plunging downward with the grace of myriad swans, ready to unleash his assault. Chapter 42. The blooming spider lilies faced with the boy's resolute, deadly strike. Fan Tiantian braced herself with her great sword, expanding a 3-foot barrier of steel. She endured dozens of sword energies, her vitality surging violently, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Sister, the boy in white cried, his eyes reddening. Why don't you trust me? I am your brother, destined to share both life and death with you. It is precisely because you are my brother that I wish to prevent you from making irreversible mistakes. Fan Tiantian straightened her posture, standing like a towering mountain before the boy in white. Sister, a small hand, marred with blood, gently tugged at Fan Tiantian's sleeve. Xiaohei might not endure until the trial concludes. Xiaohei you. Fan Tiantian's eyes widened as she saw the little girl in black robes grasping her great sword. The boy in white's gaze hardened, his form shifting as he unfurled his snow-white wings, launching countless petals of the spider lily like feathered arrows in a sweeping encirclement. However, it was all too late. The little girl's neck grazed the edge of Fan Tiantian's sword like a moth drawn to flames, leaving behind a straight line of crimson. No, Fan Tiantian shouted, but an unprecedented aura of darkness descended upon her, as if a lost principle had come to claim her, amplifying her power in an instant. It was the boon of the heart of the king. No wonder you are so infatuated with this power. As she felt her strength more than double, Fan Tiantian's eyes brimmed with despair. Yet, no matter how alluring this power was, she should never trade the lives of her comrades for it. I didn't. The boy in white pleaded urgently. Spare me your words. Fan Tiantian gritted her teeth. If you are truly bewitched, allow me to awaken you. Empowered by 2 hearts of the king, Fan Tiantian's aura surged, a formidable warrior by birth. Her strength was sublimated entirely under the enhancement of the hearts. A pair of black wings emerged behind her as she charged toward the boy in white, unyielding. Sister, if you insist on being my enemy, I shall show no mercy. Xiaoyu declared, a hint of determination in her eyes. Bring it on. Fan Tiantian swung her sword, its massive blade emanating a chilling black glow. Xiaoyu summoned a radiant celestial sword, her white feathers transforming into countless arrows, unleashing her full might as she charged forward. Fan Tiantian enveloped herself in a shield of black energy, devouring the arrows while relentlessly advancing. In an instant, the two clashed, generating a massive shockwave that sent dust and debris flying, causing the onlookers to scatter in alarm. My sunflower seeds were knocked away. Ugh, I can't even eat my melon now. Get back. At that moment, A pair of youthful figures had inconspicuously set up a stall beside the corpse of the black-robed girl. The duo, handsome and alluring, were eye-catching, but their actions were questionable. With cheerful smiles, they settled at their stall. "Good morning, everyone. I am Yin Chuan. I am Yinzi. Wow, what a miraculous product." A young man dressed as a shaman called out from the crowd. "Where can I buy such a fine item?" "Sorry. This is a special product from our live broadcast room, not available in stores. Originally priced at 999 gold coins each, now only 9.99. You heard that right, just 9.99. Such a low price, it can't possibly be effective, right?" The young shaman exclaimed in disbelief. "Absolutely honest. Let me demonstrate." He Xiaoshu immediately produced a black pill from the stall and placed it in the little girl's mouth. The little girl began to tremble. The crowd gasped. "Isn't that girl already dead? How is she moving?" Boom. With a resounding blast, the suspended perfect little girl erupted in a spray of blood, collapsing back into the crimson pool. He Xiaoshu quickly fanned his face, offering an awkward smile. Sorry, that was just an accident. Let us try again." Thus, the young host produced another black pill and placed it in the girl's mouth. The little girl trembled once more, then restored and levitated. This time it should work," He Xiaoshu declared confidently, watching the little girl become even more perfect than before. Boom. The little girl exploded again. The viewers, with a sense of compulsive horror, watched as the cycle continued. Administer the pill, tremble, restore, levitate, and then boom. He Xiaoshu rolled up his sleeves, pouring out a dozen pills in one go. "I want to be defeated. Enough." The little girl rose from the blood pool, her crimson eyes terrifying and fierce, devoid of any enhancements. "Foolish beings, foolish race, be obliterated." With her awakening, the blood on the ground began to spread outward, forming a colossal blood array that enveloped the entire central Earth royal city. What had once been a 3-foot-tall little girl gradually transformed into a towering, stunning woman, gazing down upon all. Lord Wuyue is right. Such a despicable race has no reason to exist. Sensing the tumultuous changes around them, the two combatants halted their clash mid-air and descended back to the ground. "Xiaohei, you." Fan Tiantian gazed in disbelief at the tall and beautiful woman. "You were already dead?" The black-robed woman chuckled coldly. "Indeed, my avatar has perished. Or else how could you have willingly drawn upon my power to become part of me?" "Become part of you?" Fan Tiantian was filled with confusion and dread. "Ha." The black-robed woman did not elaborate, her body leaning forward eerily, transforming into a shadow that surged forth, coalescing into a dark light that instantaneously penetrated Fan Tiantian's brow. Fan Tiantian felt a splitting headache, staggering in her struggle, yet it was futile. Every vein in her body seemed to be losing its autonomy. Moments later, an eerie smile appeared on her face. "Hee, this body of a battle god is truly delightful. With such a physique, how could one not summon the demonic seed?" "Sister." Xiaoyu gasped, rushing forward. "Stay back." Despite Fan Tiantian's consciousness still fighting, her body moved uncontrollably, seizing the great sword as the myriad of blood energies began to converge upon her. "You disgusting ants, perish." The possessed Fan Tiantian aimed her sword at He Xiaoshu and the others, preparing to strike. Boom. He Xiaoshu was shielded by a pair of snowy wings, unharmed. The boy in white suddenly stood before He Xiaoshu, his voice deep and commanding. "Step back." "Brother Yinchuan, are you all right? Were you scared? Let me give you some ginseng soup to calm your nerves." Yinzi offered, cautiously feeding He Xiaoshu a spoonful of soup before the eyes of the crowd. The onlookers averted their gazes, feeling a mix of discomfort. At a time like this, these two are still flaunting their romance. Someone strike them down with lightning. I can't take it anymore. Brother Yinchuan, don't mind their stares. Those single folks are just jealous of us. The stench of their romance mingled with the thick blood aura, creating a nauseating aroma that unsettled the crowd. Yet the boy in white remained steadfast, resolute as a mountain. "Everyone, retreat. Are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself for these foolish ants?" The corners of the woman's mouth slowly curled upwards, suggesting that to wrest 2 hearts of kings from my grasp, she indeed possessed some measure of skill. "How about this? If you submit to me, I shall grant you the 2 hearts of kings from her, elevating you to the supreme power of this realm. What do you say? Do you take me for a fool?" The young man in white regarded her with a cold gaze. In her heart, she thought that regardless of the decision he made, it would be in vain. She currently occupied another's soul, and whether he killed her or she killed him, she would effortlessly gather 5 hearts of kings and summon the demon seed. Yanzi blinked her innocent eyes. Truly an admirable scheme. Oh, she has begun to call me a wretched person. The smirk on the black-clad woman's face gradually crumbled, morphing into astonishment and fury. You shameless, love-struck fool. How could you possibly possess the ability to read minds? Jealousy began to seep into her heart as she lamented that she had never tasted the sweetness of love. If only Lord Wuyue could love her even a little. Silence. The woman swung her massive sword down towards the girl's head with a tremendous crash. With a whoosh, he Xiaoshu swiftly embraced Yanzi and fled, vanishing at a speed that defied belief. The woman, having struck nothing but air, felt her eyelids twitch in frustration. Left to seethe in impotent rage, you disgusting worms shall all perish. A vast blood array instantaneously enveloped the sky. Like a blood-red bowl turned upside down over the entire royal city, draining the vitality from countless souls, hastening their decay. Heavens! My teeth have fallen out. I can no longer crack seeds. Neither can I. The fruit in my hand no longer tastes sweet. Will we die here? Ha ha ha, you've become so ugly. Ha ha, so have you. Like a withered orange. Brother Yinchuan, have we gone too far? Among the throng, an elderly woman clad in youthful attire trembled all over. Fear not. I have a few bottles of longevity elixirs left. Take a few to ease your condition. The old man, with dimming eyesight, produced a vial of pills, shaking it gently, only for the pills to swiftly turn to ash. You too may choose to court death, but why drag me into it? A hunchbacked old sorcerer coughed indignantly. Rebirth on the other shore. Facing the blood array that shrouded the heavens, the young man in white maintained his composure, stepping forward to point delicately. Countless pristine white other shore flowers blossomed from his being, rapidly filling the royal city. Wherever they spread, vitality surged forth, and the aged beings gradually regained their original forms, while the graceful youth, in his continuous exertion, saw his own vitality swiftly diminish, rendering his figure increasingly ethereal. Chapter 43. The Dog of Lord Wuyue. Have you lost your mind? The black-clad woman gazed at the reckless youth, who was expending his vitality without hesitation, a flicker of panic emerging in her eyes. Indeed, you are terrified of my self-sacrifice, the white-clad youth responded with a resolute smile, his figure becoming increasingly blurred and ethereal. This way, you will be unable to gather the 5 hearts of kings, won't you? I know. It was my sister's fault. She never believed in you. It is all her fault. Fan Tiantian sobbed uncontrollably. If there is a next life, can I still be my sister's brother? The youth's smile gradually appeared amidst the fading starlight. No, this cannot be the ending. Fan Tiantian wept profusely, reaching desperately towards the sky, yet all was in vain. Ha ha! The dark aura descended upon Fan Tiantian once more, and the woman erupted into a hysterical laugh. Children are so easily deceived. You truly believe that by sacrificing yourself in my blood array, I would be unable to seize the hearts of kings? How utterly naive. As her power surged to its zenith, the blood array began to wildly expand, first engulfing the central land, then the eastern wood, followed by the southern fire, western gold, and northern water, soon enveloping the entire continent. The last embers of the demon race, awakening the most vital nourishment for Lord Wuyue, were now firmly within my grasp. As a mass of pitch-black flames gradually coalesced in her hands, Fan Tiantian's form slowly morphed into that of a woman draped in a black robe. Beneath the flowing cloak, her cascading hair danced wildly in the wind, her beautiful face radiant with excitement. Just one final step, and Lord Wuyue would awaken. With the gathering of that ember, the life forces across the continent began to age anew. Brother Yinchuan, you have become so ugly. An elderly woman, dressed in youthful attire, looked sorrowfully at the aged man before her, wrinkling her nose in disdain. And you are hideously old. The withered old man, clad in youthful garb, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yet, even so, it cannot diminish my fervent love for you. The toothless old woman pressed her lips, resembling a chrysanthemum, against the wrinkled cheek of the elderly man, planting a comical, air-filled kiss. Nearby, similarly aged companions collapsed in droves, the sounds of broken limbs and fractured bones mingling with their cries. Lovebirds, what a dire fate. In midair, the woman, still siphoning the life force of the continent, suddenly caught sight of the affectionate display between Yanzi and her companion, her face twisting into a malicious grin, with the ability to read minds. This old hag has become so ugly that even her mother wouldn't recognize her. Come now, if you dare, read my heart, and see how delightful my mood is." Yan Zi pouted, casting a benevolent glance towards the equally gentle old man beside her. Her heart is weeping. Having been Lord Weiyue's devoted servant for tens of thousands of years, she has never received a single word of praise from her master. Seeing our affection must make this madwoman's heart ache terribly after all. Even if he awakens, he will never regard her with a glance, not even a fleeting look. How pitiful! Why persist in such an unequal love? Perhaps this is the pinnacle of the sword's path? The unity of man and sword, where the sword has no equal. I never imagined this adorable girl understood the way of the sword. I do not comprehend, but she does. As another loyal servant of the master, I shall honor her as sword dog lady. Ha! Sword dog lady? Cough, cough, cough. The two erupted into laughter, even provoking a fit of elder asthma. Enough! The black-clad woman seethed, her chest heaving. You scum, remember my name. I am Feng Muying, the foremost sword dog under Lord Weiyue. The two continued to wheeze with laughter. Ha! Cough, cough, cough. All of you shall perish. Feng Muying descended upon the heads of Yan Zi and her companion, her pale hand infused with destructive power crashing down. Boom! With a resounding impact. The elderly couple remained unscathed, tightly embraced. A young shaman, barefoot, emerged from the crowd, a fiery red feather exploding above their heads. Yi? The elderly pair's eyes widened in shock. My apologies, I had hoped to maintain the facade, but it seems we have reached this juncture. The young shaman shrugged, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon the hovering black-robed woman. Feng Muying's pupils constricted. Ling Gu, the demon sovereign. At least you possess some discernment. But you have truly provoked my ire. Yi gritted his teeth, fervently chewing on several cloves of garlic. When the demon race was vanquished, you personally set the rules for the inheritance of the demon seed. I have adhered to your legacy for tens of thousands of years and have finally unraveled it. You wouldn't dare go back on your word, would you? Feng Muying retorted from her elevated position. The words of a demon sovereign carry weight. How could I go back on them? Yi smiled slightly. I merely wish to inform you that the reference you have pursued for millennia is incorrect. Preposterous. How could the answer I deciphered be wrong? Feng Muying sneered coldly. Now the demon seed is about to be completely coalesced in my grasp. What can you, a relic of the past, do against me? As she spoke, the blood array beneath her accelerated its operation, billowing life force into the sky, as countless beings aged further. The demon seed nearly fully forming in her hands. The young shaman disregarded her final frenzy, simply retrieving a small voodoo doll, hastily scribbling cryptic symbols upon it, then gently exhaling a garlic-laden breath towards the doll. Thud! The doll toppled onto the ground, its neck crooked as if overcome by the scent. Ha! Feng Muying clutched her belly, roaring with laughter. The esteemed demon sovereign has resorted to such bizarre sorcery to oppose me? With your feeble self? What do you possess to defeat me? The black-robed woman narrowed her gaze, sweeping her sleeve to unleash a column of black light that hurled the young shaman into the clouds. Feng Muying's icy gaze returned to the scathing couple, who now huddled in fear. What a mess. Can this unreliable shaman even succeed? The frail young woman lamented. I have no idea if he can or not. He Xiaoshu shrugged, but then his dim eyes widened. Look, the doll. To their astonishment, tender green shoots began to sprout around the fallen white doll, rapidly expanding into lush green leaves. As they spread, flowers bloomed, and waves of vitality surged outward, while the cryptic symbols on the doll gradually transformed into the shape of a flower. The white doll began to shimmer and lighten, eventually morphing into the figure of a young man clad in white. As the youth's form solidified, life force began to return to the beings of the world, rejuvenating the withered elderly who resumed their feasting on melons. This melon is so sweet. How is this possible? Realizing the black flames in her palm were dissipating, Feng Muying's eyes widened in disbelief. I had strictly adhered to the trial rules to gather the 5 hearts of kings. This is cheating. No honor in combat. Who told you that gathering the hearts of kings meant eliminating your friends and family? The young witch, crossing her arms, emerged slowly from the void, her countenance stern as she proclaimed, for countless millennia, you have misled innumerable young talents to their demise within this trial space, reducing the noble legacy of my majestic demonic lineage to a grotesque spectacle of survival. I have yet to settle the score with you. Is that not the case? Filled with fury, Feng Muying retorted, of course it is not. Look at my compatriots. Which among them does not cherish peace and the simple joys of life? Do you truly believe that violence aligns with their essence? What, then, is the true purpose of this trial? In earnest, I explained. Those who gather 5 hearts of kings must embody noble sentiments and pure virtues, earning the unwavering trust of their comrades, willingly placing their lives in each other's hands for protection. Only individuals of such elevated character are worthy of inheriting the last embers of our kind. Utter nonsense. Feng Yuing shrieked in despair. In this merciless world, who can one truly trust, aside from oneself? You are deliberately twisting the truth, seeking to rob me of my hard-won triumph. I shall not yield my victories to you, regardless, she declared defiantly. I, sticking out her tongue and making a mocking face, exuded an unsettling aroma reminiscent of garlic. Suddenly, the woman clad in black robes was engulfed in black flames, consuming the very heavens and earth around her. Come forth. Let me witness how you, reduced to but a wisp of lingering spirit, clinging to your pitiful identity as a witch, dare to challenge me. In an instant, the black flames soared, with innumerable blossoms of the other shore wilting, as countless lives were engulfed in the woman's sinister laughter, their cries of agony filling the air. Chapter 44: Encountering Your Future Self. Alas, can this third-rate sorceress truly succeed? Observing the ever-burning black flames surrounding her, Yanzi, rejuvenated, once again wore a frown. It seems this time may not end well. He Xiaoshu, with Yin Chuan's complexion, helplessly shook his head. Suddenly, he recalled the deep scars he had seen on the little lowly's wrist by the lake at the back of the Qingtian sect. This woman, for countless millennia, had incessantly nurtured flesh and blood avatars, transforming them into disciples of various sects, continuously bleeding to stain the spiritual veins of the demon realm, refining blood formations. With only her own frenzied outpouring of blood, she had ignited the remnants of the demon realm. Indeed, a formidable individual. I have never had a boyfriend. Yanzi pouted dejectedly. Brother Yin Chuan, at the end of my life, could you grant me my first kiss? Not the kind for show, of course. He Xiaoshu extended 2 fingers to seal the soft lips of the girl. No? Why? The girl asked with a mournful expression. Am I not even as good as my brother? Cough, cough, cough. He Xiaoshu nearly choked on his saliva. Of course. It's because we are not going to die. Listen, that white-clad youth who truly inherited the demon seed seems to be calling us. The girl appeared to hear something, slowly closed her eyes, feeling the whispers by her ear, and then suddenly opened her excited eyes. It's true. He said, as long as we believe in each other, miracles will occur. Do you believe it? I believe. I believe. I also believe. In an instant, countless beings engulfed in roaring flames simultaneously opened their hopeful eyes. Alongside them, the white-clad youth, surrounded by blooming ghost flowers, also opened his eyes. The true demon seed has never been black. The white-clad youth smiled gently. It has always been the purest white. As his words fell, it felt as though time itself paused in that moment. In He Xiaoshu's gaze, the colors of the world began to shed, returning to its original form. Yanzi, Yin Chuan, and the multitude of onlookers transformed into radiant spiritual bodies of myriad hues. That was the true essence of the demon race. Greetings, friends from the future. The white-clad youth slowly descended before He Xiaoshu in the frozen world. You can see me? He Xiaoshu exclaimed in surprise. He was currently within Fan Tiantian's memory realm. Theoretically, no beings in this world should be able to perceive his true form. I can certainly see you, the white-clad youth assuredly nodded. If it were someone else, perhaps I wouldn't but you are different. Why? Because the you of now is the me of the next life. He Xiaoshu widened his eyes. Caught off guard by this sudden revelation, is my past self truly so pure? Bah. He Xiaoshu quickly corrected himself. The me now is also very pure. The white-clad youth chuckled softly. You are quite good now. I've always hoped that my future self could become a bit smarter. Otherwise, how could you traverse thousands of years through time to assist me in overcoming this calamity? I don't understand. He Xiaoshu shook his head. You should understand. The white-clad youth smiled gently. Why can you draw upon the heart demons of others? Why can the king's demon decree, passed down through generations, be effortlessly refined by you? All of it stems from the fact that, as my past self, I obtained the final inheritance of the demon race in this realm. So, the so-called demon seed is actually within me? He Xiaoshu gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the white-clad youth nodded, then shook his head again, but not entirely. I took half of the demon seed to suppress Feng Yuing, and the other half accompanied my true spirit to the afterlife, so As long as you and I join forces, we can gather the complete power of the demon seed. Even after dividing it, we can still utilize the full power of the demon seed to suppress Feng Yueying. He Xiaoshu slapped his forehead. I am truly a genius. I think so too. Xiaoyu certainly nodded. Then what are we waiting for? He Xiaoshu exclaimed with excitement. Let us smash her. In the frozen moment, He Xiaoshu's figure gradually overlapped with that of the white-clad youth, and the countless radiant ghost flowers began to coalesce into a colossal hammer, poised above the black-robed woman's head, ready to strike. The two youths, one large and one small, snapped their fingers simultaneously, and time resumed its flow. Ha! The entire demon realm shall be reduced to nothing in my blood flames. Let us see how you defeat me. The cackling Feng Yueying, caught off guard, was struck down by a completely white hammer from above, suffering a relentless pounding. Empowered by the will of countless beings, the hammer's strength was both precise and fierce, leaving the black-robed woman utterly defenseless, who could only howl in despair from beneath the ground. No, impossible. How can a mere spirit boy be so strong? I have clearly eroded half of the demon realm's spiritual veins. It shouldn't be like this. As the flames on the woman were gradually extinguished, the flames on the beings around her also began to fade. Grateful for their survival, the crowd embraced one another. I cried. I thought I would never be able to snack on sunflower seeds again. I also thought I would never eat melon seeds again. Whoa. Brother Yin Chuan. The relieved Yin Zi threw herself into the arms of the youth before her. The young man's face turned crimson. Miss Yin Ziyu. He shyly nodded. Would you be willing to be my boyfriend? Of course I would. The young man, no longer bashful, embraced the girl tightly. You are the bravest, smartest, and most beautiful girl I have ever seen. So you remember everything that happened? Yin Zi's eyes widened in surprise. I remember. Of course I do. Everything was discussed with me by that senior. Except what? Except not kissing you. Then I now permit you to kiss me. Really? Is that okay? How slow you are. MMM. The two shared a passionate kiss. Wow. Truly. Lovers become a couple in the end. The surrounding onlookers spontaneously erupted into enthusiastic applause, showering the couple with heartfelt blessings. All you lovebirds can go to hell. The tattered black-robed woman, having wriggled out from beneath the hammer, lunged at the two, only to be struck down again into the ground by the hammer. Yield. You have no chance left. Ah Yi, who had somehow emerged from the crowd, looked sympathetically at the woman buried underground. This is the choice of the demon seed. Only those who are truly pure and kind can wield its power. You are unworthy. Haraha. Feng Yueying struggled to crawl out from the ground, her face a pallid mask of a twisted smile. Did you see? This woman's soul is now tightly bound to mine. Even if I cannot live, I shall drag her soul into oblivion with me. Come, use all your power to kill me. Let me see how you, with your false compassion, will annihilate an innocent woman. Alas, you scoundrel, your cunning is rather excessive, isn't it? Yi exclaimed wide-eyed. Haraha. Feng Yueying swayed, her pale smile filled with triumph. I am indeed a scoundrel. What can you do about it? Unless you offer me the demon seed in exchange, Chapter 45. Send me back to the past. Finale. I am willing to exchange with you. The young man in white gracefully stepped forward, slowly opening his palm, revealing a magic crystal as pure as snow, which radiated a vibrant life force, as if it contained the primordial essence of countless living beings. Currently, the magic seed is only connected to my energy. It will no longer burden the beings of this realm. If you wish to take it, then take it. Are you not trying to deceive me? Feng Yueying squinted, filled with caution. At present, it is only by the power of the magic seed that you can maintain your true spirit. If you hand it to me, would you not risk your own annihilation? Thus, I can only give you half of it for now. Once I confirm that my sister is completely safe, I will give you the other half. Why should I trust you? You have no choice but to trust me. Gazing at the white hammer still hovering above him, Feng Yueying pondered for a moment and said, Then give me the first half. The young man in white gently pushed forward, and the magic crystal in his hand split into two, with one half slowly flying towards Feng Yueying. The woman in black cautiously accepted the half crystal, feeling the power within, her eyes widening in astonishment. Is it truly real? After confirming its authenticity, Feng Yueying wasted no time, enveloping Fan Tiantian in her black spiritual form, gently pushing her forward, one hand for the person, one hand for the item. The young man in white did not hesitate either, pushing the other half of the magic crystal forward. However, as the crystal left his grasp, His figure began to grow increasingly faint. No. Watching the young man's form gradually fade, the now liberated Fan Tiantian cried out desperately, wishing to self-destruct her Dantian, yet finding herself unable to summon even a trace of power. Do not exchange yourself for me. Do not sacrifice yourself. No, I am the one who would rather die. Fan Tiantian wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, as she witnessed the boy's diminishing figure. Feng Yuing could not help but sneer. Is she truly that important to you? Yet, the young man's gaze was filled with compassion. Someone like you, unloved, does not understand what it means to love. Ha ha ha. Such foolishness is indeed beyond my comprehension. Feng Yuing pushed Fan Tiantian towards the young shaman, then seized the other half of the magic crystal. Now that I possess the complete magic seed, what do you have to oppose me? Haraha. What is this? The woman in black suddenly realized that the two pieces of magic crystal could not be merged, for although both were genuine, they were halves of the same essence, utterly incapable of forming a complete entity. Fraud. You deceivers. Although she could not fathom how the same half of the magic seed could exist in her hand simultaneously, Feng Yuing still slashed her wrist, using her blood to conjure a formation, vowing to sacrifice the half-magic seed, even if it only sustained half of the blood formation. She would make them all pay with their lives. With great effort, the woman activated the blood formation. Lord Wuyue, please show mercy on my loyalty. Return swiftly. As her words fell, a massive blood formation took shape, and under the continuous depletion of the magic seed's power, the ground began to collapse, igniting a bottomless abyss of fire, resembling a celestial ladder leading to purgatory. In the boundless chasm, it felt as though a malevolent force was about to awaken, sending chills down one's spine with merely a hint of its aura, causing the very earth to tremble. Someone as persistent as you will surely succeed in whatever endeavor you pursue. It is merely unfortunate that you encountered me. In the void where the young man in white had vanished, a handsome youth of 17 or 18 appeared, while simultaneously, the other half of the magic seed in Feng Yuing's hand uncontrollably flew towards him, merging with the second half within his spirit. Boom. Empowered by the complete magic seed, He Xiaoshu waved his sleeves, instantly shattering the already incomplete blood formation on the ground. No, Feng Yuing screamed in a frenzy. Yet she was swiftly suppressed into the earth by an overwhelming, radiant square of purity. In an instant, the clouds parted, sunlight flooded the land, and countless flowers bloomed, as if the entire world had been reborn. How beautiful! People looked up, gazing at the rainbow stretching across the horizon. Thank you, my future self. In this breathtaking scenery, the other half of the magic seed in He Xiaoshu's hand transformed once more into the true spirit of the young man in white. Exchanging smiles with He Xiaoshu. No need for thanks. It is I who should express gratitude towards you, for it is your kindness and perseverance that has shaped the present me. Brother. Miraculously surviving, Fan Tiantian dashed towards her two brothers, glancing left and right, overwhelmed with joy and at a loss for words. Sister. The two boys, one handsome and the other adorable, simultaneously called out sweetly to her. Overwhelmed by this double dose of sweetness, Fan Tiantian's vision blurred, and she fainted from a nosebleed. As a professional shaman, you should know how to guide the true spirit to the afterlife, right? He Xiaoshu turned his gaze towards the young shaman hiding in the crowd, whose face was filled with awkwardness. Of course, I forced a smile, feeling deeply guilty that, despite his identity as an ancient demon lord being exposed, the fate of his kind relied on a child sacrificing himself for salvation. Simply inscribe the desired location for the afterlife on the 3-live stone that the true spirit is bound to, then offer a cup of yellow wine to the heavens, after which run 3 laps around South Mountain while carrying the stone, and finally cast it into the river of forgetfulness. The ritual will be complete. This arduous task is entrusted to you. He Xiaoshu inscribed the words blue star on ice palm, his form gradually dissipating. It's on me. I grinned, patting his chest, the beast bones on his body jingling, as he watched the figures of Xiao Yu, Yin Zi, Yin Chuan, and the countless peace-loving onlookers gradually fade from view. He Xiaoshu felt a whirlwind of emotions within his heart. It turned out that his ability to cultivate both immortality and demonic arts, transcending all laws, stemmed from this mutual encounter. It seemed that his past and present had already been arranged most favorably in the cycle of fate. Then, henceforth, all realms of the immortal domain shall be my stage. Wait, did I forget something? gazing at the lingering mark of the spiritual bond on his left hand's ring finger. Xiaoshu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What the? The end.